Hello everybody and welcome. We're in Stage 5, the European playoffs. The final time we get to say that until the postseason comes through. My whole chip with me, Infinity, as we'll take you through both the semifinals and the grand finals on the day. Brody, good to see you. I was a little upset, to hear that you didn't have a new shirt for us today, but that is one of my favorites that you picked. So you're looking good. How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I was pretty sad actually this morning, so I chose. I was going to go. I went to the shop this morning. I was going to go grab a new shirt. Turns out the selection they had on display today pretty bad, and I was like, well, do I just go with a shirt I've already worn, or do I go with a new one that's terrible? And I thought I didn't want to disappoint you with a bad shirt, so we'll just go with a good one I know you like. And my entire existence is just to please you, Alan.
Oh, well, that's flattering to say the least. But hey, we got to go through how exactly we got here. If you missed any of the regular Stage 5 portion of the season, we played through a group stage where everyone would round robin play each other once, and these are what the final standings looked like after everyone had played their 7 games. Mavericks and Orglis, the top 2, did not have to play through the knockout bracket to be qualified for playoffs. They were instantly inserted as the number 1 and number 2 seed going into today. But for Team More, Elevate, Belgium Power, and GCPW, they had to work their way through the knockout bracket yesterday, and we were kind of watching and casting over some of the games on the community stream, and we thought, oh no way, Team More, Elevate, they'll get through this bracket no problem. That actually wasn't the case. GCPW and Belgium Power put up a bit of a fight yesterday.
I'm kind of surprised, I won't lie, and the reason I say that is because, one of the big sort of storylines we've been talking about this season is if anything, this season has felt the most fragmented in terms of you've got the upper half of the groups, you've got Mavericks, Orglis, War, and Elevate, and yes, that's how things turned out anyway, but below that, it kind of really felt like a struggle to survive for these teams, Belgium Power, GCPW, Rejects, and Amelia Strays, but, yesterday, they came out with a fight in them, they definitely proved they were worth something. I mean, Belgium Power sent War to Game 5 for the qualification matchup. It was really close. War almost didn't make it.
Yeah, it was a really tight one to be sure, but like you mentioned, those are our final 4 teams, so we insert them into our playoff bracket, and it looks a little bit like this. Like we mentioned, Mavericks and Orglis would be the number 1 and number 2 teams, so Mavericks will play up against Team War for another Battle of Spain. We've seen this matchup more times than I even care to count over the last couple of stages, but even below that, Orglis will be playing up against Elevate, and the same thing can be said about these 2 teams as well, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of these matchups are just going to be insane, really. I mean, you look at, again, Mavericks versus War. That's a storyline that you absolutely love, right? It's the battle for Spain. It's the one that we have a really passionate Spanish fan base here in Europe, right? And that is the match that everybody wants to see over there in that region. I'm really excited to get to that one. And then, of course, Orglis and Elevate. The rivalry to end, or rivalry set up since the beginning of Stage 2, set up since Elevate first formed as a roster. These guys have been going back and forth trying to grab that first spot. At the moment, Orglis, I think, pretty comfortably have it. Elevate looking to challenge their position there.
And then beyond that, of course, what exactly are we playing for? Not just bragging rights and a handful of challengers points. Lots of money on the line, $50,000 in total to split up between the top 8 teams that made it into the Stage 5 of the Elite. But really, we're looking at that top 4. $20,000 for first, $10,000 for second, and then $6,000 and $5,000 for third and fourth, respectively. Of course, the teams that did not make it to this playoff bracket still came home with at least some monetary value for their finish, just not obviously to the same caliber what we're about to get here today. So a lot on the line for these guys. And let's be honest, we're looking at all 4 of these teams. All potential could win when it comes down to it. I mean, realistically, all of these guys at some point in time actually have been close to winning, save Mavericks, the only team in the mix that actually has not found a win as of yet. So that'll be really interesting, I think, just to see how that conversation unfolds. But let's take a look at our map series set for our first matchup, which is Elevate versus Orglis. Again, these 2 teams storied against one another. We're going to be getting Checkmate, Express, and Raid to start us off for our first 3.
Yeah, this is going to be a great series between these guys at the moment. I'm really looking forward to this map set, of course. Always love to see Raid in the map set. But let's focus in here on Checkmate to kick us off in the series. We're about to get right into it between these 2 teams. In terms of hardpoint, both of them had a pretty good go of things so far. 8-4 for Orglis. 8-5 was the record for Elevate.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, I think, just because when we look at both of these teams across the different types of modes, I'm personally looking at that third map when it comes up. Elevate's going to need to find a way to beat Orglis in the control, which only one team has been successful in doing so far. So we'll see how things unfold when we get into it. Battle for the plane control. Opening kill's good for Elevate, and, well, Denza will make sure that stays consistent. Elevate will win the opening frags, and that will find them a chance to get them into the lead early.
And Elevate here, kick us off. Looking pretty good. Denza on a spree already, and this is somebody that you really want to shut down right out the gate. He has been a venomous SMG player for Elevate in the past, and now already proven it here as we kick off Checkmate Hardpoint, looking to continue this spree onwards as Elevate position themselves not just well for the first hardpoint here. Denza still on this spree, but also for the second shift.
Yeah, flawless stuff coming through. Also, again, just taking us through the cams today. We've got our observing squad. The same guys that have been with us all season long. Shane and Kyle have been locking things down to the back end. We love them. They usually have some kind of telepathic mentality with us when it comes to what they want us to talk about. They're really good about directing the show. So shout outs to these guys. And, well, perfect start for Elevate, like you mentioned, even more so as they find the first couple of kills exchanging over the second hard point. The spawns are still good, but Orgless do have a pretty good threat coming from the front.
Indeed they do. Harry is over here. How much damage can he actually do? Has the support of Vortex not far behind. Harry, unfortunately, going to lose that first gunfight for a wee man, but Vortex still over here, looking to cause some problems. We'll wait for the moment for Orgless to start to back on up. The cavalry on its way, but Elevate at the moment doing a stellar job of just winning all of these one-on-one engagement. Orgless, they still have some pressure over here. Nasty, the last player, as he falls. You've got to imagine Elevate sooner or later will look to get the rest of this time, and Orgless, I think, is focused on the rotation.
I really can't express how beautiful that is from Elevate. I mean, Orgless do exactly what they need to when it comes down to playing from the back foot, right? I mean, they need to try to hit this from the front, and they've got really good pressure, but Elevate just never give up a single second worth of time on the second hard point. That's incredible, considering that Orgless had 3 players at different moments in time just kind of threatening from the front. So now for Orgless, if you're down 70 points early, you need to find time off the third hard point, and currently this zone setup, specifically between Nasty and Stevo, is actually a really good position for Orgless to secure some early time here in the third.
Well, they need to at the moment. Elevate starting to gain a blistering lead here on the hard point. This would be a good opportunity for Orgless to find their way back in. Got Vortex and Nasty currently sit inside. How much damage can Hixie do to that setup? Well, here's your answer. Goes in, puts some shots in. Denza ends up finishing that gunfight. Vortex flies down. Absolutely not, says Elevate, as they pick up all of these gunfights. And even if they don't get a lot of time here, Shift, I mean, they've done enough damage here for Orgless to be pushed out of the hard point.
Yeah, very much so. And I will say for Elevate, the whole structure for them getting into this hard point was from the north side of the minimap initially, trying to find an exit from 2 into 3. And you have to give credit to both Stevo and then eventually Nasty, who tried to lock down that lane for as long as possible. And for Orgless, it doesn't really come out as successful as you were hoping. Yeah, you did get about 15 seconds worth of time, but Elevate has matched that, if not succeeded that. So now you're in a position to where, again, you're down 70 points and you're looking at this fourth hard point a bit shaky because you're not really in a position to zone it out. You've got to win these gunfights from the front and hope that beyond that, you can continue to win your 1v1s to zone out this hard point for some significant time.
Orgless meet this time. Good start from Harry to pick up that first kill. Now on a 4 spree. If he can start to put some more kills together, Harry, it'll be a problem for Elevate. They will need to deal with him, and just like that, wee man takes him down. And now for Elevate here in this position, just make sure you get control of plane, maybe, and start thinking about positioning yourselves for the next hard point. As we look towards the hard point, though, it's going to be Hixie inside. He's able to pick up one. Some resistance comes in here from Harry and Nasty, and the dynamic duo stopping Elevate from getting in for the moment, but Bids in for 2. Elevate, they're not giving this hard point up just yet, Alan.
How big is that from Bids? He contests, he finds 2, and the fact of the matter is he doesn't even need to win the hard point. He's got his teammates freed up to now make a play through the 5th hard point. All of that is because Bids finds those 2 kills right in front of the hard point at 4. His teammates don't have to worry about the hill anymore. They can just worry about the rotation, and once again, Elevate win a timing, and Bids, a little shaky, but he does find 1, nearly gets the turn on to Stevo, does enough damage to force the team kill, and Wee Man finds his trade. Elevate in another controlling position around the 5th hill.
And this is just not time you can afford to give up if you're Orgless at the moment. Elevate already in a solid lead, and Wee Man with 2 big kills there over towards the wing. He is once again stopped short of streaks. Orgless have done a good job at the very least of making sure there are no score streaks given away at the moment, but Elevate just doing such a spectacular job of map control here, Alan. Orgless trying to find their way through the front. Harry looking for it. You've only got 1 more good push left, and you might want to start thinking about that rotation once again.
It's just you don't want to give away 20 seconds for free. That's the
it's
problem.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like at this position, looking at the minimap, it's just like there is no feasible entry for Orgless. And I think, you know, the biggest words that we could frame up that first rotation was Orgless having to hit from the front. Elevate has been winning the rotation on these timings between key hill rotations over and over and over again. And a lot of it comes off of just really special single player just moments overall. So for Orgless, things need to change. You got to do better in the scrap time of some of these hills to start winning some rotations into the key money hills on this map.
Something has to change going into this next set of hard points for August. They need a good start here by getting control of the plane. And hey, that's a pretty good one from Vortex. Able to chain together a couple of kills. If this guy can get things going, August will just be fine and dandy. We've seen what Vortex can bring to the table in the past. And here's an opportunity for him to bring a lot to the table for this August side. We'll pick up one. The help from Nasty. And now August starting to look a little bit more composed here. Oh, wee man.
He's found himself too, tries a challenge, 2 HP, gets some help from Bids and the ARs for Elevate. They just keep coming through so clutch. Look at the timing. You've got Gizmo spawning all the way out. Orglis is going to be pressured on a rotation again. They need to hold. Steve-O and Harry have to go massive right here to hold this spawn.
And they do. They get all 3 kills there. They managed to hold on. August can breathe a sigh of relief, just like you on the casting desk here, Alan. August, they find themselves getting out of that situation. You don't want to breathe a sigh of relief just yet, though. Elevate will still be looking to mount up the pressure over towards Yellow. Denza is over there. How much pressure can you actually build, though, when Vortex is inside the plane? Does get traded off as Denza will fall. August doing a solid job at the moment. They're starting to build up some time here. Elevate. Gonna find your way in. Man, trying to get him through the front. Harry puts the first few shots in. You've also got Hixie coming in from behind. August starting to feel the pressure now. Elevate. Can they find their way in? Denza, can he break in? Harry is in, picks up 2, and August continue to hold on. Harry looking to remove the last player, and he will do.
But Hixie around the back is going to try to contest this scrap time. It feels a little bit greedy, though, doesn't it? I mean, Elevate have kind of opened the door a little bit for Orglis to get out of this back spawn. They are contesting the scrap time. Devo not, of course, wanting to let any of those seconds go to Bay. So you do have Gizmo on the rotation, trying to work an entry for Orglis to get into the plane, but it gets shut down. So Elevate's pressure continues to amount, even from the scrap time when they're playing from the front of a hill. It's absolutely unbelievable. And I think you can look a lot of it from the ARs. I mean, Weeman is 23 and 13 with a minute 20 a hill time. Bid's just behind him at 20 and 16. The ARs are dominating right now for Elevate.
Elevate in a good position at the moment. The early lead is something that Auglis currently haven't been able to come back from. Once again, though, an opportunity here on this P3 hardpoint, trying to make their way in and trying to get a lot of time. Elevate, though, again, just continue to find these kills where Auglis being forced out of position. But Vortex going to look to pick up these kills on the rotation, making sure that Elevate do not get there first. And this is huge from Gizmo coming in, picking up these kills. But Denza comes in, picks up 2. Elevate just will not let go, Shift.
Orglis just, you can see what they're trying to do. Like, they're making the right moves, the right plays. It's just like, you get the kills from Steve-O in the back. It looks like he's opened up the rotation completely, but then Denza somehow sneaks in, finds a double to get back onto the hill. So Orglis, again, is constantly pressured. I mean, even when they're making the exact right chess move, they continue to kind of miss one thing. And I really don't want to even say that because it comes with a negative connotation. It's just special plays are occurring across the map for all the different individuals for Elevate, giving them a different look at these hardpoint breaks, including the scrap time there on 3. It does eventually get cut short, and Orglis' position around cement will eventually allow them some time to get onto this 4th hill.
Hixie going to try and come in 3 and break it, and he does exactly that. Hixie goes huge. 24 and 19, having a great performance this game thus far. We'll try to get a 3rd one. Won't happen. Trade should be in, though. Harry not going to get the last say as Bids wants to go at the hard point, looking for a Vortex as well, of course. Will actually get that kill. And Elevate now starting to soak up even more time. Now, Shift, they can't end it here, but I'm laser focused on this rotation. August have to hold on.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that because look at number 1 and number 3. You've already got Elevate just essentially streaking right past the hardpoint, not even looking over at it, saying, I don't care what happens there. I want to win the game on this next rotation. But the good news is Orglis do still maintain a lot of those proximal spawns. They can get into positions to deal with this pressure, and so far they've alleviated most of it. Although Weeman gets blessed with the spawn bottom left. Him and Bids together can once again open things up for Elevate. Weeman's able to get on.
And Elevate are going to fight this from the front now. Auglis, you got to go. You can't afford to just sit there at the back. You've got to move into the hard point. Harry tries it. No entry for you. And Elevate finish map number 1. That is a vigorous and confident victory from them. Really well played all around from that squad.
I mean, how big were these ARs for Elevate? It's unbelievable how many single moments we saw from Bids and Weeman throughout a couple of really key timings, whether it was on holding a hard point or creating a little bit of space to allow their teammates to either come and reinforce or just focus on something else completely. I mean, I mentioned on Bids, first time we were on the 4th hard point, he just plays his life from the front side of the hill, gets 2 kills, and the rest of his teammates say, job done. Let's go find the rotation to 5. They win it there. Same thing happens right at the end. Bid's able to open up space to allow their teammates a chance to rotate to 5. Weeman gets blessed with the spawn bottom left, and he's able to come back through for 3 total kills to win the game. It's very difficult to sit here and critique Orgless because, in my opinion, they were playing the map as good as you could ever expect them to. It was just so many individual moments from Elevate in key timings that allowed them a chance to win rotations or win spawns that gave them just a better look at some of these hard points, and that merits the 100-point win.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely correct there. And I think, you hit the nail on the head in terms of the fundamentals from Orgless were fine. I mean, these guys, they should have those fundamentals down to a T at the moment just because of what we've seen from them in the past. I mean, Orgless, again, we speak about their record in the regular season. They were 8-4 in hardpoint. It's a big reason why they ended up going 6-1 this stage. And it worked. It worked perfectly. It was just so unfortunate for them that Elevate played them out better. A lot of those rotational gunfights are being won. I will say as well, Orgless got lucky in a way because there were 3 or 4 streaks early on that could have potentially happened that Orgless managed to shut off versus Elevate. That could have looked a lot worse.
Yeah, it really could have. And, you look at 250 to 150, I think, is the final overall score, and you say, oh, Elevate ran through them. That's not the case. I mean, Orgless was putting together exactly what they needed to. It just came down to those rotations going over off the rip, initially getting over to the second hard point. They got beat up in the last 15 seconds of the first hill. They lose spawns. Same thing happened over between 4 and 5. Orgless in a great position to try to hold off, and all of a sudden, final 15 seconds of the fourth hill, Elevate win a string of kills, and they flip the map around at the very last second. The timings and the executions for Elevate were absolutely flawless, and that's unbelievable energy when it comes to coming into a map 1. Now, as we look forward, though, this is where the series starts to become much more favorable for Orgless. When you take a look at what they've done in Search and Destroy, they are one of the best overall in Europe this stage, and probably one of the best in Europe, period. They're 6-3 in Search, but that said, they've only played Express one time. That was versus Mavericks. They ended up losing that in round 10, though, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I will say as well, just a little asterisk on that, right? We talked about Orgless being the best Search and Destroy team in Europe. Maverick Search and Destroy has been impeccable this season.
Yeah, that's true.
So, for them to win that, it's not all that much of a surprise. That being said, this is the game mode where I'm expecting a lot from Orgless and Elevate. And maybe, I'm over-expecting here. I don't know. This could well just be a boring S&D. But, in terms of both of these teams, Orgless, their S&D is their best game mode. It just is. Yeah. And that's something that, Vortex, Josh in the past, of course, they've all made points of when Josh was on that team, of course. For Elevate, this is a game mode where they have to make improvements. This is what they've wanted to make improvements on. Javid's made points of it on Twitter. So let's get into the Search and Destroy and see where those improvements have come to bear from fruit. As Orgless, right off the bat, some aggression is been answered though as Denza picks up 2. Harry will fall and Elevate looks like they've been reading the strategy book here, Shift.
Bro, that is absolutely the case. Elevate just countered Orgless. I don't even know. I don't even have a comparison. I'm lost for references, which is rare. But Elevate, look at this play. You've got so much focus up towards the middle. You get a couple of tags down through info, but Denza up top in the overpass knows that Orgless is going to wrap around Ticket and try to hit this from a longer angle than normal. Some teams will come right down here where this gunfight's happening, this left side pathway defensively to hold on to the site. No, not Orgless. They send 2 players right through the middle of the map and take the longer route. Elevate are prepared for it. Denza's in a prime position to pick up both eliminations right in front of him. Beautiful counter for Elevate off the rip.
That's nice. We're already seeing those Elevate strategies come to the play here, and this is what we've been talking about, right? Elevate with their strategies. Here's another one from the Elevate playbook. Let's see if it works out, and there it is, Denza again! Vortex comes through, traded out. Harry left on his lonesome in a 1 versus 3. What do you got for us, Harry? He's going to pick up the first kill. Nade goes out to try and take down any approaching players, but won't get the second. Bids takes him down. I'm loving this Elevate playbook at the moment. I want to get a copy.
Oh my goodness. This is, again, another blind counter into the way where you know that Orgless are going to set ARs up in terminal to try to shoot through the info booth to see if they can find any information. So what do? You just get all 4 members stacked in main. You hit very aggressively, get those SMGs in prime position. And how about it? Denza finds another couple of opening kills, Bids behind, cleans up the work, and all of a sudden he's on 4-0. This is an unbelievable start for Elevate. And you talk about just coming out with a fever. Orgless need to respond now, which is not something I think we would have said. First blood again, plus the second. Elevate looking flawless.
Don't speak just yet. Nasty and Gizmo combined for 3. It's Denza in a 1 versus 2. And that's a very quick flip around there from Nasty and Gizmo, who were momentarily in a 2 versus 4, quickly evening the odds. And butting heads on this bomb site at the moment, Shift, for these 2 teams.
This second kill from Gizmo is unbelievable. He is so low, and he just barely finds a piece of cover. Nasty baits him out, and I don't think anyone actually saw Gizmo slide over towards that kind of middle pillar, so he stays alive just barely long enough to combine, like you mentioned, for the 2v4 situation and recovery from Orgless. It was looking so good from Elevate, but now all of a sudden, Elevate's aggression has been countered, so you really have to wonder what exactly Orgless has here for round 4. Looks like they're going to beat him in the middle of the map.
Oh, what is this? Teams just button heads in the middle of the map? Why the hell not? Elevate trying it. Orgless, they've played this one a little bit slower. Question is, can they catch Elevate with their pants down? I think Harry might have just done it. There you go. Denza is going to fall. Harry looking for number 2 as well. Such a good read from Orgless. They get it done.
This is like an opening of speed chess where it's like, we're going to trade queens in the first 2 rounds, and then now all of a sudden Orgless says, I'm going to just put out my pawn defense, because they've started to really read what exactly Elevate are trying to do. And I will just essentially tip the cap to Elevate saying, okay, I see you. You're trying to stay aggressive. You're trying to keep Orgless on the back foot. But now as we get into a tied 2-2, both teams coming away with rounds sequentially in a form that they've really been able to control, whether it's playing a little bit slower in these last 2 for Orgless or, of course, playing fast in the first 2 for Elevate. Now we're going to start to see the rest of these rounds play out kind of more traditional, where they're going to really feel each other out and see what exactly everyone's putting together, not just going for these one-dimensional, off-the-rip counter strats.
I gotta say, I don't even blame them for going straight at each other at the moment. I mean, you've got Hixie and Denza on the team. If you're Elevate, that's an advantage you kind of want to make very apparent. Orgless, as you say, I think you've called this perfectly, Shift. Orgless looking for a different strategy here, this time trying to cross the mid-map, and, well, going to be punished for it. Is Vortex a nasty fall? Gizmo goes as well. Bid's going to get a free kill there, and, well, Harry, 1 versus 3. This bomb's going down. He's not stopping it.
It almost feels like Orgless have said, hey, we just won the last 2 rounds. Let's get aggressive ourselves. But Elevate, they've backed up. They want to go play that more traditional style. So Harry's now on 4 in a row. That could be a consideration, especially if he does find another elimination. It doesn't look like he's going to make a full play for this 1v3, but any elimination would be fine for short streaks.
Harry trying it, puts all these shots in. None of them are going to connect, though. There's no chance for Harry to get that 1 versus 3. And again, Shift, this constant counterplay between these 2 teams, it kind of feels like in a way, because I know we've had these discussions throughout this season thus far where it's like these guys have these really deep S&G playbooks. It kind of feels like right now, in a sense, they're kind of aware of what each other are going to do.
Yeah, in that last play, you kind of have a really good POV from Weeman's perspective on the double. I didn't realize he got the second on Nasty so deep, but Orgless felt like that was a little greedy. You know, they get the clearance that they want mid-map around B, and they say, let's cross the tracks and get into the train to try to counter A, thinking that Elevator moving quickly, but that's not the case. So Orgless get a little bit caught off guard, trying to play maybe a bit over-aggressive. But now a stun check comes through, and okay, Elevate's going to really feel this one out. You got Denza laying prone, Weeman watching over the top. You also have Bids watching the rotation. This is a really nice setup, and again, Weeman up top, finding first blood. Denza the second. Unbelievable stuff from Elevate.
Orgless think they're safe, and they're just frankly not. Elevate able to take them down, and now Vortex and Gizmo find themselves in a bit of an awkward spot. Vortex needs to find some advantage somewhere. If you can take Weeman out from this power position, it's huge. And putting those shots in, I think he quickly realizes that that's just not going to be possible. Vortex still somehow alive here. Nobody's taking him down. He's dipping and diving all the way through to the defensive line. How much damage can he do here in from behind? Vortex, surely not. He finds 2, and he keeps his life. No way does that happen.
He saw the third. He's going to ask for help. Goes to the pistol, gets 1 off on Bids, and now this is going to be a 1v1. Gizmo's done his job. This is going to be really interesting. He sees Hixie down low.
Hixie tries to make the cross, and he gets the kill! Orgless! What was that play? That was such a beautiful play!
Unreal. I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due. Yes, Gizmo able to turn it into a 1v1, but the 2 kills that come before, that's the only way you get a 2v4, is if you sneak around the back of Elevate, and then Hixie, you have to give him some credit, because that's a tough gunfight, and he gets Gizmo down to 1 bullet, but that is another 2v4 that Orgless confirmed. I mean, this very well could be a 5-1 for Elevate, but Orgless do not know what the word lay down and die means, essentially. That is an unbelievable 2v4 for the second time.
Oh, man, these teams, tooth and nail at the moment between them. Not much to separate them whatsoever. Orgless taking another strat out of the playbook here. 3 towards 8. Aggressive they go. First few shots go in. Elevate going to be scared off for the moment. Gizmo going to draw first blood.
I love this from Orgless. They don't even throw a trophy system down on this play through lockers. They don't even throw any nades and let the Elevate know that they're there. It's just all our SMGs are going to go. But Weeman, as he stuck through, almost gets a double, gives essentially a chance for Elevate to tie things back up to a 2v2.
And Elevate should take this bomb away now. Just get it away to B. The quicker you make this rotation, the better, of course. Auglas, are they going to know about it, though? Denza's making a bit of a risky path here, straight to mid-map. Don't know if that's what I'd do, but then again, I'm not the one sitting here playing in the semi-final. The high prize pool tournament. This bomb will go down, and now it's about the retake here from Gizmo and Harry.
This is so tough because they know Bids is lurking over through the overpass. I mean, he's given some more space. He's actually now playing down low in the main concourse, but Orglis have to clear this, and this is not going to be a friendly point of contact for Orglis as they make their way up.
Oh, Bids! He gets the first kill, doesn't think the second is going to be there. Underestimates the teamwork of Orglis, and now 1v1 between Harry and Denza. Harry turns the corner. Has he seen him? No, Denza.
Wow.
Apparently, he's John Cena.
I'm just surprised that Denza even decides to take this peek. I mean, he's got the clock on his side, but he catches Harry at literally the exact right moment. If he peeks a second earlier, Harry's got a really good look at him. But regardless of the case, I mean, Orglis, once again, I have to give credit to the opening defense. It was really well positioned. They don't throw any nades through lockers. They don't even put a trophy system down. They just want to take the early point of contact with the SMGs, and they win it nicely. But Elevate's bounce back allows them a chance to get to that 2v2. And like you mentioned, you recover the bomb, you quick swing it. Really good adjustment coming out from Elevate to get the round back and also the lead. So now passiveness coming out from Orglis, knowing that they need to respond here. You don't want to go down 3-5. And it looks like this will be another setup for them over towards this A-bomb site.
Can they get it down? That's the question. Bids will have now spotted out the play. The trophy system's going to mitigate any utility thrown their way. This bomb will go down. Elevate just simply had no control over the site. Now they're going to need to pull off some form of retake here, Shift. Orglis, how well positioned are they for this? Hixie knows that Harry, or at least somebody, is going to be over towards the walkway. Instead, he's just going to go straight for it. And it's these kind of plays that really do make the difference. Hixie picks up one. The trades are in, though. Nasty gets that second. And the retake has fallen apart. Bids now 1 versus 3. Needs to pull off a miracle here. And Orglis playing together. Not going to let that happen. Not in a month of Sundays.
You almost felt like for a second, the timing was just perfect enough for Elevate to get the retake. Because you had one player for Orglis all the way in the back. That's Harry, number 7. You see him on the kill cam right here. He's supposed to be watching that train push through, but he gets caught looking, I think, over the middle of the map or towards the flank, just as Elevate make that little sneaky play to get up top into maps. The good news is Nasty responds to it absolutely flawlessly for 2 kills. We're tied back up again at 4, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Elevate kind of step on the gas a little bit more here again, see if they can catch Orglis off guard off of timing.
Well, we shall see. Orglis is going to send players straight through the mid-map here. It's a strategy. We've seen something like this before from Orglis. We'll see if it works out for them this time. Bids, does he know that there are players on the flank? I don't think he has a Scooby-Doo here, Shifter. He's going to be caught with his pants down, and there it is. Gizmo gets it done. Elevate now in a 2 versus 4. Never mind. All down to Hixie, the player that we've been gassing up quite a lot this season. A 1 versus 4 would be nice and dandy, wouldn't it? But Orglis, that's clean. That is really clean.
I love that from both sides because both teams are actually going into that 9th round saying it's time to hit the gas. I mean, both teams hit right through the middle of the map, just kind of down opposite lanes. And it's the simple fact that Orglis were able to take first blood away by finding it on the Elevate player that had snuck all the way through the map. So Bids' attention can no longer be on the flank. He has to help the front, knowing that all of the offensive aggression has been quelled. And that's when Orglis' long play through the middle comes by Bay. It finds a way to get up top. Gizmo gets the first, and then you see the action once more right through the window on maps. Easy second elimination. But if that first blood doesn't go the way of Orglis, that could have been a round that goes the opposite direction just simply because Bids has to turn his attention forward.
An insane search and destroy between these two at the moment. I'm enjoying every single second of this one, Shift. What do Elevate have for us now? They've got to win this round of 4, so round 11. And Orglis going to play this one super slow. Hixie gets some good timing, doesn't walk away with the kill though.
Oh, but the nade does find a 1-for-1. That's fine. That's his whole job right there, playing inside ticket, is to go 1-for-1. Elevate now know there are at least 2 members that are here. You've got a long flank developing for Denza, and for Elevate, you essentially have to wait for this flank to be in position before you go for this retake, and it's all going to be through the middle of the map. There's going to be such a good position for Orglis.
Nasty in the power position and put a stop to this play. Weeman's going to throw some shoulders. That should be the call to Denza to try and take Nasty down. He's the problem player here for Elevate, and this is exactly why Nasty gets it done. What can Bids do on the flank, though? That's the question. Nothing, as Vortex is watching it. Denza falls. Orglis, they take round 1 of the S&D Jousting tournament. They strike first here.
Unbelievable search and destroy, man. I mean, you could write a doctoral thesis on how both of these teams just played Express Search and Destroy round by round. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, the blind counters off the rip when it comes to Elevate. They were so prepared for Origlis, what they wanted to do in those first 2 rounds. What is their initial offense going to be? What is their initial defense going to be? Read it beautifully, counter-shredded it beautifully, but then round 3 and 4, Origlis say, hold on a second. You want to play a little bit fast and flashy? We've got something in store to counter that as well, and we get tied up through 4, and then just the chess game that develops. I mean, Steve-O's play right there saves another 2v4. I mean, that's the only play available. You have to get through and hope that you find a timing to get 2 kills. So, I mean, it's just all the things that we wanted to see when both teams found themselves kind of in trepidatious situations were absolutely unbelievable. What a fun search and destroy between both squads.
That's like, honestly, I feel like that's probably the best search and destroy that I've seen this season. And it didn't even go to round 11. It just, every single round was extremely close. Every single round we saw some kind of unique strategy coming out of Elevate and Orglis. And I feel kind of funny in a way because we've kind of been having this conversation about search and destroys this season about, well, there's not really much strategy in search and destroy. I mean, I know that's a kind of a viewpoint that some people have come up with. I definitely haven't said anything along those lines. But, you know, these guys just proved that is complete nonsense. I mean, just the amount of strategy we saw there, every single round was something different from those guys.
Yeah.
They really were. I mean, I think what we just saw there was the culmination of what Orglis and Elevate have been kind of boiling up over the last few months, which is really just trying to psych each other out, trying to get a best of one another, and a perfect search and destroy. Couldn't be happy with that shift.
Yeah, you got to give shout outs to the coaching staff for both teams.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's just part of the game at this level that we don't hear enough about. I mean, both of these coaches are so diligent about making sure their teams are as prepared as possible. And we got a really solid look at what exactly that comes to fruition with when you're in a major situation, playing up against a bitter rival. Big tip of the cap to both of those coaches behind the scenes, helping these guys get prepared. But now we turn our attention over to the key, which is map number 3, the control. Orglis have been so good in control throughout this stage. And how about this as an interesting statistic? We're getting raid, where if you're an Elevate fan, you're saying, wait, what? We haven't played raid all stage. It's been their go-to veto, and it makes you wonder, have they been trying to hold and hide stuff from potentially this Orglis squad, who are now going to be playing on their all-time favorite control map mode combination? They're 3-0 on raid so far through this stage, including 2 perfect runs, 3-0 versus GCPW, 3-0 versus Rejects earlier on in this group stage.
I mean, I just think generally, right, you need to pull something out of the hat here. If you're Elevate, you need to channel your inner magician, because in control, obviously, Orglis 6-1 throughout the regular stage here in stage number 5. And it's just been great control all around from this Orglis squad. For Elevate, you know, as a team that maybe control, even though they ended up going at the 4-4 of it right now, you know, I think as a roster, they are... It's their worst game mode, I would say, ironically enough, but they're not necessarily bad in it, right? They're not bad in control whatsoever. It's just you need to find some way to edge out Orglis here, and maybe going into a map that they haven't played before. Orglis, of course, we know that they rely on seeing the strategies of other teams. Maybe this is their way to say, look, well, you know, you haven't seen us play much of raid control.
Absolutely.
Try and get our strats here.
It has to be that way. I mean, because I mean, if I were to have put betting predictions down as far as what the map set would have looked like, you've got Elevate, who hard vetoed out raid all the way throughout the group stage, and then you've got Orglis, who hard vetoed out Garrison throughout the group stage. I thought for sure this was going to go to a checkmate. So the fact that we're actually going to get raid, you have to know that's not by accident. Elevate didn't just forget to ban away raid. Well, they have to have something ready to go. It's just really interesting to see that this is going to be that map selection, because we have not seen Elevate on this group stage play this map at all on broadcast, off broadcast, doesn't matter. They haven't played it. We've got no statistical background as far as what they've been able to do on this map throughout the 5th stage. So you have to know that they've got something brewed up. I'm just really, really curious to see what exactly they have in store for us versus an Orglis team that you know is going to feel very comfortable on this map.
I really want to believe that this is their strategy. I really do. I really want to believe, like, it's like Javid, who is Dareal, by the way, their coach. I really want to believe he's just like sitting there like some evil Emperor Palpatine, like, yes, this is my strategy all along. It would be beautiful. And if that's true, which, you know, we're not going to give you proactive ideas here to say that this was your strategy, but I really want to know, because it would be beautiful. And this is, of course, I mean, I know we've still got regional finals coming up very soon, and I know obviously that there are still going to be strategies that we won't see until those regional finals here in Europe Europe. But, you know, just given how much of a contestation point strategies in Search and Destroy, and even to an extent Hardpoint and Control have been this season, you have to imagine that we are going to see some stuff today, as we just did in the Search and Destroy, that we haven't seen before from these teams, and really what they've been holding for this very tournament. Because these are the teams, I mean, as far as, you know, your Kryptonite is concerned, for Elevate, August have been that pain in the backside all season long. That is just how it has been. And even for August, really, Elevate has been their hottest competition. You know, if I was to describe the number 1 and number 2 teams, I'm sorry, Mavericks and War, but right now it is August and it is Elevate.
It just kind of feels like both of the collection of those two teams find their rivals with their others, right? Like,
yeah, it's funny,
Elevate, Mavericks War, like that just kind of feels like how the conversation, the narrative has trended over the course of the year. Maybe we've kind of artificially built that because Mavericks War, Battle for Spain, you know, maybe a little bit of that. They've also kind of mixed around a couple of players between the two of them. So there's at least maybe some artificial buildup there, but, you know, I think that it does merit that storyline in a certain way because these teams have squared up against each other so often and typically in grand finals. So, I mean, it's just going to be really interesting, I think, to see how these unfold. You know, for Orglis, just kind of speaking to the large majority of it, you know, they are our winningest squad when it comes to these elite challenger stages, having won 2 of the 5 stages thus far, looking obviously for a 3rd, whereas Elevate have done much better in the opens, where they've actually won 2 of the open cups. So success for both squads, but we get on into it. We're going over to the raid control. First blood, good for Orglis, and the pressure on A already amounting for a first tick of progress.
Well, Elevate, they haven't stopped short of a grand final on every single elite stage they've appeared in so far. 2nd place every single time. Could this well be the moment at which it happens? They're still looking to get a win here versus August. And early on, interesting strategy coming out from Elevate. They've decided to allow August to pass, instead wanting to set up a preemptive spawn trap.
I actually kind of like this. Again, this is something we don't often see. I mean, Denza can also find some exit kills from behind, including Stevo right there. I don't know if you saw Gizmo kind of streaking down below, but yeah, Denza was thinking maybe there's an opportunity late into this one to actually retake the A site. One more fight to come through. Harry, good for it, and that's an extra 60 seconds early on the clock for Orglis, but a 2-life lead for Elevate after the opening exchange.
You don't want to let August filter any players through. This is going to be a problem for Elevate if they allow it to happen. Harry will fall. Good check there coming in from Biz to make sure that, well, there's no August players that have got past square one. Oh, it's Vortex. What is this path that he takes here? Vortex. 2 kills, absolutely huge. Throws out the stun, checks for more as Elevate spawn out towards basketball, but Vortex far from done on his barrage. He at the very least wants to help out his team before falling. He will do. And now August with some players in through. Gizmo, what can you do for us? Just kind of cause some problems. Nasty now in for the backup. August far from done here, Shift.
I love this from Orglis. Just don't even bother peeking if you're Gizmo and Nasty. You know that you're forcing Elevate to spawn all the way by Laundry. Just wait for help and then eventually peek with your approach. Stevo's going to try to get there. Even exchange going once more, but this time Gizmo, oh, not going to fall. Almost spoke it into existence, and he can actually finesse for a little bit longer.
I will fall, though. There will be a trade coming in here from Hixie in from behind. And now I'm kind of intrigued about the stabilization for Elevator. What do you do in this position? You need to get a player inside bedroom, ideally, so that Orglis don't have that opportunity open to get down that lane. But here they come. 4 men from Orglis. Straight down through pool. Harry and Nasty pick up the first couple of kills. Hixie and Denza in the mid-map here. They want to put together a pinch in from behind as Weeman and Bids spawn up over towards jungle. They need to get it done now, though. You don't want to give any tick aggression up towards the opposition here. Gizmo, the last player left alive, and he picks up 3! Orglis will now get an opportunity to try and capture this point here, Shift.
They can stack. They can absolutely stack. If you find this kill in a Denza, this round could be over. You've got to find a way to get a kill here for Elevate.
Gizmo is going to fall, though. Denza comes on through. He picks up 2. Biz with 1. Harry will fall. And Hixie has the final say. A moment away there from Orglis, from them capturing the point. And now down to their final set of respawns. That is a huge check from Nasty, making sure that Bids doesn't cause any issues. He could have been the catalyst for the round. And now Elevate. All things calm for the moment. They have 3 lives here, Shift. And Orglis, a push around the backline is potentially there.
Oh, but they've baited this. They're going right back through the middle of the map. You've got 2 Elevate members that are so focused on the flank. Hixie's going to get overwhelmed. He needs to find at least one. Not going to happen. It's a 2v5 on the site.
Denza and Weeman, what do you have for us in store? Weeman picks up 1. Denza, you need to play your life here, buddy. Weeman tries for it. He will go for it. It's still alive, is Weeman. Ends up falling now, just Denza. A 1 versus 3, 6.5 seconds on the clock. This tick progression is just so problematic for Denza, but he picks up 1. No more than that.
Wow.
August get it done. And really that first attempt there from August, so damaging to Elevate. They almost held on though.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's Denza, you mentioned it. He was working the middle of the map on this retake with Hixie, but Denza didn't want to do that. He wanted to go all the way through Art around the back to find a flank to, like you mentioned, try to find some control at Bedroom. But because the kills from Orglis from the front found both Elevate defenders, he has to bail on that play and rotate in with Hixie to try to find a way to contest from the flank, which is, of course, Red. And then beyond that, Orglis, they get that little bait and switch at the end where they show 3 members over through jungle and then say, nope, that's just a sleight of hand. We're going to come right back to the point. Elevate just get overwhelmed. Unbelievable offense from Orglis, and now it's on to Elevate to respond. And well, the opening exchange, near flawless. They go 3 for 1, just looking to clean up Harry. There it is, 4 for 1. Chalk up this A zone, it's already gone.
That's not bad, is it, from Elevate right off the bat here? August going to have to be relegated towards B. I don't think they're going to stop A anytime soon unless Elevate take this super slowly. If anything, though, I think if you're August here in this position shift, right, you kind of just want to prepare yourselves for that inevitable next push coming in from Elevate.
This is just really the question of what does Elevate want to do here, because you have Weeman who's trying to make sure Bedroom stays safe. So you feel like this is going to be a play around the extremities for Elevate where you try to put pressure on jungle and you put pressure back onto Bedroom to give yourself the setup. But Orglis able to deal with it pretty nicely. Kill for kill is more than fine for the defensive Orglis.
Pleds towards open step. August want to make sure that they eradicate Elevate before moving forward up the map. And well, there it is. All 4 players. August doing well here on the defense. Now, Elevate, they have quite a lot of time to work with. You do not want to be bullied into your spawn, though. You at least want to get some movement across the map.
I think they've got no mid-map pressure. I mean, this was such a brilliant retake from Orglis, knowing that they've got Harry in Bedroom. Everybody else can just focus on what's going on mid-map. And then once you win those gunfights, you just get yourself into individual power positions to contest wherever Elevate want to go next. I mean, this is such a really solid setup for Orglis. Now, Weeman has gotten through the back. He's going to have to make a play. He does get stun checked, so everyone's going to know that he's back here. And as they get the kills front side, you'll start to sniff him out, see if you can isolate this elimination. Ooh. It looks pretty good, but the help is there. That's going to be Denza working with Weeman around the back now.
And August are going to spawn over towards Laundry, so there is an opportunity here for Elevate. Provided they get rid of Harry, they should be okay. Gizmo also on the other side of the map, and Elevate should be fighting this from the August spawn. They do have somebody on it making progression. That's going to be Weeman. Vortex and Nasty should be close by, and you have to ask a question of when Harry will eventually come to actually play here in this position.
He's not going to need to unless they lose this player window. That's the thing. He can just sit here and keep zoning off the reinforcements. So, again, really good diligence from Harry. You even saw for a moment there, Weeman looking back up towards top Bedroom, just making sure if I can get an angle, I need to help that gunfight. So you can really just feel the pressure that that position from Harry will provide. I mean, he hasn't moved. I mean, he's providing turn down service. He's running this thing out as an Airbnb. I mean, he's the gatekeeper of everything going on. And Elevate are down 10 lives, 16 playing up against now 7, and only 37 seconds. This is a really hard-pressed position for Elevate to make this offense come through.
Elevate needs to do something. This is where you want to playbook in control, because August at the moment just controlling this game pretty perfectly. Denza will finally remove Harry from this Bedroom position. Little does he know, though, Nasty's about to take him out from behind, and, well, there is that gunfight. Hixie does trade that kill off. August, though, again, just what they've managed to do in this round so far. Elevate down to their last 4 lives. You need to pull off a miracle to win this round. And a pretty perfect offensive play also to boot. But Weeman a bit have picked up a couple of kills. 3 versus 11. Wouldn't this just be something for the history book shift?
Oh, it absolutely would, because Orglis are going to continue to have money pressure. I mean, good kills here from Bids, sure, but I mean, it's just so many angles that you still have to clear. If they had mid-map control, there's an actually realistic possibility that Elevate could actually secure this, but now you've got players on the flank, you got players coming through window. I mean, they're all over the place, Brody. Orglis eventually able to retake, and you have to just give credit to the fact that Orglis, yeah, you have to chalk up A maybe earlier than you would have liked off of the opening gunfights, but from there on out, they never gave control of Bedroom back. Outside of that moment right there from Hixie, when it's a 7 playing up against 17 or something. I mean, it's just the damage had already been done so heavily that there really was no recuperating it from Elevate. So now they need to find a way to win 3 in a row, and it all starts with this defense being put together here from Elevate.
I mean, this is right now for August. We were kind of maybe questioning a little bit, well, what are August doing so well in control to have the scorelines that we've seen from them so far? Because you and I haven't had the opportunity to cast over them this season thus far, right? And now I'm starting to understand it a little bit. August in control. They look composed, brilliantly put together are this squad. And look at this strategy right from the gate here. Back towards B they go. Can they get it done? That's the question. Hixie still the presence inside the window. We've now got Weeman trying to make his way through basketball. Auglis still on the point, though, just down to 2 players, now down to Gizmo. But that's not really a terrible thing for Auglis to be in because they can just go straight towards A.
Look, it's not bad for Auglis, but I would even argue that it's better for Elevate. I mean, you have to know when you get baited out in that 1-3 split off that Auglis put together that you're going to have to give away at least a tick of progress, which they do. And now you're in a position to where you can control mid-map. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure over towards A, but you could still fight this. If you find one elimination here from Denzer or Bids, you can reclaim this A site at the last second, but unfortunately the kills are not there, so Auglis do kind of essentially pull off what they were looking for. It's not exactly objective A. They do find kind of the B plan in the mix as far as how that setup works, and it does allow them a chance to now look at this B zone, only needing 2 ticks of progress and 2 minutes to do it.
Gizmo going to put up the first kill here against Weeman. Looking for number 2, and he gets it as well. Auglis, Venomous. I should say Gizmo here. Really doing all the work. Those 2 kills just really open up an opportunity. He will end up falling, so Auglis will have to kind of reset for the moment and go at this one again. Maybe not. If Nasty can cause some issues inside the kitchen. He picks up the first kill. Ring around the rosy. Jukes him out. Weeman, bye-bye. See you later. How nice having your ankles there. As Elevate now. Going to be grip coming off the rip. Auglis on this point shift. They could get it done here. Elevate looking for it. Hixie on the flank through open steps. He won't stop it. Gizmo, all you gotta do is just touch this point. Can Bids put a stop to it? Absolutely not. Auglis, they are done here on raid control. Let's get to the next hard point, shall we?
Yeah, Elevate, you might want to keep that one in the hard veto wagon. I mean, I'm not going to discredit them too much. This play from Nasty, I mean, he breaks ankles bad enough to where Weeman can wear his shoes on his opposite feet. I mean, this is an unbelievable play from Nasty, and what essentially wins the round. If Nasty falls there, Elevate have control of basketball, they have control of bedroom, or pardon, not bedroom, they have control of kitchen, and they're likely spawning at least in jungle. But because Nasty wins that gunfight, not only does it give mid-map control to Auglis, it forces Elevate to spawn all the way back by Laundry. And you saw Nasty able to double collide up onto Weeman for 2 straight lives. That's what essentially wins them the round. I mean, that is an unbelievable control from Auglis' standpoint. So many things just going right. And even in that final round, that little 3-1 split off, it's something we saw Paris do really early on in the CDL, and it worked out really nicely for him. The whole objective is find 2 ticks of progress at least on B. Auglis don't get that. And you think for a second that Elevate are actually going to be able to battle back pretty nicely because they've got good mid-map control. They're starting to come back over towards A to contest with the driveway spawns that Auglis are naturally going to get. But again, Auglis just know exactly what's to come. And that's one of the things we talked about a lot throughout the community stream when we watched over this EU region with teams like GCPW and Belgium Power. The first dimension of their hits looked good, but when things started to go wrong, they didn't have a second or a third dimension. We just saw a second, third, fourth, and fifth dimension out of Auglis throughout this control. Unbelievable stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, when we were halfway through that control, really, I mean, again, we didn't really know what to expect. You and I, obviously, we've seen Auglis play control since they've been on stream a couple of times this season. Beyond that, we haven't really seen much of them because, again, you and I haven't had the chance to cast them.
Yeah.
And now we know. Now we know what Auglis are like in control. Calm, Cool, Collected, their teamwork is impeccable. Just like in terms of map control, you know, knowing and trusting each other with the map positioning, it's almost perfect in a way. I cannot think of a single flaw with the way in which they played that control. And I also want to say as well, in a way, it kind of reminds me of the first hard point because Elevate didn't do that much wrong, really.
No,
they
really.
just simply couldn't find the kills that were necessary to make the breaks. It wasn't happening.
That's the reason that I really love control. And one of the reasons that I kind of look back at domination last year, I know it was kind of, you know, the ugly stepchild of the competitive modes from last year in a lot of people's eyes, but those little gunfights mean so much to the entire integrity of the round. I love being able to see things like that. Like the same situation, just to kind of exemplify it one last time before we talk Garrison, that play from Nasty is round changing. The fact that he finds 1 extra kill in any other mode, I think the average spectator would be like, oh, he finds an extra kill. Like, it was a cool kill. Awesome. Great job. But the things that happen because he wins that gunfight are so instrumental to Auglis being able to find that slight advantage to eventually close things out. I love moments like that. So, you know, that's my little nerdgasm for the moment. But now we look forward to Garrison for the hard point. Hey, both teams have been pretty good at this map, largely speaking. 1 loss for each of them. But Elevate, this has been one of their best overall outside of the checkmate hardpoint. This Garrison has also been very good for them. So hopefully they can kind of find a way to reprise what they did versus Timor yesterday, which was a 250-79 beatdown. So that's what they're looking for, to try to get this double hardpoint win and then send it to a raid search and destroy to finish this off on map 5.
I'm not going to lie, guys, and you can, spam bias in the chat. I kind of want a game 5 here. I'm not going to lie. I want a game 5. Yeah, I would. And the reason I want it is because the strats from game 2 were just insane. Seeing sort of these teams duke it out on that setting is incredible to me. Garrison hardpoint, though, you talk about the fact that Elevate are so good at this map, and we've seen them play it countless times throughout their appearances through stage 2 to stage 5. And they are very, very good at this map. And something that really makes them so good at this map is just the AR control that Weeman is able to bring to the table. Also Bids as well, but of course he's more of an aggressive AR, being the flex player for this team. But you get Weeman up on bridge, it's a problem that even a team like August would be struggling to deal with, and that allows, of course, so much SMG pressure to build up from Denzer and Hixie, since Weeman essentially, just for the way that Garrison is set up as a map, by the way, Weeman's able to control the entirety of the mid map, and it's a problem for August. Might be able to deal with here, of course, because they have their own AR pressure in Gizmo and Harry.
I think that the best way to look at this Garrison hardpoint, if you missed map 1, the same storylines, I think, are going to be the conversation points going into map 4 here. And those being, Elevate were so good at manipulating the back 15 seconds of a prior hardpoint into the opening 20 of the next. That string of about 30 seconds between hardpoints, they were so good at controlling the tempo, the pace, and eventually the map manipulation to give them favorable looks at a couple of key hardpoints that they were able to score on. That's the big key. Orglis had to try to break from the front on checkmate almost every single hill that we saw, save maybe 1 or 2. And those hills were not money hills that they had setups for. I saved that. There was actually one P2 that they had control of the initial setup, but everything else, Orglis had to break. And those seem like very one-dimensional conversation points, but at this level, that's everything, right? I mean, winning rotational timings on maps like Garrison is the map. So that's what I'm looking for when it comes down to map number 4 here between these two squads. Can Elevate keep the control that they did on checkmate versus this Orglis squad? On the flip side, can Orglis find a way to respond to those timings and actually give themselves a favorable look at some of those big hard points that we come to expect here in Garrison?
I think that's an interesting point, actually, because there is a point at which, right, that everything gets so complex about the strategies involved here with these hard points, these controls, these search and destroys, that eventually it does just boil down to where you're actually just out-strategizing one another, and it is just coming down to the 50-50 gunfights. And a lot of the time, especially down to, as you say, the map number 1, that is just exactly what happened, right? The rotations were really good from both teams. It was just who managed to win out on those rotations. And, well, it was Elevate every single time, basically. So, yeah, Elevate at the very least. I think they will be feeling a little bit more relaxed coming into this matchup, just because of the fact now that they've already taken map number 1. They already know they can take a hard point off this team. So they've done it once. Now you just got to do it again, albeit on a smaller map. In the form of Garrison. But again, I think for me here, this big battle when it comes to just given how small Garrison is going to be, there are some seriously talented SMG players across the board here between these two teams. Like, there's been a lot of discussions, I think, generally in terms of challenges this year about players to look out for going forward in the future. And there are players in this lobby which I have no doubt in my mind CDL teams will be keeping an eye on going forward. Players, for me, if I was to specifically call out ones like Nasty last season, you have to remember that Nasty was very close to being on a CDL team anyway. Like, he was actually picked up by the Royal Ravens. I have no doubt that Nasty could hang in the CDL. Gizmo, another player that's made some serious impressions this season. Like, there are just so many players in this matchup that honestly insanely talented. I'm so excited to see how this one kind of boils down here, Shift.
Yeah, I don't know if they make these in industrial size, but we need a spotlight that just encompasses all 8 players.
Yeah, everybody.
There's no individual that I can sit there and point out over another. I mean, all of these guys have seen extensive high-level competitive experience, including a lot of players that actually did make Black Ops 4 CWL champs and did very, very well there. I mean, surprising teams like Gen G being able to make it into the playoff bracket out of groups. I mean, their storylines are just, there's too many to pick between. So yeah, I agree. I think that, we saw even Ali posted it on Twitter yesterday talking about how there are so many talented players in Europe that even she feels like are not getting the kind of conversation that they deserve. And I agree with her. I think that all of these players have a chance to really kind of showcase themselves. I'm glad that you brought up up the conversation around Nasty, but I think we'd be remiss to not talk about the fact that Gizmo was on the same come-up year as a player like Afro, and we're seeing what Afro is able to do on a team that is, struggling, but still individually playing very, very well. I mean, this goes to show that any of these guys can do the exact same thing, if not more than that, given the opportunity. So hopefully, this Challenger season has provided them an opportunity to have more favorable conversations surrounding them going into next year, because who knows what's going to happen for some of the teams that are going to miss out on playoffs this year for the CDL. I hope that they all get realistic looks. And then, of course, beyond that, hey, we got in-audience perspective coming up for CWL or CDL playoffs. That could mean that Challengers next year very well could see some more of those LAN events and those local competitions to, again, heighten the experience and just the conversation around these 8 guys.
Well, regardless of what happens, the future of all players in this lobby is bright, but right now they're going to be focused on the here and now, just looking to win this Garrison hardpoint. Of course, for Elevate, this would send this match to a Game 5, which is, I think, what everybody wants, considering just how this stage number 5 has gone for the top teams here. Everybody inside the top 4 at the end of the season, at the end of the stage, the end of the regular stage, I should say, they all went to Game 5s with various teams. It was an insane regular stage, but we're here now in the knockout stage, in the playoff stage, and Elevate now looking to start strong in this hardpoint.
How about the setup? Bids comes out of spawn with an SMG. So you want to talk about the ability for him to get aggressive, even more so than he's got a sub in his hand. Unbelievable stuff. Love the setup from Elevate, again, spawning from the kind of unfavored side, if you want to call it that, here on Garrison. They get the pressure that they want. It gets them early time, but beyond that, they can continue to push very aggressively through these high grounds, or maybe even get through lights, trying to flip these spawns around.
Elevate doing well at the moment to hold on to this time. Of course, August, I think, will be more focused on the fact here that they want to make sure they do not lose spawns for next, because, of course, this is the kind of map which can snowball out your control very quickly. And as for August here on this push in, that is a great position to be in, because they get that scrap time and they force Elevate to spawn out for P2.
I'm going to challenge all of you watching at home to really pay attention in the back 15 seconds of the hill and then the initial first 15 seconds of the one to come, because that's the 30 seconds that Elevate were dominating on Checkmate. This is already a better start. Orglis able to kind of salvage the back scrap time of P1, have a really solid look at what happens here for the second hard point, and even though you do have Elevate trying to sneak around the back to influence some spawns, they're without time, and Orglis are going to take a very early advantage because of it.
August will be here for this rotation. How to Elevate approach this one? Hixie needs to make this push in. Denza also here. He gets taken down. So this is going to be Hixie. Going to go for the shoulder play. Will get taken down. August, of course, ready for it. But Elevate not going to give this one up just yet. I think with 15 seconds, it would probably be a good idea for Elevate to just give this up. You do not want to give this rotation over towards August.
And I love that. This is such good management from Elevate. They know that, okay, back 15 seconds, pretty negligible. It's still early days when it comes down to this hard point. Let's not get too loosey-goosey here. So they do win the exchange across the middle of the map. They're going to open up the first 20 seconds very favorably, and I'm really curious to see how Orglis are going to try to break here. You know that they want to try to play for spawns, so expect this play through the middle of the map to be where their primary focus is initially, but as it gets cut a little bit short, it Denza finds 2. Now it's going to have to pretty much be everything defaulting to being hit from the front.
Elevate, you need to get this time. You cannot afford to give it away to Auglis. Denza wants to fight for it. Looking to get these kills in the front. Both Vortex, Harry, and Nasty all here. There's one for Denza. Looking to play his life for the second. Turns around to get it, but absolutely not. That nade just caused too much damage. And there it is. You call it right. Shift, spawn flip, Elevate. Going to be spawning out on the other side. So August should get this scrap time.
That's an unbelievable hit from the front for Orglis, and credit for Stevo. He's 11-5 to start, but he finds 1 kill on the part that actually forces Elevate to get rid of tools and only focus on the front. But cognizantly, you don't want to give up with tools. You need to be continuing to look at it, because it's not often that you see a team full flood from the front. So Orglis created a little bit of space off of 1 single kill from Stevo in the front by that green wall. It allows them a chance to get in for the scrap, flip the spawns, and now have a really good exit to actually look at this opening time on the 4th hill very favorably.
August at the moment in the lead, and they're in this game. Elevate gonna get the wave of kills, though. That'll be more than helpful in terms of getting some of this time. If you want to get somebody in the hill, though, Elevate, that'll just be fine and dandy. Bids finally comes to pick up the rest of this time now, and August, I think we'll at least give this one more glance before focusing on this rotation. How to Elevate deal with it? That's going to be the question. Hixie in the mid-map, spots down both Harry and Nasty, just trying to throw some shoulders at the moment, and there's the first kill comes in against Nasty. Harry, still in the vicinity, still looking to cause some issues. He will actually do so. Hixie tries to play him here, will get the first kill. Hixie doing a good job of playing a ring around the Rosie, but the problem is, while Hixie's done all this, Elevate just lost the gunfights and lost control of the hill.
This is interesting. Hixie's going to take a long route around the back. This is all about Elevate trying to clear the middle of the map first. I mean, yes, the 5th hard point's going to be opening up right in front of Stevo, but Elevate want to make sure that they're clearing the middle of the map, and then they can potentially put on a bit of a spawn trap. But just before this 5th hill opens, Orgleth's going to split spawn, so the pressure to Elevate is actually, again, going to amount pretty heavily. Gizmo up top, getting help from Nasty, and all of a sudden, Elevate's entire play with Hixie going around the long flank behind has completely been thwarted. And now Orgleth's have a chance with a couple more kills to actually look at this 5th hill extremely favorably, but still the kills for Elevate are keeping this pretty heavily contested.
August looking to get some kills here. Elevate again, they need this time to stay on board with August in this game. They're doing a good job at the moment. All the kills are going their way. Harry tries to make a path through Satellite. That's not going to happen as he gets shut down by Hixie. And Elevate for the moment, I think, is more than content to just take this scrap time, and will now be focusing on the push through to green to try and get control of the next hard point. But for Hixie and Bids at the moment, kind of scared off there by the nade.
Oh, very much so. And again, that was a really tug-of-war 5th hard point coming through. Elevate are actually able to salvage the situation very nicely to the point where they actually technically win this first rotation of hills. I mean, it's 2 seconds, so we call it what it is. It's a dead even game. We've got ourselves a very back and forth affair. Both teams really going hit for hit, blow for blow with one another. But Orgless, really good control of the middle of the map here. They can get back onto this hard point and again, try to get to the point where they can actually get to the 100-point mark first. But you can definitely tell, yeah, the objective is fine and dandy, but we need to make sure we have good controls before we can actually play for the time. And even still, a lot of this hardpoint time is going to go neutral. I mean, I don't mean to bring it up too early, but we only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds with the game time to go, and we're just got past the 100-point mark. This very well could come down to game time if things don't change.
It's been a super tense game so far between August and Elevate. A lot of contention, especially over here towards P1. Denza going to get off for the moment, go towards Rat. Gizmo will get control of the hill. Just 13 seconds left, though. We shift our attention over towards this rotation. Nasty already over here, sitting on the heady on the Satellite truck. Bids, of course, now has been spotted out. And for Elevate, it's about making this mission from behind, but Hixie picks up 2. Nasty's going to get flooded. Not a chance. And Elevate now will be coming in here to get this time on this hard point.
Hixie just got blessed with a spawn that you would have thought would have been the most unfavorable thing in the world, but Orgla spawned right in front of him, and they're so focused on rotating through the old time, no one looks behind them, and why would you? So essentially, you've got one member of Orglas by themselves, no chance in a 1v multiple, but Hixie finding 2 creates so much time, and now Orglas really only have one good play to hit this from the back, otherwise we're going to have to flood from the front. And while Stevo and Harry, they're doing what they can. Denza actually gets beat up a little bit here. Bids will find the trade with Weeman, and Elevate will salvage the back time, and it looks like Orglas are going to probably have to scrap this back 20 seconds and try to play for the rotation because they're spawning all the way out in Egypt right now.
Ah, man, if Denza could have got that first kill there, that would have been absolutely huge, but Hixie still has an opportunity here. Harry doesn't check that corner, and that's huge kill from Hixie coming in. August, though, still have quite a bit of pressure. Luckily for Elevate, it's going to be Harry spawning out on the other side of the map. Where does this player spawn? Nice play from Vortex there. Holds his kill cam to make sure he spawns in on the new hardpoint. But Elevate, far from done here. Inside this hill, Gizmo picks up 2 huge kills. Vortex in from behind to clean up shop, and August, they have control.
That's brilliant. And now Nasty's in the middle of the map. He can actually continue to force Elevate to spawn all the way backside of the second hard point, which is not where you want to be. Especially with only 35 seconds up in this hill. Elevate, I mean, they have to either chalk this up and play for exit kills and be okay with Orglas retaking the lead, or they need to try to hit this. And I think those 2 kills from Nasty may have just made the decision for them. Denza might be able to get a look at this with Weeman, and it looks like Elevate with these kills will try to challenge some of the scrap time, but you've got number 7 of Stevo spawning out. Orglas can just essentially be okay with this and play for the rotation to new.
Yeah, I mean, this is a risky last 15 seconds or so for Elevate, right? Yes, you don't want to give this time away, but you also need to be very careful that that player spawning out, of course, Vortex, doesn't cause some issues on this next rotation towards this hard point. Elevate, they're over here. Vortex, what damage can he do? Weeman's going to win the gunfight. Okay, Vortex not causing problems, but now Harry and Gizmo through ammo can cause some problems of their own, and Elevate not able to deal with all these angles from Orglas.
Harry, you monster. He turns around and reads the spawns from Elevate. I would have thought for a second that Orglas were going to be so focused on the top high ground that they would have missed the spawn from Elevate, but Harry turns around, gets the information, and Orglas can really reap the rewards here, pending they can find this kill onto Bids. He stuck around long enough, but Gizmo does trade things out, and that is a beautiful play from Harry just to read where the spawns are coming from Elevate.
This game could not be any closer at the moment, Shift. August, just 20 seconds here, more time, and at this point, that is a lot of time to get a lead over Elevate, given just how close this game has been thus far. Gizmo looking for some more kills inside green, will get one, turns for Denzer on the bridge, gonna have to back away from it at the moment. Weeman in from behind will take him down, and now August, I mean, while they have given themselves what I would consider to be a solid lead here in this hard point, it's all about this rotation. Elevate, how much damage can they do? Harry and Vortex already spawn out towards the yard. Elevate now inside, now looking for this first wave of gunfights.
I don't know if anyone reads that Nasty's coming from behind. He's going to open this play up. Elevate, we're trying to set up a spawn trap. Nobody reads that Nasty spawns in the way back. He comes forward to find 2 kills and potentially salvages not just the hard point, but the spawns for Orgless. Elevate were in a brilliant spot to put him in a spawn trap, but Nasty's spawn out doesn't get read. He finds 3, and now he's earning time for his squad over 200 points.
And this is the moment where August can really separate themselves away from Elevate. Nasty, oh my goodness, almost gets a 4th there. Doesn't happen, but August nonetheless, it doesn't matter if Nasty gets those kills or not, they're still soaking up crucial time. And really at this point, this is the moment where we say here on the casting desk that Elevate cannot make any more mistakes, because one more mistake, one massive one, could cost them this game. Elevate now on this rotation. August got to make one push here through green, and credit to Elevate. They do recognize it, but actually they don't recognize the players coming in through brown. Some kills coming on through here. Vortex in from behind, able to pick 1, but Gizmo with 2, and that alleviates the pressure. August now allowed some pressure onto the hard point. Nasty flies through, picks up 1 in also with his teammate in Harry. Has the support here. August can no longer finish it on this hard point shift.
Oh, this is such a brilliant recovery though from Orgless. Nasty tries to make another long flank, and Elevate say, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. And it gives them a really good look to 50-50 battle for the scrap time of this hard point. But now all of a sudden, as they lose some of these 1v1s, they are in a really trepidatious spot. You've got to make a play. You've got number 7 of Steve-O up top. You got Nasty on the point, and Elevate spawning all the way out from the second hard point. They need to cleanly push through this.
This needs to be a perfect break. This needs to be a perfect break coming in here from Elevate. August already picked those first couple of gunfights. Gizmo with the second as well. Elevate will spawn out over towards generators. They need to do this now. One perfect push, and Nasty with 3! He comes through, and August off the back of that play. There is nobody here to put a stop to this, surely. Can somebody touch? Absolutely not. August deny Elevate their first Challengers Elite Grand Final in the final Challengers Elite of the season.
Unbelievable moments of recognition from Orgless in the end. It starts with Harry reading the spawns behind P3 from Elevate. It gives Orgless a chance to set themselves up to deal with it around the 4th hill, and then going over to the 5th hard point. Nasty spawns out. Nobody from Elevate expects that whatsoever. He comes forward for 3, eventually puts himself on a 5 spree, and then of course at the very end, Nasty doing nasty things. I don't think you could have set up the storyline around Nasty any better right there, Brody. He absolutely becomes the key player in the end to win the game and steal away from the clutches of Elevate what was hopefully going to be a map number 5. What an incredible series. But like we mentioned, it's a single elimination style playoff bracket, and Elevate have now been eliminated. They will sit in that top 4 position, where now Orgless will have to wait for the winner of Mavericks versus Teamwork coming up next to determine who will be the champion of Stage 5.
And that's what I mentioned, right? Elevate, I kind of touched upon it there. This is their first Challengers Elite stage since they were formed back in Stage 2, where they failed to reach the grand final. And, well, it's kind of sad in a way, isn't it? Because this Elevate roster, they are so talented. And you have to imagine that maybe if they were to face Mavericks or Team War, they might not be out at this stage. Nonetheless, I will say, before we really talk about why August succeeded there in that hard point, I do want to say that Elevate, we know they've been putting quite a lot of time into their strategies, and that has definitely shone through here today throughout every single map, particularly the Search and Destroy. Incredible strats from those guys, and even in that hard point as well. Fundamentally speaking, Elevate did no wrong.
No, not at all. I think it's just, we framed up that hard point with who was going to win those 30 seconds in between the hard points on the rotations, and Orgless was able to battle so much stiffer than what they were able to put together on Checkmate, and that's a key reason. Yes, there's a couple of really beautiful reads coming out to know where exactly Elevate are spawning, a couple of extra reads where Nasty gets around the back of the play. So many little things, again, just making the difference maker overall. But like we mentioned, Orgless 3-1 in our first winner semifinal. They get into the grands. But coming up next, it's a battle for Spain for what feels like the 20 millionth time. It's going to be a good one. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back right after this with Team War and Mavericks right at the backside of the break. Welcome back, everybody. Our first semifinal here in the Stage 5 European playoffs has come and gone. Orglis taking a 3-1 victory, although a narrow one, versus Elevate to get to be our first team in the grand finals. But now we go over to another battle for Spain, as Team War will be squaring up against Mavericks for what feels like the millionth time. And, well, Brody, I mean, the storylines here, I have to say, you look at Mavericks first and foremost, they were pristine throughout the group stage, went flawless 7-0, only dropping 9 maps along the way, and their search and destroy, a major reason why they were able to do it.
Absolutely, it was. Look at their search and destroy record, 9-2 coming into this weekend or this week, sorry. And yeah, there's been a reason for that. I mean, they're just teamwork on the search and destroy game mode. Mavericks have just looked so good there. That being said, Team War, they do come into this series with some strengths of their own. Their hardpoint and control has just been great this season.
Oh, it's been unbelievable. I mean, their hardpoint has been, without question, I would say, probably the best overall through Europe. And even their respawn, I think, just cumulatively beyond that, I think you could definitely say that's the case, because they've only dropped a single control map. But beyond that, I would just say I think the biggest storyline for Team War is just the general recovery that they've had this stage. After a very poor performance in Stage 4, they bounce back, they find their way back to the green stuff here in Stage 5. I know that Kevin Pichardo wishes he had more percentages of fairways and regulation that his team has win percentage this stage. So now we're back into it, and Team War are going onto a very favorable hardpoint. Their Apocalypse has been very good throughout the stage so far in the group stage.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Now, I will say one thing, you know, Mavericks on this map, theoretically speaking, they should be probably the most proficient team we have here on Apocalypse, just because their SMG presence is absolutely insane. You know, looking this season at what maybe Vickle and Eric Boom as a duo have been able to do. Ironically enough, I think maybe Yakko leaving the squad might well have been the best thing to happen to Eric Boom, because he's back with his teammate in Vickle.
Yeah, he's been really, really solid and kind of a surprise. I think is kind of the best way to putting it, is we do get through the first half of this hard point on hill number 1. Team War finding every single second, but the pressure for Mavericks is coming around the back. Yakko is so slippery, finds himself 4. He's eventually going to get overwhelmed, then Mavericks will have a chance to flip the spawns around, but they haven't been able to convincingly do that as of yet.
It's just Vickle and Sukri over here for the moment. Eric Boom and Super should be able to make their way over sooner rather than later, but War already building up some pressure in the backline. It's going to be Lucky and Journey. Lucky's going to fall. Journey next up to the chopping block, potentially trying to make his way on through. Sukri will pick up 1 and a second as well. Nice kills from Sukri. The problem, however, is that Sukri still haven't eliminated the presence from Team War over here inside the hard.
Really scrappy on this hill so far. I mean, both teams kind of getting 6 of one, but missing half a dozen of another when it comes to actually winning this hard point, including just kind of split spawns away from this hill completely. So once again, Team War, after their steep success on the first hard point, continue to put up fights. This lane, Journey finds 4! Quad feed for Journey, and Team War a 50-point lead through 2 hills.
Those are bloody rare. Journey picks up 4. Team War now exploding early on here in the hardpoint. I'm starting to get a good idea here, Shift, why Team War are so good at Apocalypse hardpoint. That is just crazy from Journey. Now continuing this snazzy spree as we turn our attention over towards the rotation. War, technically speaking, already have some presence over here, and that's a pretty nice spawn as far as they're concerned, as they already make their way over. Journey looking for kill number 6, will still find it. So his journey for these streaks, not over just yet.
Oh, but he's gotten the read on Vickle. Nowhere for him to go. Has to take the gunfight. Journey. Undeniable. 7 straight for him. Even gets a read on where number 8 could be, but Sukri eventually taking him down. But 6 seconds is all that Team War have given up so far on the scoreboard. And Lucky doesn't seem like he wants to give up too much more of that. 30 seconds to play for here outside the trench, and now he's finding himself streaking a bit with 3 in a row.
And Maverick still can't afford to get in this hard point. Michael's going to go down. This is incredible stuff here from Team War, sorry. They are completely suppressing Mavericks. It doesn't even feel like they've had a touch on the hard point whatsoever so far. You'd imagine that is going to change soon, though. We turn our attention over towards the rotation. Lucky picks up yet another kill. If he gets a kill here onto Vickle inside the hard point, I would be absolutely shocked. There is certainly no way that Mavericks do not get some time off the back of this hard point.
He's still alive in the back. He's putting so much pressure on, and the streaks, I think, are being called in. They will. So the hit coming through Cave, that's going to be freed up by the artillery strike. But again, you just never want to be hitting through Cave. Even if you do get clearance on the point, there's just so many angles you can watch this from for free. So Mavericks, able to come back into this game, at least marginally for now. They need to find a full 60 here, though, and win the rotation to get this back to level.
Indeed they do. Maverick's going to be happy to soak up this time for the moment. Oh, that would have been a nice kill from Eric Boone. Doesn't get it, though, as Journey comes in with the denial. And now, Mavericks going to have to focus on the fact that they've lost their rotation in from behind. War actually want this time, and to be fair, I don't blame them for it whatsoever, because theoretically speaking, they should spawn in for the new hard point. That's exactly what they've done, as Journey and Lucky pick up yet another 2 kills. Journey with yet another one. This man is absolutely snapping in this game thus far. Mavericks need to put a stop to this right now. They are bleeding pretty heavily.
I don't know if you can cauterize this one. I mean, this is just the Journey show. Kyle and Shane, I think we could probably just dedicate, Journey Cam for the rest of this map, because he's 16-7, like you mentioned. He's working for more streaks. How about him? There's one. There's two. Just turn it off. Just turn off the stream. It's just the Journey show. Nothing is going against him at all. This is just undeniable.
Oh my goodness me, Journey!
No.
Somebody stop him!
Nope.
Somebody stop Journey! Okay, look, if he would have got 10 there, I don't think I could have handled it. Journey will finally get shut down, but at this point, that's the damage done. That's yet another streak already earned here for Journey. War have got themselves a hell of a lead. Mavericks, put something together now, please! No! Never mind! Yakko with 3! He's not going to get a 4. Fakel will come in and pick up yet another kill here, and finally some time on the hill, but that's minuscule at the moment. That's negligible if you're a Team War. You don't care. I don't care.
Well, this cruise missile timing is really interesting, and it actually does pan out pretty nicely. He gives a little bit of help to Yakko, who's trying to make sure things stay safe on this rotation over towards not just the first hard point, but of course over towards Temple, which is of course the coveted side. And Yakko does find the final kill with the Semtex, and now we go back to the Journey show, 20-9. And on this episode of Journey Dominates Mavericks, we'll see him just taking over the first hard point, because why not?
Oh, goodness me. Can we renew this for a new season? Journey doing pretty well at the moment on Team War, and, well, 21-10. The stats absolutely show it as Mavericks. They simply can't find a way in. And the scary thing is here, Shift, you look at the next hardpoint potentially coming up as well. Team War, they have the better side of the map. They're getting all of these gunfights. Mavericks, I mean, how do you even find a way back into this game if you're Mavericks right now, Shift?
Part of me wants to say you just don't. But here's the thing. You just have to essentially do whatever the equivalent of double teaming Journey is going to be on these rotations. So you're going to see just more investment in numbers. Mavericks knowing they just got to play the trade game a little bit better. And this is already a better start. So now you've got some pressure over towards this right side of the minimap. It's going to force Team War to spawn out. The thing is, you have to convincingly win this hard point. That's the big thing. You've got to find a full 60 here to even start talking about the word comeback.
Well, indeed you do. And that's not a great start, is it? As War able to get the hardpoint control, and Fecal going to be in the backline here. Looking to put some pressure together, but Yakko is there. He picks up one. Nice bait and switch coming in. That's so well played. From a teamwork perspective, Team War are locked in at the moment. And the thing is as well, even though Team War cannot win here, Mavericks still need to give this one more go. How do you even go about this? Yakko's... what?
Dude, these SMGs for Team War are literally the closest thing to unkillable I've ever seen in this title. I mean, it's just anytime they find themselves in a gunfight, they find one, damage onto the second, and then once they even take a couple of shots, they back up, play their life, and then they go finish off the second themselves. They're just not dying. They cannot be eliminated. It's unbelievable. And Lucky's just kind of watching this from above, the solo AR. Like, I'm just happy to be here. Like, I'll play the rotational timings if you guys are going to keep finessing like this, and just chalky. Let's go. What's map 2? Standoff? All right, we'll see you there, because this has been an unbelievable display from Team War.
Wow. I rarely am I speechless, and you know this well, Shift. Right there, I am bewildered as to what on earth just occurred. I mean, obviously, we're about to break this down, but War had their way. What we will see is this 4K from Journey right out the gate as well. How on earth he doesn't die there, I'm not entirely sure. I think we need to check Journey to make sure he hasn't got superpowers of any kind, because that was just insane.
Yeah, Journey very good, but something not right. Need to check PC, something like some copy pasta like that. Unbelievable stuff. It's just the simple fact that none of these SMGs were dying, man. Look how long Yakko finesses here. He even stays alive through that third elimination, by the way. It's just... oh man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you want to check? Do you want to bet some COD points here as to whether or not Mavericks actually appear here in the replay? I'm not entirely sure, just given how dominant that was.
This is essentially just a hoop tape for Journey, realistically speaking, because I mean, this is just, wow. I don't mean to make it sound like we're lost for words because it doesn't often happen like you mentioned, but this is a very special display of SMG gunplay from Team War. We don't see this all that often.
Well,
and that's not to take anything away from Mavericks. Like, they just could not win a gunfight, man. I mean, these SMGs are so slippery. How fast they kill and then just how they stay alive beyond that is unbelievable. I mean, Jako's finesse is some of the best that I've seen in this title across all levels. He just does not die. It's unbelievable stuff from Team War right there.
And I think, one of the things that I was actually going to, point out here before we got into the match in terms of preamble and such, and really what the keys to victory are for these two squads. As for War, it's shutting down the SMGs of Mavericks. And I kind of did allude to this at the very start of the map that, in a way, the roster change for Mavericks was actually kind of beneficial because it enabled, of course, Beekle to bring himself into the roster in place of Yako, of course, left them for War.
Yeah.
And, as a result of that roster change, you get this sort of this Beekle and Eric Boom duo back together again, this dynamic SMG duo that's so deadly. They weren't in map number 1. I don't know who replaced them. I don't know whether Eric Boom or Beekle decided to get their sisters or somebody in their family to come play for them in map number 1. But honestly, I mean, they might as well have been because War were just shutting them down. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way to those players. They couldn't get anything going because they were getting shut down and every single time they wanted to.
I don't know who you could have brought in to meet up against the power that we just saw from Yako and Journey specifically, but even beyond that, Metals is a part of that conversation too. The SMGs were just not falling whatsoever. But now here's the scarier news. You're going into standoff, and we've been praising Mavericks on their search and destroy. It's the reason that they went flawless this year. A lot of map 5 wins that they were able to clutch up on. But standoff, Team War have been looking unbelievable on this map mode combination lately. 6-3 win versus Belgium Power, 6-2 win versus GCPW, their most recent. The only losses that you could speak of are round 11s versus Mavericks and round 11 versus Orglis. Everything else has been near flawless, and the way they take over the map is by far one of the most successful reasons of why Team War has been so successful on standoff. So for Mavericks, yes, you're going to be feeling favorable at going to search and destroy, but this is going to be a really true test for you because this Team War squad is really, really good at standoff.
I mean, I'll put it like this, right? Proper and I were watching the game last night, and of course, guess what? War got to play Standoff Search and Destroy in their final match of the night, and I just said there, like, why are people still playing War on Standoff Search and Destroy? They are so good at this map. Well, we'll see whether or not Mavericks have an answer to War on this map, because they're quite good at it. Super are going to draw first blood here. And Journey in the mid-map has an opportunity to equalize. Does put out Eric Boom, of course, throwing some shoulders. And that's the kind of aggression that you just love to see from Journey. He's not giving up.
That's a heat check moment for Journey. Like, I don't have the angle, but I'm just going to slide shell, see what happens. But Eric Boom will push them back just a touch. You have to give credit, though, I think, just to how Team War continue to finesse on the middle of the map. I mean, it's just, what in the world? Journey and Yako take challenges they've got no business challenging, and they find 2 kills individually. Now we're down to a 3v2. Team War in the favor for the numbers.
Journey's not dead. How is Journey not dead here? I don't understand it anymore. I don't get what's going on in life. Sukri 1 versus 3. Got a lot to do here in round number 1. If he does it, this would be a splendid start of the game for Mavericks. Almost thinks about a re-challenge there for the second, but will back away, smartly so. And this will give War some room to breathe, enough to get this bomb down now, Shift. And really, for Sukri, how do you go about retaking this? The first few shots will go in for Lucky, and that's kind of unfortunate in a way that he doesn't actually end up grabbing that gunfight, because, of course, now it alerts Lucky and Yako to his position on the minimap. Sukri gonna go for this kill against Yako, cannot finish it though, and that's a second one there. 2 opportunities to try and close out some gunfights, doesn't get it done.
2 key moments to kind of point out in this opening play. First and foremost, Mavericks 4-man stack Hotel Courtyard, which is not common defensively, but they throw every piece of utility to give them the space to do that. And it looks so good off the rip for Maverick when it comes down to controlling a key part of the map that Team War, honestly speaking, love to have. But on the flip, how good is that play from Team War to recognize that, oh, this is all 4 members for Mavericks here. Let's just see if we can play out a couple of the trades, and then we should have a free A-bomb site, and let's make sure we set up our post plant through hay bales and not backside bakery. Love that from both teams. Team War come out with the first round.
Indeed they do. Mavericks now here in this round. Unsure what they want to do with the bomb for the moment, and well, there's a nice start of this round, isn't it? Lucky and Metal's able to pick up a couple of kills. Lucky goes for number 3. Eric Boom gonna back away. You can already see Journey positioning to try and capitalize on this play. Should be dealt with. Actually, Eric Boom gonna come in and pick up that gunfight, and that will give Maverick some life in this round.
huge win, but the problem is they don't have an avenue to get back to this bomb at the moment. You've got number 4 in Metals watching over the top of this. Whether he knows the bomb is down or not is really negligible because he's got an angle to watch the top window, plus also watch the archways on this cross. So he's in a really good spot. Even if he falls, he's able to give a lot of information to his teammates. So yeah, there's the kill for Eric Boom, but look at the follow-up very quickly to come, although Eric does find himself a third in the round, looking to capitalize on the ace 1v1 with Lucky.
This rechallenge, that is Eric Boom right there, venomous as ever, goes for the rechallenge. This would be an ace in the round. He's going to go straight for this bomb plant. How does Lucky react to this one? He's going to stand still for the moment. And these guys just going to get a feel for one another. Lucky doesn't want to take this one too quickly, knows he has some time to work with. Of course, you don't want to waste too much time here. And now Lucky going to make this move through the wrap round. Eric Boom has to make a 50-50 choice here. Which way does he look before crossing this particular road? Goes for the pre-aim. Lucky just wants to be sure before he enters this bomb site. And Eric, triggering the Semtex at the right time, goes for the gunfight, and there it is. Jump out. The Semtex forces it. And Eric Boom gets an ace in the round.
Love that. And this is actually a really heads-up play, I think, from Lucky in the 1v1 as well. He reads where the bomb is planted, and you can see his arrow on the minimap. He kept looking back over towards Bakery and over towards where Eric is right here, thinking that he could have slipped away. I mean, there was no opportunity or timing that Lucky was going to be able to see where exactly Eric Boom had gone after the post plant came through. So there's just too many angles to check, and he gives himself a realistic look at the 1v1 in the end, but Eric Boom decides to play up close and personal and uses the bomb plant position to his favor, finds the gunfight win, even the timing off the Semtex, again, perfectly done, allows a 1-1 tie to come out, but once again, Mavericks aggressive all the way up into Brown already.
Metal's going to draw first blood here in this round. Journey on a path to potentially cause some damage alongside Yakko. Eric and Super do have currently mid-control, but War might just slip on by here. Zachary has so much to do. Backs away, keeps his life, though. That's going to be key.
But Super does fall mid-map. Eric Boom is also kind of peeking out through L. Not going to find anything there, and this is going to be an impossible 1v4 for Sukri. You just got to try to find a couple of eliminations, see if you can make it a little bit more damaging overall, maybe even build up some opportunity to maybe talk about the conversation of streaks. But maybe, has he seen Lucky cross? If he finds this elimination, we already talked about a 1v4 being impossible, but a 1v2 much more doable. But yeah, that's going to be the end of it. Really good response again from Team War. That's just right there what I mean when it comes down to the awareness and understanding that Team War have when it comes to map manipulation. Round 1 defense, Mavericks 4-man stack Brown. This time, look at the read. You've got Lucky up top. He never really moved from this position. Metal was right up above him, and they were just playing for crossing kills. Just seeing, okay, you can take that courtyard and Brown if you want to, Mavericks, but where are you going to go from there? And the answer was there was nowhere to go because the kills just come through so convincingly from playing a passive angle. So really good understanding from Team War to respond to what Mavericks are trying to do early with this aggressive defense.
Mavericks might be down at the moment, but this is still early doors here in this search and destroy. The aggression from Mavericks straight towards they go, but Team War, they've stacked the site. Journey and Metal's already over here. Eric trying to get his first blood in. He does it. Vehicle already over here also. Kills in favor of Mavericks. Lucky's the player that could put a stop to this, but Yakko able to pick up this kill against Super and gets away with his life, causing some serious problems for Mavericks here.
Oh, Eric goes behind Tractor here. A bit confusing. He's going to be pushed away, and Sukri wants to challenge this. Ooh, it's going to be the pistol for Lucky. Not going to find the kill. And now Yakko has to recover. He's in a 1v2. Bomb should surely be planted here at A. It looks like Mavericks are trying to bait out to see if they can find a peak timing on Yakko first.
Well, I think they're going to get it here as far as Call of Duty timing is concerned. Yakko has made his way over towards A. Nope, Mavericks going to double think their play. Will this cost them? Yakko's just going to sit here. This bomb will be planted now. Turns around. Has Sukri and Eric Boom found him? Yep, there it is. Mavericks end up winning the round. Still keeping it close here with War.
And it comes down to this battle here for A Cubby. Realistically speaking, the trophy system keeps a lot of Team War safe, but at the same point, that trophy system also reveals that, hey, I know you're playing inside Cubby. So the double challenge for Mavericks just wins the day outright. There was a decent response from Lucky, but I really like that secondary call from Mavericks to say, hey, he's got to be the last player here. Let's just double challenge him, put him into a position where he's only got the tank for cover. You know he's going to want to at least look at this A bomb site again to see if we're planting, and finding that kill is really the key, I think, overall when it comes to Mavericks winning that round. Now an opportunity for them to set up an aggressive defense around the A site, and they're going to mean that there's going to be a lot of space over here at B that should be free for War to see. But the thing about it is, this could be an easy play around the back, either through the back alley here for Mavericks to retake, or even more specifically, if they can find a way to push out of A and through the middle of the map, it would put Team War in a little bit of a weird position.
Team War trying to find any early advantage they could possibly get here. Journey's going to have to back away from the alley. And I do give Mavericks a little bit of props here. They're not giving anything to Team War for the moment. Making War work for it, but as you say, War have read this play. Mavericks try to force stack it over towards B, but War taking advantage of this situation perfectly, and we speak time and time again about giving up A, and now War going to get this bomb down for free. How can Mavericks react? Journey turns around at the wrong time. That's a free kill for Eric Boom.
And you still have Vehicle who could actually play this from the front, so Team War are actually trapped on site. They don't have a post plant through Hay. They don't have a post plant by Bakery. They need to hold this 3v4 from the front.
Vehicle, what do you have for us? He's going to get that first kill. Keeps his life as well. Will we get the regeneration as Eric Boom comes round? Now a 1 versus 2 from Metals. Turns around. Does spot out Super. How does he deal with this? Runs away. And that is a brilliant retake from Mavericks. I was a little bit concerned at first. War, of course, got that bomb down. Completely scot-free. But I did like the adaptations coming in from Mavericks. Really well played.
Journey second guesses his position for a split second. If he goes 1-for-1 bottom brown, that's all you need. Going into a 3v3 where you know for a fact how many numbers and how many players are pushing around the backside flank, you then know if you're Team War what you want to do for your post plant. You're going to have either a 3v1 into Vehicle's position pushing through the A site towards the defensive spawn, or you're going to have a 3v2 if you try to put the post plant over towards Bakery. But the fact of the matter is, Journey's second guesses. He's not sure if he's going to be checked from upstairs or from the main doors. He gets taken down cleanly. And in a 3v4, Team War don't have the favorable opportunity to make a call of where we want to actually try to zone off this post plant. They're trapped on site, and Mavericks just split. They hit from 2 sides at 2 different players at 2 different times, and that allows them to get their 3rd round. Really good retake for Mavericks.
Mavericks will be feeling pretty high after that one. Now got to follow up with another round of their own. Give themselves a nice win cushion against Team War. Super picks up that first blood against Metals. Now Team War, how do you react to this? Sukri could be about to collapse here onto Yako. He will do. Does he know Journey's here also?
Yeah, it seems like he does. Wants the challenge, but actually does not actually catch Journey whatsoever. But the trades are fine. Again, that's just a really heads-up play for Mavericks. I think there's a little bit of fault into Metals just peeking a little bit too wide, trying to read information off the aggressive defensive play. But Lucky does get a look, I believe, at least Eric on the rotation to A. And this is going to be a difficult 1v2 because, again, he's going to be blind as far as what this post-plant setup's going to look like for Mavericks.
Lucky needs to clutch it. Going to check every single corner to make sure that no Mavericks players are outward of the bomb site. Truth is, the problem is much closer to home. Of course, this home being the bomb site, and Lucky will be running out of time sooner rather than later if he doesn't get his butt moving. Needs to get some information here on this push. Gets it. The first kill against Eric. Sees the second as well. This is huge because he's going to go straight for this. Lucky inside square. Going to check the left corner. Gets the shoulder. Perfectly played, but Luckwickel going to win the gunfight. Oh my goodness, that was close to a 1 versus 2.
Oh, I mean, this is a really good look for Lucky. The first kill is great. It takes him a little bit longer than I think he would have liked to get on that second tier of the statue. But then to bait out the fact that, oh, hey, I just slid across there, bud. Would you like to come and fight me? I don't know why I gave him a Canadian accent there for a moment, but regardless, it forces Vehicle out of the cubby. It gives him a realistic look that he could have maybe won that with the pistol, but just couldn't quite center it in time. And Mavericks will go up 4-2, and Vehicle in specific on 5 in a row after a 1-4 start is an incredible recovery for Mavericks.
I'm very glad you didn't attempt the Spanish accent there, Shift.
You don't want me to try that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Looking to get this bomb somewhere. Mavericks, of course, have got that 2-round cushion that I mentioned previously. So now War will need to start to kick this up a notch. Getting rid of Vehicle and Eric Boom, this duo once again on A, is going to be key to getting this bomb down here. And slow and steady wins the race as far as this is concerned. Yako spots him out, but Vehicle once again dipping and diving, just trying to play his life. This is just insane play. Just at a movement level. Yako finally gets him done, but that's enough time wasted.
You might as well just call this spot Yako. Every time that War play this standoff, Yako's always prone underneath that hay bale. I swear he's always there. But Team War will actually see that they can commit to A. A lot of this early play from Yako was trying to see if they can force Mavericks into a rotational spot where they can catch him on the rotate, but nobody actually reads Sukri around the back. now that Lucky's been dealt with the low HP, Super from the opposite angle very well may find a kill, but Metal's there to save today. Turns it into a 2v1 favoring Team Wars post-plant.
Suckery. He gets one kill, gets away here. This will be huge. Just throwing shoulders is Lucky. Metal's unlucky, though. They've both had shots into them. That nade goes out. Suckery should be dead. Yeah, that was a messy 1 versus 2 there. A little bit longer than maybe it should have been, but it is going to go War's way.
It was like 2 bullets into one player, 2 bullets into the second player, 1 bullet back into the first player. But yeah, I think we could just name this spot Yako. I think that's probably fair. I know we're really late into the game, but he's always there.
No.
I
You're
swear
fine.
he's
You stake
always
your
there.
claim.
All right.
Yeah,
Put that,
you tell these
put that
players.
stake in the ground there.
Yeah. Or Yako has technically put that stake in the hay bale. Is, that's his spot at the
You
moment.
could set up a grill and cook a steak in that spot how long he stays there. I'm telling you.
Well, Mavericks definitely going to be checking that going forward. What on the defense? They've sent 2 players out towards the back alley. Beagle has actually called this play. This is perfect from Beagle, and he gets the shots as well. That is chef's kiss tracking. That is beautiful from Beagle.
I didn't even need to see you to know that you actually put your fingers to your lips to give
our producer
the
can probably, he can probably say that I did that. I did actually do that.
Or no chance here in, really good response. To be fair, though, that's the first time we've seen either of these 2 teams try to play aggressively through gas station. And I think it's just really good heads-up play from Mavericks. I mean, they've got 2 different players watching this. It's Equal up close and personal, super deep. And this is just a little bit of that, again, adaptation to what both teams have tried to do defensively. Team War, the last couple of defenses have sent at least 2 players into Hotel, and Mavericks reading that are saying, it's only a matter of time before they try to stretch that a little bit further. Let's see if we can catch a timing on that long rotation. Boy, do they. They find the opening 2 kills, and it puts them on now 5-3, looking good to take this search away from Team War.
Team War going to face the full fury of Mavericks here. That's ironic, isn't it? Because his name's Lucky as he gets taken down by that trophy system. Or he takes Vakel down, by the trophy system. And now 3 for 3. War trying to get this bomb down towards B. That trophy system will provide any cover from any incoming utility. War now going to rotate. I feel this bomb over towards A.
That's a really good pickup from Eric. Just your AR in a position like this. Oh, man, this is going to be so devastating. Super really can't take the challenge because Yako's going to go to his home. I'm telling you, every single round he's here. Every single round. At some point, every offense, you can guarantee that Yako's going to be there. But eventually, Mavericks will overwhelm. They'll win the 2v1. And that will get them to a 1-1 count. Just convincing stuff. It starts with Mavericks from the get-go in round 1. They know that Team War love to play through the middle of the map. They established that, hey, the hotel's not going to be free. All right, we're charging a premium for the penthouse suites up top over there. We need to make sure we're establishing that we will contest you here. And realistically, from that first round on, Team War started to play a little bit more cautiously around the middle of the map, and you can tell that there were never really good looks in the initial first 45 seconds for them to hit either site. They never even got a real good look over towards the B site, which is something that realistically was pretty good for them in some of those major wins that we mentioned versus Belgian Power and GCPW. So the fact that Mavericks were able to essentially sit there and say, we're not going to allow you to get to B for free, nor even into Hotel for free, that really put a bit of a spanner, I think, into Team War's designs offensively, and it ended up becoming very favorable in the end for Mavericks defense.
Yeah, I was questioning this actually coming into the map, right? I was kind of like, why do people keep on playing War on Stand-Up Search and Destroy? And well, here's the answer once again. Mavericks look really good there. I think throughout the entirety of the Search and Destroy, there were a few clutch situations here and there, but a lot of the time it just felt like Mavericks were much better prepared in terms of where they were positioned as a team. Specifically looking at what was regularly a setup for Vikal and Eric Boom over towards the Haybell, over towards the A-bomb site. It was pretty consistent, and War just couldn't deal with it every single time. The pressure was too much. Teamwork was really well played from Mavericks, and now they're able to tie the series up 1-1. And overall as well, we don't often talk about momentum in terms of series, in terms of these teams and such. But I think coming off map number 1, Mavericks definitely needed that. Like 100%, they needed that.
Very much so. I mean, for me, looking at any series for Mavericks, they win off of getting to a map 5 and winning both search and destroys. That's realistically where a lot of their wins throughout the group stage came from. Beating teams like Team War, Elevate, and Orglis all came in map 5s. And all of them came essentially with winning both search and destroys. That wasn't necessarily the win condition for the map versus Orglis, but they reverse swept that one, I believe. So realistically speaking for Mavericks, your win condition in this playoffs is winning all the search and destroys. That's by far your best mode overall. And that provides a very interesting dynamic when it gets into especially playing Team War on any respawn, because they have been, I would say, the best respawn team in EU Elite Stage 5, including now going into a control where we were going to see them play on Raid. Now, to be fair, this is Maverick's best overall control map mode combination, but you can't find a bad map mode combination for Team War when it comes to their respawn. Only because they haven't played Raid, we can't really say that, right? Like, they've only played Checkmate and Garrison.
Yeah.
You have to feel like kind of the same conversation we had for Elevate and Orglis. There's no way Team War just let this through because they made a mistake in their veto process. You have to know that they've got something up their sleeve here for this map 3.
Yeah, for sure, right? And I don't think it really matters what map they do end up playing, as you already say. I mean, they're 7-1 in control. They're really good at this this mode. And, you know, I have to imagine a lot of that success comes down to, you know, in terms of team competition. For the most part, obviously, other than the massive roster change that we've talked about in the past, with Jaco, of course, joining them at the end of stage number 3, War have had that same core 3. And, you know, they know the way each other play. Of course, I mean, you know, talking about Lucky and Metals, they've got such a massive history, and even Journey as well. You know, these players, they have histories together before that as well, so there's just this chemistry. It works really well in terms of the ARs and the SMG, you know, in terms of just knowing where they're going to be positioned on the map and covering for each other on a game mode such as Control. That's really important. Now, as for Raid Control, again, we discussed at length about how much SMG control is going to be super important here. Journey is the word I want to use here, because map number 1, Journey put on a show for us. So I'm a little bit concerned for Mavericks. If he does that again, I don't know if you can stop him.
Here's the good news, though, for Mavericks. You're going to be able to get your ARs in a position to contest that pressure from Journey pretty regularly. So you're not going to just have Journey running around rampant where you have to try to track him down in close quarters with an SMG of your own. You can actually lock down a couple of lanes with your ARs to try to make sure that there is some pressure alleviated. But Journey does find 1 kill already in the middle of the map. Mavericks are trying to work their way on the B, but they have lost 1 member in this exchange. So whoever's left realistically just has to clear all this space by themselves. And wouldn't you know it, it's both the ARs trying to hold on, and it's not going to be all that successful for them.
Eric Boom, nice kill versus Jaco there. Bickle also in for the play. Journey comes over here. That's a massive 2-piece again, just to completely alleviates the pressure. Super will try to have the final say. And actually, for Mavericks, I really like this. You know, normally when a team loses B, they just give it up. They go straight towards A. Mavericks are not done yet. This is a dogmatic approach.
To be fair, though, Mavericks kind of get gifted the second opportunity because Team War were expecting the same thing that you were, where it's, okay, we got the first defense at B, they're going to spawn up at Driveway, we're going to play for A. But the defenders that rotated to A actually made it so Mavericks spawned a little bit deeper into Garage. So they do get 1 tick of progress at B. The second was nearly imminent, but it will be depleted. And now we get that rotation offensively for Mavericks to go over towards A. But Journey, 3, almost going to get 4, wants the pistol, really wants Eric Boom, but does get taken down. Vehicle from behind, able to clear up some space, and that should be the A zone here unless Metals can do something incredible.
Mavericks will be happy to take this one. There is a player that's actually filtered on through, so as Mavericks do end up capturing this point, Vehicle's going to cause some problems inside Kitchen, and nobody turns around to do it. Of course, Metals is preoccupied with the players coming out of ringside, and now Vehicle in from behind. How much damage can you do here to Team War? Enough to open up a lane for Mavericks, and he's doing exactly that. Vehicle's picked up 3 now. Important gunfight, opening up lanes for War. What on earth, Vehicle? It's like oh my goodness, it reminds me of The Shining in a way. He's like he's got that crack in the door. Peekaboo, says Vickle. Mavericks now looking to capture this zone. War gonna try and flood on through, but not a chance. Jaco picks up 2. Mavericks should be there to finish this one off, and that was Vehicle. That would just was Vehicle there opening up the lanes.
And that's a good read on numbers as well in the first place for Vehicle to know that there's only 1 player left to deal with, and as soon as the shots come out of basketball, he makes the gut check call to say, okay, it's time for me to challenge, time for me to win some pressure. And, well, I have to mention it because I saw it on the minimap. I don't know what just happened to Lucky at the end there, but he was on the backside of Tiki, had a really good look where no one was watching him, and he was probably staring down 2 or 3 different Mavericks members, but didn't find a single kill. And Mavericks were able to find the punish and eventually take the zone because of it. A brilliant offense, like you mentioned, a lot of it because of Vehicle's opening. Really getting right through the middle of the map rather through Kitchen. Unbelievable.
Well, Mavericks, off the back of that, 1-0 up here. An offensive round has been won. Now for Team War, gonna fight back pretty quickly. Straight towards A they go. No special tactics for B this time around. Lucky looking to Make sure that nobody from Mavericks causes any issues in from behind. Unfortunately, that plan fails pretty much straight away, and now Mavericks here have some pressure in the mid-map, have some pressure that Team War, they need to deal with.
Yeah, in Team War, realistically, if you're going to open up more space, you have to win your 1v1s. Yako's only able to find one before falling. So yeah, everything's going to be set up for a defensive favored position here. You've got good pressure mid-map. You've taken away all control at A, including even the first tick of progress, which was about halfway done to completion. So, oh boy, this is not looking great for Team War. You have to find clearance mid-map before you can do anything in my mind. And actually, fortunately enough, Mavericks are giving them a chance to clear some space. Those kills right there have actually gained Team War some ground to work with. Now you can set up and actually get a look at one of these control zones late into this first stretch of this second round.
Okay, so War are going to choose to go towards A here. How much pressure do Mavericks put on? And, well, I think our answer is actually going to be given pretty quickly here as Mavericks. I mean, if anything, at this point, this is the moment where, unless you get a couple of kills gifted to you, which actually they do, you might consider giving it up. But Team War not done just yet. Beekle going to come through here, looks for the first. Metals will have to settle for some more gunfight. Sukri flies round the outside here, looking for another kill. Gets it against Metals. Next up to the chopping block is going to be Yako. He is going to be falling soon. You'd imagine somehow has managed to keep his life for the moment, but Sukri finally takes him down, and Mavericks will keep War from capturing A. Now 25 seconds on the clock. War should have a touch here. Onto the point! Eric Boom just got that kill against Journey. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that might just be the round right there. I mean, you're looking at a 16 playing up against 10. Even if Team War find a way to break back onto A, it's going to be so costly to... Yeah, you can add an extra 60 seconds, but there's no mechanic in the game to add lives to the board. So here comes the extra minute. You're going to have just over a minute and 9 seconds to try to get a full B zone and only 9 lives to do it. Well, if you don't take it by my tone, this is going to be difficult. Whatever Team War decide to do here, it has to be perfect. You've got to get this back to even live counts.
Indeed you do. Team War not going to make their way over towards B. They have the cavalry to do this. You just need to win some of these gunfights. Players inside kitchen. You've got pressure coming in from behind now. Can Metals be Team War's very own vehicle? Well, he needs to be. Puts the shots into the first one. Gets one kill. Unfortunately, his location reveals now means he has to defend. Said location goes for that kill against Sukri. Unfortunately, will end up losing it. Some Mavericks just not giving up this point right now. Shift, and now War down to their last 4 lives. You've got to have a perfect push from here on out, and it's already faltering.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be this final 3 versus a potential 8. And I will say, if you do get a clean entry, you are going to force the sponsor Mavericks away from the point, but you could already see Mavericks don't want that to happen. Yeah. They're pushing right into the teeth of the remaining War players, so brilliant recovery. And I will say this much, you know, Metals in that position forward through basketball nearly gets the job done. If he wins that battle versus his former teammate in Sukri, that would have been incredible because Journey was trying to get the kitchen. Like, he's on his way to try to help. Like, that is literally the 911 call. Get in, find a way to give some assistance, and allow Metals a chance to stay alive. And if they each individually win one gunfight, Team War have a free avenue to run onto the point, stall the clock, and actually make some progress. But that doesn't happen in this dimension. Mavericks do win those individual gunfights, and key were they to allow them a chance to get that second defense, and now we'll go up 2-0.
Mavericks just one control round away from taking this one versus Team War. A Team War that's 7-1 in control coming into this. This is an incredible pushback from Mavericks if they can get it done. And Eric Boom going to start things strong. Picks up that first blood against Yako. If they deal with Lucky, this would be huge. Unfortunately, Lucky has a little bit more resistance, a little more fight left in him. And Team War should be able to regain control of this point, provided that Eric Boom doesn't cause some issues here for Yako over towards basketball. And he actually does.
Yeah, it just comes down to what happens onto the point here as Eric Boom is going to come back to the hill, find Lucky, and now you can actually stack this. This is a first tick of progress without question. Eric Boom knows he's got 2 players around the back, deals with one but not the second. Recovery attempt from Team War looking positive, but it's a 2v2 trying to reclaim this second tick of progress.
Journey flies out, loses the gunfight versus Sukri. Yako in from behind, is able to pick up one. Just wants to waste some time here so that Metals could come in and save the day. It doesn't happen. Yako just going to have to push through now. Unfortunately, he will end up falling. And Mavericks, I mean, they have the pick of what to do here. They've got players on B. They've got players sitting on A as well. Team War needs to deal with that pressure right now, and they elect to save B. They know that's the more important point to take. And actually, to be fair, they win the gunfights over on A as well. So, hey, good looks all around for War.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really key moment. You even saw for a moment Journey was kind of spinning circles in Kitchen. He wasn't sure which zone he wanted to go to initially, but he does eventually help out Lucky to reclaim B, and then his teammates just win the individual gunfights over by A. So a stretched out offensive attempt for Mavericks, trying to see if they can maybe force Team War into a precarious position, but it doesn't really come out the way that they were hoping for. The good news is Team War don't know where you're going after that respawn comes through, so they do eventually overwhelm the numbers at B. They add 60 seconds, and now it's all about how do you get back over to the A zone for the final 2 ticks with a 3-life lead.
And Team War looking to make their way onto the point. There it is. Journey, nice plays coming in from him there. Mavericks now going to be feeling the pressure here from Team War. Metals pushed all the way up. And while Sukri's trying to grab A, Journey might have something to say about that. He has actually so much to do here as Metals falls as well. He falls, and now Team War lose all of their players. And what do we know about these Spanish teams? Well, they love to stack the point. Mavericks should get this done now. Vikul pushed up. Just 2 kills is all that's required. He gets the first, doesn't get the second, but does enough to stall off those players. And Mavericks 3-0 a team that was 7-1 in control coming into the day shift.
So, I mean, look, statistically speaking, we've now gone through the Elevate Orgla series and the Mavericks War series, talking about how for both Elevate and War, they had never played Raid Control. And we were like, that's surely not by mistake. They have to have something designed here. Maybe we're giving them a little bit too much credit because both teams got smoked 3-0'd. I mean, it just kind of goes to wonder, you know, I'd be curious to hear from the coaching staff, like, why, if you did not play it at all through the group stage, are you electing to keep it open here in playoffs? I mean, they didn't play it through the knockout bracket. They didn't play it through group stage, talking about Team War here as the they. Why not try to get this over to a favorable map like Garrison Control for you? Where, I mean, Mavericks, I'm sure, would have vetoed it out, but, like, that's 2 instances where you could have had checkmate for both of these controls, which would have been a pretty neutral battleground for both of the teams that we're kind of talking about in this instance, because I'm not going to lie, like, Team War, they were really put into a pressure, like, all 3 rounds at different points, and the responses were not as convincing as you would come to expect from a map like Checkmate or Garrison for something like Team War. So, I don't know, a bit puzzling, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Mavericks, they get onto a favorable map mode combination, and it's the Vikul show this time around. He absolutely dominates.
Yep. Yeah, I think the standout play for me is just the play over towards, I think it was round number 2, I want to say it was, where Vikul effectively just opened up the entirety of the play in from behind. It was so well done. They didn't know where he was. It really was. He was like a phantom in from behind. They just couldn't find him. And, well, Vikul causes all too many problems there for Team War as they do end up losing that map. Now, you know, I will say, now Mavericks 2-1 up in this series. What a turnaround this has been from that map number 1 that you guys can see there at 250 to 84. A dominant scoreline there, Shift, on Apocalypse Hardpoint. We now go to Moscow Hardpoint. Now, once again, this is a good moment to point out the fact that both of these teams are very good at Hardpoint. War, you would argue, are a better team at Hardpoint. It's been arguably their biggest strength this season thus far. I don't know, given the amount of momentum that probably has swung in the favor of Mavericks now, whether we see another scoreline like that.
Yeah, and I would say this much, you know, for Team War, yeah, the better hardpoint team statistically speaking, but that was a lot of the time done on Apocalypse and Garrison. Yes, they've played Moscow 3 times, but they only had 1 significant win. That was versus a very poor Rejects team in the first day. So, I mean, take from that what you will. I mean, they just lost yesterday on this map to Belgian Power. So there is definitely something to be desired when it comes to how polished Team War are here. And even though Mavericks only played this map once through the group stage, you know, there's something to be said about the fact that this is not going to be as favorable as the hardpoint statistic would figure for Team War overall. Looks like we will be getting a restart here so we can continue to expand upon that point. But I will say this much. Again, I'm just a bit surprised for both Elevate in the previous series and now for Team War in this series. Why are we going on to a control that we've never played before in the playoffs? Like, I get that you have to be feeling like, okay, we're prepared. They're not like, they don't play.
That's what I was about to say,
they get through their scrim rotations on it, but not having the experience of playing against a team with major implications in the group stage or the knockout bracket just feels a bit odd to see them go to a map they had not played at all throughout the stage, and they get 3-0'd because of it.
Well, I think the other thing you got to note here is you look at a team like Mavericks, they were 3-1 on Raid Control, right? So it's kind of like, why would you do that? There might be a hint of overconfidence to it, maybe from War. You know, you look at the stat line for them, they were quite clearly very good at control throughout the regular season. But, you know, you even lost that map, I believe. No, you didn't actually. Sorry, you didn't lose that map mode combination to them in the regular season. But, you know, nonetheless, you're right. It was a bit of a silly move. And maybe I would actually kind of like to hear the reasoning from the coach, because obviously there might actually be one. But I don't know. I'd love to hear it regardless. We're going to get into the Moscow hardpoint. Hopefully nobody takes each other out this time as we get off the spawn, as War looking to stay alive in the series and force a game 5. They have quite the journey ahead of them. And, well, War, they look pretty good in map number 1. Let's see if they can replicate that performance here, Shift.
Well, I actually am a bit surprised by this setup for Mavericks. Team War heavy stack through the middle of the map, and then also Lucky playing down low by the gold windows. There is nobody from Team War watching the long play through the top lobby, but Mavericks just kind of get through SK, and they try to hit through the middle of the map with all 4 players. Doesn't work the first time, works beautifully the second time. Lucky has to anchor as his team will spawn out by the 3rd hardpoint. And as he does win one gunfight, he will create a little bit of space here for his teammates to recover and try to get back over towards this P2 side of the map.
And Team War looking for these rotational gunfights. Super going to win with Crucial one. Still some pressure over here, though. That's going to be Yakko and Journey, the former of which is able to take down Super. So Vikul got to win these crucial gunfights. Only able to win one for the moment. Turns around. That's a nice Semtex, but doesn't end up finishing things off. So Team War will be in control for the moment, but still, Mavericks not going to relieve the pressure just yet. They want to go for this. Yakko and Journey going to win those first few gunfights, though, and Mavericks, for all of this team push that happened early on, they seem to have been pushed away for now.
Look at Journey, mid-map number 3. Now, he does fall, but he's just sticking on those mid-stairs, essentially getting a read where Mavericks are trying to hit from. So now Lucky should know this is all coming from the middle of the map, but they don't have an AR top police station because Mavericks have been threatening this hardpoint since it opened up, including right now where they're actually getting some good time from the front. That's going to force spawns out a bit, and all of a sudden, Mavericks really solid here through this break attempt at P2. They only allow about 30 seconds to go, and if they can find a way to win this scrap battle, they might even find the scrap time beyond that, but it looks like Mavericks have established that there is a threat on the rotation to P3, and they're going to be happy to concede this in favor of playing for the rotation.
Big kill from Lucky there to make sure Super doesn't cause any issues in the library. Yet another one as well, and yeah, that's nice from Lucky. Really well played as Team War want to get an early advantage. This is the way to do it. Look at this forward positioning from Yakko, effectively stopping Mavericks at the 25-yard line. Not going to get anywhere close. And Team War will now have a solid, what, 10 or 15 seconds completely uncontested as Mavericks try to make their way round the back line. How ready is Lucky for this? Metals gets outplayed, but Lucky in the back line picks up the first. Sukri going to go for the challenge, but Lucky around this pole. Something that Sukri, I mean, it's just Lucky wasting time. Perfectly played. And that push, which took, what, 20 seconds? It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like 2 unfortunate things combining into one here for Mavericks. First and foremost, you're favoring the rotation to get here to the 3rd hill, thinking the scrap time is safe. Metal says, nope, that is incorrect. He wins the 1v1 for the scrap time, and then Team War beyond that give themselves the spawns for the 3rd hill, so when Metals eventually does die, he just spawns right up into the hard point, and the zone is already set up. So Mavericks lose on both fronts, and that puts them down nearly 100 points early. A nice little surround of the bank over here, though, for Mavericks to try to recover some time here in the 4th hill, but this is a very devastating opening for Mavericks. They need to recover here in the 4th badly.
Indeed they do. You do not want to let what happened in map number 1 happen once again here. It's Team War currently in the lead by a rather large, substantial margin. Can Metals continue that? Sure. Well, he picks up that first blood against Super. Sukri and Vikul still over here, and Mavericks will hold on for the moment. Team War cannot crack it, and they need this time. Yakko wants to have a go at it. Eric Boom will pick up that gunfight. Journey now up to next up to the plate. Will pick up one, almost that second. Getting flashbacks to map number 1 there for the moment from Journey. But as far as Team War are concerned here, Shift, more than happy to fight this from the front, and even if they don't get the time, they're contesting it.
Yeah, Super can't get his trophy down. 2 Semtexes come through, and they actually kind of almost turn into a mini smoke in ways. All the fragmentation of the Semtex blocks the view from Super trying to get on top, and that actually allows Team War a chance to win these gunfights to open things up around the 4th hill for some scrap time. So the margin stays just short of 100 points, but again, Team War just dominating the timing on these rotations. Already have a player inside the new hill, and beyond that, look at the zone that you have from Yakko number 2 top side of the map, and then Journey bottom side of the map number 3. They can watch each of these 2 lanes. Mavericks have to hit from the front.
Mavericks gonna go for it, but they give enough time to Yakko in from behind. Yakko looking for number 3. Sukri will pick up 2 of his own, and it enables Mavericks to have a foothold on the hard point. Sukri with number 3 there, as Journey putting some shots in. We'll actually get a couple of tags there. Nice spot from him. Turns around and finish up that gunfight. And if anything, once again here, Team War happy to sit in the position they're in. They've got the spawns for the next hard point here, Shift. Mavericks need to push through, but Lucky spawns out. Yakko spawns out. This is the opportunity Mavericks needed here, Shift, to get control of this game.
But Journey's still alive. He's so slippery. He's so slippery. He finds himself a second. He even wants super for a third. He might even read that Eric Boom's around the corner. He could be good for 4, and single-handedly, Team War will watch Journey win the rotation to 2.
Somebody get this man in the CDL right now. Journey has just the knowledge, the awareness of what's going on to recognize that there's another player coming around through the street. Just perfectly played. Vehicle now coming around the back line to try and take this team down, but Team War here managing to put a stop to it. Mavericks, and the perfect time for a comeback. Now Mavericks, can they get some time here? Journey again! Number 2, number 3, do it to him. Come on, Super, just feed him. Come on, spoon feed him these kills at the moment. Team War, just continuing to pick up this time. Mavericks, I mean, you've got a crack at this. Eric Boom and Super are close, but why would you? Why would you bother? Journey's over here. This is his hard point. Go away.
And Metals has won the rotation. He wins one gunfight on this long stretch over towards Library. It's just, oh my goodness. This is literally copy-paste what we saw at Apocalypse. Just individual players making individual plays. Metals for another. Goodness. It's over 200 points for Team War. They've got Mavericks spawning all the way out by Police Station, and Journey's even trying to watch this rotation. Gets a little bit caught, but he at least knows that a lot of this hit's going to be coming from the front.
Heroic measures being pulled out here for Team War. They want a game 5. Mavericks, how much do they not want that? Well, let's have a look here. Yakko going to put a stop to that player there every single time. It looks like Mavericks might put something together. They are put down, but Vehicle comes through, plays hero, picks up 2, and that should be enough of an opening here for Mavericks to, at the very least, take War out. That's a nice 2-piece coming in from Supri. Make it 3 as well. That's going to be 20 seconds of scrap time direly needed for Mavericks to, at very least, make this look respectable.
And beyond that, Team War have to come to this 4th hardpoint through the middle of the map. Super can watch this. He's got 1 for free. Lucky will reveal his position by finding the trade, and Mavericks are in a really good spot to deal with this. This is actually pretty nice when it comes down to it. You just kind of wonder, this is more than a day late and a dollar short. This is a week late and a bank load short for the side of what Mavericks need to do to try to get back into this game. It's a solid moment, but I mean, this is still, in all considerations, a blowout for Team War. I mean, you have to be perfect from here on out for Mavericks.
Indeed you do. Lucky is going to pick up 1, Eric Boom for 2, so Mavericks have an opportunity here to get some time on the board, but as you say, perfect hardpoint. That is a massive achievement to get done. Team War starting to put together this hit. They're winding up here. Shift. Mavericks gotta pull something out of the hat. Lucky recognizes that Eric Boom's putting together a flank, and now War inside the hardpoint. Vehicle close by. Shut down. Team War not allowing Mavericks any more time on this hardpoint. They can no longer finish it here. We will be going to a rotation, but I mean, Mavericks, they're not concentrated on that right now. They're still pushing for this scrap time. They get punished for it. Yakko and Journey pushing through. Lucky on the rotation. Team War should have this done and dusted in the bank. And we're going to a game 5.
I never want to see myself play up against anybody from Team War in any hard point ever.
Yeah?
I mean, oh my goodness.
I think you could take them.
No. These guys are unbelievable. I mean, that's 200 point clubs in the Stage 5 semifinals versus a flawless team through the group stage. Okay. Yeah. I mean, do we need to say more? I don't think we do.
What? Like, this is like a step up. I think that's what kind of blows my mind as well with this Team War roster, is this is legitimately a step up from what we've seen, by the way, from what we've seen in the regular season. Like, what we've seen in the regular season from Team War is just not this. This is a flawless Team War. Now, I will say, as we look over towards the replays, there were a few mistakes from Mavericks, maybe more so than there were in map number 1, where it literally was just Team War winning out in every single rotation. And albeit, you know, a lot of the reason that we see that scoreline is just heroic plays, such as that one from Lucky, the one that is absolutely notable from Journey. And again, this is just a Team War highlight reel, really. But, you know, there are sometimes little moments there where Mavericks just chose not to rotate. Even the last hardpoint, right? In the last few seconds of that game, Mavericks didn't rotate and they didn't need to push for the scrap time. They just didn't do it.
Well, it's I don't even know if it's the fact
even
that
though it might be
didn't
futile
rotate,
at that
or it's
point,
just
right?
the fact that like they couldn't win the gunfights on rotation. Like both times we went between the second and third hills, it was one player for Team War who was there first against 2, sometimes 3 Mavericks players. And the player in the back for War, I mean, it was Metals at one point in time. He finds one, plays his life, gets out of dodge, waits for help on the teammates that are rotating a bit later. They get there, and then all of a sudden, you've got numbers in favor of Team War. It's just the finesse that these players are showcasing in Respawn to keep their lives and to know when they're available to challenge versus when they're not is undeniable. It's been absolutely unbelievable, and it continues to be showcased specifically on the key rotations. We saw it at Apocalypse, and of course we saw it there on Moscow. I mean, it was Journey and Police Station for that second hard point, and then Metals at the very end once more, kind of showcasing the same thing. It's like their awareness, knowing, hey, I'm by myself, I might be able to find one kill here and use this position to my advantage, but from there on out, I just don't need to peek. Like, they have to come challenge me, and if you have to force someone to come up to you in the back of Police Station, or specifically for Metals in that last example, all the way back by Pillars, that means the rest of your teammates are already on the front of the hard point. So even if you lose something, you're gaining something else. It's just the ebb and flow for Team War through these respawns has been unbelievable. So now we have an Express Search and Destroy, and we did have a really nice look at the standoff search first and foremost for map number 2, but getting into Express, this is a map that for Mavericks, you have to be feeling pretty solid about. You were able to beat Orglis here to finish off your run to a perfect grip stage 6-4, and beyond that, there's not a lot to really go off of from either team because they've only played it once through stage 5 altogether.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Express Search and Destroy, you know, we didn't get to see these guys play against each other in the last time they played each other in the regular stage. However, you know, I gotta say, I got this feeling this is going to be a really close search and destroy between the two teams. You know, in terms of what we saw in map number 2, there weren't all that many mistakes, really. There were a few moments of timing, but for the most part, from Mavericks, you know, to take on Team War and what I think is arguably their best map mode combination from this stage, you know, they did it with pride and they ended up winning that map. So either way, this is going to be super interesting to see. And, you know, reminder for everyone at home, you know, last time these two teams faced off, round 11. That's where we went there. Yeah. And of course, it was Mavericks at the time who did end up winning out. But, you know, that's a good point to touch upon here, really, isn't it? Because, you know, for Team War in this stage, we kind of discussed this at the end of the regular season where it's like they were literally 2 search and destroy rounds away from being in Mavericks' position of 7-0 and, you know, coming out in first throughout the stage. They could well have been in Mavericks' position. So they are more than capable of beating out Mavericks here in this game 5. It's just going to come down to who plays better here on this map.
For sure. And I think just to kind of take the opposite side of the coin here, just to make sure we do diligence on both sides, Mavericks against all of the other top 4 teams had to beat them in map 5. So this is, again, where win condition has always been established for Mavericks. If they're going to beat any of these top teams, it's going to be by way of winning both search and destroys and finding a way to take a respawn somewhere. And I think they just got a little bit blessed here, getting a raid control, their best control map in a mode that is their worst mode, statistically speaking. That's just a bit of a bless up because you got smoked in both hard points. I mean, this game, I think if you were to have seen Checkmate, or it wouldn't have been Garrison for the control, but if you would have seen Checkmate for the control, I think Team War is looking at that saying, we can just win this in 4. Doesn't matter what happens in the search and destroys. But now you've got to find a way to beat this Mavericks team on search, and only 2 teams have been able to take a search off of them. One of them was Orglis, the other was GCPW. So, I mean, good luck, have fun when it comes down to it. And hey, even beyond that, the losses that they suffered, one was around 11, the other was around 9, and that was on raid. So that conversation is already kind of moot when it comes to what Mavericks have been able to showcase us here on Express throughout their group run.
Yeah, for sure, right. And you know, let's just talk perspective real quick while we're waiting for the game to get underway, right? Because for both Mavericks and Team War, this would be a great story for them both to get to the final, of course, right? And obviously only one can, but really for either team, I mean, they've just had such stunning storylines all season long, you know, in terms of Team War, where, you know, this is a team where, you know, I can't remember what the name they were playing under. It was like Lost something, if I remember correctly. Los Galacticos, yeah. So Rams, of course, back in stage 1, it feels like an age ago now, where Team War ended up winning that. And since then, it has just been a downhill spiral for them where they ended up having to make that roster change at the end of stage 3. And even then in stage 4, it didn't look like it benefited them. They ended up coming in 7th place, albeit that was off the back of a tiebreak situation.
Right.
as for Mavericks, I mean, this is a team that for the longest time, they felt like they were a bubble team, right? I mean, they made their entry into Challengers Elite during stage 3. They were forced into a roster change going into stage number 4. They wouldn't have lost Yakko if they had a choice. Why would you lose Yakko if you had a choice about it? And they've just got better and better every single time. They placed 3rd in both Challengers Elite stages. And for them to come in here into a grand final, it would be quite something for a team that, you know, I spoke to Vikul before today got underway. I wanted to sort of get his idea of where his head was at and such. And he and their team genuinely believe they are the best team in European Challengers right now. They put the work in, and now today it's the time to show it.
And, you know, I will say this much, as I think we are about to load up into this map 5. You do have to give a lot of credit to Vikul. I mean, he comes in.
Oh, yeah.
The first tournament, I've been tracking a lot of these players. The first tournament that I started tracking Vikul was Cup 13. He played with Trainhard. They finished 3rd. I mean, that was unbelievable. And then he gets picked up with this Mavericks squad. They finish top 8 in the 3rd open. And then all of a sudden they go 16th, 6th, and then 3rd in stage 4. I mean, the recovery that Mavericks were put into, having to lose Yakko and find someone to fill in, was putting them, I think, in both of our minds in dire straits. But Vikul has stepped to the plate and absolutely provided. But we get into this search and destroy. Team War have a free look at A. But Mavericks, they're going to have to play recovery. And oh my, what a stick that is from Vikul.
Strongest arm in Challengers. Vikul there takes down Lucky with that Semtex, and now 3 versus 2 in favor of Mavericks off the back of it. Yakko's going to even the odds here. Eric Boom gets taken out of the equation, but Mavericks find themselves in this position. They've got a pinch on the bomb site, perspective 1 at that. And Yakko has an opportunity to potentially do this. Oh, he turns around at the right time! Sukri gonna fall, and now Vikul, a 1 versus 2 here shift, puts the first few shots into Metals, might be a little bit premature.
Oh, what an angle that is from Yakko. I gasped because Sukri was so focused on Metals up top in maps. He doesn't see Yakko right below his gun model, underneath it on the trains. He would have seen him for a second, but you have to know he was laser focused on taking that challenge top maps, thinking that maybe Yakko's also still playing in lockers, but it's a really heads up play from Yakko to gain some space, back up a little bit. You don't know where exactly Sukri is. You eventually scout him out just in the nick of time, and Team War grabbed the first round because of it.
Well, Team War going to start off strong here in the search and destroy. Close round number 1. Mavericks now looking for a response. Not quite as decisive as maybe you would like. Giving up a little bit of map control to Yakko, who's ended up finding his way inside Ticket. And, of course, a lot of information here to Team War. Now they know this is B.
Yeah, Team War do this a lot, where they're okay playing retake on the site. They'll give up the plant in order to play retake. So Yakko's going to fall here. But look how quick the rotation's coming through the middle of the map. The problem is, you really needed Yakko to go 1-for-1 or play his life a little bit longer. Now, Journey has to try to stretch to make a play. Gonna get shut down on the cross. Again, that's Eric Boom, number 5. He's gonna even maybe have a chance for more than that. And how about this Team War? I think they recognize that Eric Boom, more often than not, is the objective carrier. They think that this is gonna be just a bait over towards what will eventually be an A plant. They commit for the kill, but he's not carrying the bomb. Now it's a 2v3 retake required for Team War.
Metals has been spotted out now by Vikul, so just needs to go for this gunfight really and flash through. Ends up winning the gunfight anyway. Vikul gonna fall, and now 2 versus 2. They've evened the odds. Do they quickly recognize the positioning of Super and Sukri though? And they've spotted out Super. First blood goes his way, and that's a crucial gunfight to end up winning. The trade is there, and Mavericks end up evening the odds here.
This is an incredible 1v2 from Super. I mean, he snaps onto the first top staircase, and then, oh, hey there, bud. Gonna be able to find Lucky. I don't know why I keep giving these Spanish players a little bit of a Canadian flair, but I am. That's what we're going with. We're committing
Austin
to it.
would be proud.
He surely would. But that's just a really nice read from Mavericks. It all starts with first blood on Yakko, of course. He's in a position to where he just has to read the play. Yakko needs to find one with his life, not able to do it. And then Eric Boom, again, because it's kind of a back and forth. Like, who's going to take the bomb for Mavericks? Is it Eric or is it Vikul? They kind of go back and forth on it occasionally. And you saw Team War, they were like, wait, Eric's over on A. Let's hard commit to see if we can isolate him. Maybe the bomb is going to be over there. But they guessed incorrectly. But now it's Mavericks showing some aggression. They find first blood. Responded, though, by Lucky.
Lucky just trying to play his life at the moment. Will do so for the moment. Only gets 1, though. Vikul going to trade that out. Eric Boom gets a second as well. Crucial gunfights to bring Yakko now down to a 1 versus 3 here. Shift has to use his one advantage, which is the fact that they just do not know where he is. Inconspicuous as you like here, Yakko. Spot out Eric Boom. That's some nice timing. Now, what do you make of it? Goes for the first gunfight, puts a shot into Vikul, stays alive, and gets through as well. Vikul has no idea where Jako's gone.
No way. Oh, I was about to say for a second, I was like, you got to come back to this play and help out your homies, because that was a beautiful read from Jako. Reads the first, great shots here onto the second. If he maybe cleans up Vikul a touch sooner, then he's really clean through this 1v2, but it takes just a little bit too long. And finally, it's Sukri who is able to get topside train to come back and help. If Jako finds those 2 kills a split second sooner, though, he's reset this to a very even 1v1. That was a heck of an attempt for a 1v3.
Well, Mavericks find themselves 2-1 up now off the back of 2 rounds on the bounce. See where they take this bomb. Looks to be an 8 to kick off this round. Nobody from Team War on the site. They're deciding to take this one a little bit more passively. First 2 shots do go in for Journey. So now they know this push is going, Shift.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for Team War, just defensively, knowing what's coming. Jako even feels favorable enough to move into Trains where he could maybe blow this play up from behind. Super's the one that's actually inside Trains right next to him, gets the information, gets the read. Him and Metals combine for first blood. It does get traded. And actually now Team War are going to rotate this defense harder over towards A, which means that Lucky's by himself, and the bomb is in a position to where it could just be planted here for free at B.
Lucky's the secret weapon for here for Team War. He's the one that needs to make this entire play happen. So this bomb goes down. They have zero idea that Lucky is over here. They might get, well, Lucky and check it. I think Vikul has just thrown the shoulder and spotted out Lucky as well. That's kind of really unfortunate, isn't it? No! All right, Vikul checks it. I think Lucky just outplayed him there in terms of, well, Vikul thinks he's dipped away. So this is now a 2 versus 2. Journey and Lucky could still get the retake going here. But you gotta find them.
Yeah, Journey knows that Sukri's in the back somewhere. He doesn't know where, though. It's the problem.
Lucky. They're just like hidden here. Eric Boom and Sukri, they're sitting in places where, quite frankly, Team War just don't know they're there. All Eric needs to do is get that first gunfight. And for those 2 remaining players, the Mavericks, seriously, give them the hide and seek world champion trophy. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Journey sees Sukri going up top overpass. So you know there's only one of 2 angles he can come from. Either he's going to rotate all the way down through Concourse, where you have Metals that was already down low, or he's going to rotate in the middle of the map, kind of through the train tracks. And Journey's trying to find that rotation timing where Sukri eventually is going to have to come back and check the bomb. The problem was nobody had a beat on Eric Boom, who I think is the bigger key to that puzzle, because Sukri's just essentially trying to kill off time. It's Eric Boom who's playing the clutch spot inside of the overpass. So that's eventually what wins them the game, and an opportunity to go up 3-1 here early. Team War trying to get aggressive over to B, but look at this double stack from Mavericks inside of Rivals.
Journey's being passive about it. You want to be careful. Goes for the check anyway and gets away. That's crucial. There should be a double challenge coming in from Super and Sukri, but the cover is there. And that right there is War dangling the honey right in front of those players. Of course, the bees that they are going to take it. And now Eric Boom and Vikul find themselves in a 2 versus 3, separated from one another as well. So we need to see some individual plays here, Shift.
Yeah, Vikul's going to fall in the back. Or there's Eric who fell in the back. Vikul was just trying to essentially deny a plant. That was really the only win condition, is you find a kill on the long flank, and Vikul just kind of pokes and maybe catches the timing on the bomb planter, and you turn the 3v2 into a 2v1 the opposite direction. But the help here from Team War, absolutely unbelievable. Bit unfortunate there's a team kill in the mix, but still the fact of the matter is that's a heck of a read initially, and then even beyond that, just good assistance coming through to make sure that their teammates can stay safe.
Well, close as you like this search and destroy at the moment between these 2 teams. Not much to separate them whatsoever. And Team War, they've gambled everything on this A site. Mavericks, well, in a bit of a deadlock at the moment. They think that Team War's coming at them.
And this is what Team War loves to do, though. They're going to heavy stack one site and then play a default retake as if they were the ones executing onto the opposite. So they're going to overwhelm the solo player trying to watch the flank. And this is numbers now for Team War. And that's all they come for. So they're fine allowing the plant to come through. They can now overwhelm a different side of this hit. You're going to have Jako playing passively to watch to see if anyone backs away from this site through the middle of the map. And then the other 3 are going to hit through the overpass and the backside of the arrivals simultaneously, but they lose their flank player. And now this is a 3v3 post plant that actually favors Mavericks pretty heavily.
25 seconds on the clock for a Team War to get this defused. Mel's is going to jump straight on it. Vikul comes in there for the check. He will get shut down. Super trying to put a stop to it. The shot through. He gets the gunfight, but still dies. Sucre now, next up to the plate to defend this bomb. 1 versus 1. Journey's got to find him. Simply isn't able to there, and Super saves the day.
Oh my god. It's absolutely Super saving the day. I mean, this is looking so good initially because Vikel's the one trying to stop the plant, but he's on the opposite side of where the bomb is planted initially. But Super gets the angle, gets the wall bang, nearly even finds Journey as well. That would have been even more incredible. And then at the end, it's just Sucre has to play his life, knows that he's read Journey rotating around through Ticket, and an easy capitalization for the post plant. But it does start in the fact that Jaco dies first. He's the linchpin of success for the retake for Team War. If you're going to split 3-1, that player, whoever is the one, needs to be the second player forward. He just gets caught into bad timing. And now Team War looking to get aggressive towards B. Here comes the defensive aggression to meet this, though, as Mavericks are all over the middle of the map.
Oh, Mavericks. Draw first blood. Vikel picks up that first kill against Jaco. Sucre with a second against Metals. How quickly this offensive round is deteriorating for Team War. It's just Journey and Lucky left up here. How do you do this? This is the only play they have.
This is the only play they have is to rotate through the defensive side of the map. This is going to be so difficult because you're just not going to know where Mavericks are. They could be behind you. They could be hitting over towards B. They could be in lockers. This is the only play they have. It's a difficult one, to say the least. They have made it a 2v3, though, and maybe a timing here if they can catch Eric Boom in the train.
Lucky. Does he get some time? Oh, Eric walks away from the window just as Lucky gives it a look. And now is not the time for indecisiveness. You need to go if you're Lucky. He's going to go straight into the train. Does he see Eric Boom? He does, but it doesn't matter. Super also there. The trade's in Mavericks' favor. Just one S&D round away are Mavericks from sending themselves to their first Challengers Elite final of the season.
I'd be really curious, and maybe we can pull it up here if the observers are hearing us, to see what the first bloods look like on the official scoreboard. Because so many of these setups for Mavericks have only found success. I won't say only, but the key to their success so far has been the fact that they've actually won some of the first blood fights. You talk about Jaco a couple of rounds ago. Same thing happens here. 4 players stacked in the middle of the map. Their first blood efficiency versus the rounds they win has to be nearly 100%. And now all of a sudden, Mavericks are going to heavy hit through locker. This is going to be a free plant on A. And again, as much as Team War love the default to kind of play for retakes, they're going to be pressured to really make this successful with this 2v2 kind of split hit they're trying to use to pinch back onto the A site.
And here it goes.
Yeah, 4 first bloods to the 3, so nearly 100% success rate.
Journey trying to play his life. We'll have to back away for the moment. Time dwindling down. Eric Boom. Look at that. Picks up yet another one. Vikel on another one. Lucky and Jaco, the last players left alive here. It's just Jaco and Mavericks. They get it done. They book a place in their first grand final of the Challengers Elite season. 3rd in Stage 3. Their first Challengers Elite appearance. 3rd in Stage 4. Despite Jaco jumping ship for the team that they have just beaten to make it to that final shift. What a story it has been for Mavericks, and now it's time for the final chapter.
Yeah, I'll be curious. I mean, I just want to capitalize on this point. I know that like those first bloods, like, oh, it's 4-3. At the end, it's 5-3 overall, but a lot of the rounds that Mavericks end up winning in the 6 that they put together, I really do believe is because they are the ones to find the first blood cleanly. It's not just the fact that they find one and there's a trade immediately afterwards. They're finding one, and it's a 4v3 situation for longer than War can actually deal with. A lot of it specifically from the offensive standpoint. Because Team War are so heavily favoring playing a full retake, where they stack one site and then just want to split the numbers up and try to force a retake to the opposite if they need to, the fact that you're trying to do that in 3v4 situations makes it essentially impossible, or at least closer to impossible. I shouldn't say that it is impossible, but it's just the fact that Mavericks in so many of those setups offensively, and then again on their defense as well, they find the first bloods cleanly. Team War, their whole playbook is essentially thrown out the window, and you have to scramble to play recovery mode, and Mavericks aren't going to let you do that. Like, that's the big key, I think, just overall when it comes to Mavericks search and destroy, where Team War love to play map position and kind of use those power positions to their favor, even including overwhelming one side and giving up the other. Mavericks are really good at making sure they're locking down wherever they're playing from, and at least coming away with 1-for-1 exchanges, if not 1 for none. So really great stuff for Mavericks. And now a date at the grand finals with Orglis. Last time they played, I'm pretty sure it was a reverse sweep for Mavericks. So this is going to be a lot to chop off the bit here for Orglis, but I still think regardless of how this series goes, Mavericks is going to need to take this to 5 to beat this good Orglis squad.
I agree. I agree with you here. I think this is going to be a real battle between Mavericks and Orglis. I say that now, and Caster's curse, knowing me and you 3-0. But naturally, yeah. Honestly, though, Mavericks, I think they actually have a chance here, and I don't mean to say that as in, everyone presumes they don't. But as we say, they took them to map number 5. They actually won that in the reverse sweep fashion in the regular stage here in stage number 5. So they are definitely capable of doing this. And again, I think one of the most dangerous things in the world here with Call of Duty esports, and really just esports in general, a team that believes they can win. The conviction that Mavericks have here, they have so much to prove as a roster. We've always talked about players such as these, and specifically Eric Boom, I think, is one of those names, a player that is an up-and-coming player here in European Call of Duty, has quite a lot to prove. Challenges, of course, being the stage of which you want to prove yourself for a potential spot in the CDL in the future. This is Mavericks' chance to really shine here in the grand final.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to step away for a small break, let the teams do the map picks and selection process, and we'll be setting up the lobby ready to go for the grand finals of Stage 5 here in the European Elite. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the grand finals for the Stage 5 Elite featuring Europe. This is going to be the final time that Europe will be featured here in the Elite stage before the postseason. It's going to be a great one. We've got Orgless going up against Mavericks in the Grands. And last time these two teams had faced off, Mavericks did require a reverse sweep, in which they provided. So they went flawless in the group stage. But you feel like antics like that here, Brody, will probably not be allowed to happen again. So It'll be interesting, I think, to see how these two teams square up this time around for the Grands.
Yeah, I think if we've learned anything about Orgless so far this season, it's that they always have some kind of ace up their sleeve. I'm not entirely sure how they do it just yet, what their black magic is, but, they've got something. I don't know. Regardless, Mavericks, we know they've beaten them before, albeit, like you say, this is playoffs. Things are different. The setting is different. They can do it again. Here's our map set for the series. Checkmate, Raid, Garrison, and Standoff. Now, in terms of crossover with the last time these two teams faced off, we do have a little bit. So we have Checkmate Hardpoint, which, of course, was there in the last one. In terms of Search and Destroy, we do actually have Raid, Search and Destroy also. And then for Control, Raid Control is not what they played last time. So it is just the Checkmate and the Raid that we saw last time.
Yeah, and the results were kind of convincing for one side or the other. 250-100 was the score in favor of Mavericks when they played on Checkmate from before, and then the opposite thing was being told for map number 2, which was Raid. It was a 6-3 for Orgless. So, yeah, not really much to take away, I would say, generally speaking, compared to what they played on before versus what they're playing on here. The big thing is, for Mavericks, I think the same win condition has to be mentioned. You've got to win both searches and steal away a respawn somewhere. This Orgless team, though, I will say this much better across the board than what we saw, I think, just cumulatively from Team War, just based on statistics alone, where Team War is Search and Destroy not nearly as prevalent as Orgless is. I would say, going into this, these are our two best Search and Destroy teams in Europe, not just off the statistics, but just how they've generally played. So I'd be really interested, I think, just to see how this standoff will eventually go if we do need map number 5, but of course, to see if Mavericks have found adjustments and adaptations to make sure their Raid is at fighting condition, because you feel like that one could very well dictate how this series goes, regardless of what happens in the hard point and the control early.
Yeah, we know they're good at raid control, right? I think that's one of the key things here for Mavericks. So we said they were 3-1 in it coming into this weekend of play. And really, I will say, I do kind of feel like this is probably going to be hard point when it comes down to for me personally. Albeit the Search and Destroy, it would be absolutely nice if Mavericks can continue their good spotless record, or nearly spotless record, in Search and Destroy. Coming into this matchup, I feel like, from what we saw in the last series versus War, if you could say that was a really large Achilles heel in the hard point, that is how I would use, that's how I describe it, right? It wasn't great hard point versus War. I will say also War played excellently there in that hard point, but still there were mistakes being made, and you can't make those mistakes versus a team like Orgless. If they can start to really fix those holes, maybe start to fix some of these gaps here in their gameplay going into the hard points, hey, maybe they have an argument versus this Orgless team, which of course, reigning champions, technically speaking, they ended up winning Challengers Elite Stage 4 here in Europe with this new look roster. They've looked good ever since they made that change shift.
Very much so. And, just to kind of speak to that hardpoint conversation a little bit longer, you have to also keep in mind that Orgless are just coming off of a pretty staggering defeat on Checkmate versus Elevate, where they were really struggling on rotation. So if you're Mavericks and you were able to kind of catch some of that matchup, you'll hopefully be able to know that 30 seconds in between hard points is the most crucial when it comes to can they find a leg up on this Orgless team. Because like you mentioned, some of the players that have been recently put together for Mavericks, they've proven that they can handle this kind of pressure. They've done it before. They're more than primed to essentially do it again, pending that, of course, they need to. I think it just comes down to collectively what is going to be the mindset for Mavericks coming into this map. Are they going to know that there are some vulnerabilities when it comes to Orgless in the scrap time of certain hills, especially as we start to focus towards some key rotations? That's going to be the key for me overall, is that timing between how they get between the old time on like the first hill into the second, and then again from the fourth to the fifth, because that's where Orgless really struggled versus Elevate. And I think if you're Mavericks looking to steal away a respawn, doing it here would require you to essentially emulate that and do it exactly the same way that Elevate just did versus this Orgless team.
Well, you've just seen them beat them, right? It's not like Mavericks were playing a game or anything while that first match was going on. They would have been watching what was going on during that Checkmate hardpoint. So they're aware to a certain extent, maybe some of the holes in Orgless's gameplay. That being said, Orgless are just this incredible team at the moment, and they always have been in terms of their sort of really pragmatic approach to roster changes and such, where if they ever have a hole in their gameplay, they fix it immediately with a roster change. And that doesn't necessarily just apply to this season. You also kind of look at last season, where August are effectively the spiritual successor to Team War last season, which obviously now is a Spanish roster. But the actual organization, of course, what happened last season, of course, the Challengers Finals winning team, whenever there was a problem for that team, they made a roster change, and it worked out every single time. Same kind of story this season, where, of course, at the very beginning of the season, Dave, he was playing on this team. Going into stage 1, they felt like something wasn't clicking, and the results showed that. They make the roster change. They bring Harry in, second place in stage 1, first place in stage 2. Stage 3 wasn't that successful. Make a change for stage 4. Boom, they end up winning it. This roster, it's so well put together. Just in terms of the talent here we have on this team, and of course their pragmatism, making roster changes when they need to make them. But the gameplay has been impeccable as well.
To that, I mean, Orgulus has been the #1 team in Europe. I think just by average placements, it's pretty undefinitive that you could sit there and say that. And now they're looking to essentially win 3 of the 5 elite stages with this matchup. That's really where it comes down to me. Roster changes, they happen. You expect them to. It happens at every level. But the fact that they continue to find consistency, winning, is what really I think you have to credit more than anything else. So we'll get into it. Mavericks will be spawning away from the favored P2 side. Opening exchange of gunfire and nades coming through, and of course taking us along the direction through the cameras will be both Shane and Kyle, who've been with us throughout the entirety of the day, and realistically throughout the entirety of the challenge elite, driving the show. Really been doing a great job. And well, we'll see very quickly that Orgulus will actually be able to respond very nicely to the opening pragmatism that you kind of saw from Mavericks to get themselves an early advantage.
Yeah, good stuff from August to get inside the hard point early on. Now it's about keeping this time and making sure you have a good opening versus this Mavericks roster. Really break their spirit. Super is able to pick up 1 kill. Vortex inside now, all on his lonesome. We'll just look to contest this time as August maybe coming on their way to try and help out Vortex here in this position. Nobody's challenged him just yet. They don't want to do it until they know they can get that gunfight. But Vortex there effectively wastes 10 seconds of time that would have gone Mavericks' way.
I'm not going to lie, that's another moment, though, for Orgulus, where it's 30 seconds on the hard point. Everyone seems to be sitting there saying, who cares what happens on the hill? Let's just anchor new. And then in the final 15 seconds, Nasty moves forward and nearly falls quicker than you would have expected. So look at this. Maverick starting to put some pressure on the back spawns. V-Cole's going to find 2. And with Sukri in the very back, this is going to be Mavericks flipping the spawns away. So again, the transition between hills, not great for Orgulus, and Mavericks actually get the flip and the hard point because of it.
Well, Mavericks here going to be in the hard point for the moment. Orgulus now looking to break in. You've only got 1 more push left in this, but look at Vikkel at the moment on a 5 spree. Will end up falling here, so Orgulus maybe an opportunity to actually get inside. Sukri will have the final say, at least for the moment. Comes out here to take out another player, and that last kill, theoretically speaking, should ward off this Orgulus side, short of maybe some individual plays here coming out from Nasty and Vortex to try and get in. They will go for it, but again, Mavericks, too strong, will hold on to that time.
And Harry's just, I don't love this. Again, the back 15 seconds for Orgulus, they're trying to move Mavericks around in their spawns. I mean, who cares? The hard point's gone. It's done. It's dusted. Start focusing on what's coming up for 3. They nearly give away an exit. Fortunately, there is a little moment of recovery here for Orgulus where they can get onto the hard point and contest this zone right in front of the exit towards the plane. But it's another moment that you feel like Orgulus just barely get away here. I mean, Mavericks were in a really prime position throughout the backside of that hard point, not just to win the scrap time, but if they find an extra kill or 2, they're getting into the plane. But this is a good moment of recovery overall for Orgulus. They read the split spawn situation. They deal with it pretty darn nicely, and the first 30 seconds are pretty good for the 3rd hill for Orgulus.
Yeah, this is a good wave of kills coming in here from Orgulus in terms of starting to pin some together and really get control of the map. Orgulus going to get control of that last hard point as well, and the majority time with it. Now about this rotation coming through. Nasty over towards A Street will actually end up falling there to Mavericks, and that's a wave of kills that will be extremely helpful. Orgulus had mid-map control, no more, as they come through and pick up those gunfights. And now about holding for this initial. Orgulus, can they break on through? You've got Harry and Gizmo trying to make their way through A Street. I think they want to do this as a team. And as Nasty collapse from the middle here, this is August's time to shine. What does Eric Beam have to say about it? Well, there's 2 kills. Will, at the very least, weaken this offensive push coming in from August.
Split spawns, though, for Mavericks. They're able to turn a bad situation into a fantastic one due to it. And Vikul, again, in the respawns has been absolutely unbelievable for Mavericks. He finds another double to clean the hard point itself. So the spawn flip is actually good for Mavericks. Super is even finding a couple of wins just outside of, well, Tube right in front of what was the second hard point. And this is going to create some space where Mavericks can actually kind of finesse their lives a little bit longer through 4 with a solid look to get into the back for the spawns for 5 coming up here in the next 10 seconds.
Sucre trying to deal with Vortex in the back line. This is an important kill for him to make. Harry now needs to pick up the slack. If he can do this, this might well impact the spawns so that August can spawn out over here. Super, of course, has called this perfectly. Does he win the gunfight, though? Yes,
Unreal.
he does. Deals with it, and that's a great call coming in there from Super to make sure he wins that fight. Yet still, there is yet another player now for Mavericks to turn around and deal with. That's going to be Gizmo, who continues to be a thorn in their side in the back line. He will end up falling. Mavericks clean house, but now August from the front. Super deals with both with ease.
It's another back 15 seconds that just is not good enough for Orglis. Even with the player in the back towards backside tools, Mavericks still spawn there because there's no pressure from Orglis from the front. They're still spawning away so far that they can't get there to help the player that's all the way deep. And now that things have been cleaned up, Mavericks find 4 straight kills, and here's the back 20 seconds. Orglis essentially have to chalk this and play for plane control, but even that's not going to be a guarantee, as Slippery is able to find 1 with help from Vikul, but there will be an exchange favoring Orglis for a time to make sure the still state's pretty much negated and neutral.
Super will fall inside the plane, so Orglis should be okay to get somebody in here. Actually, no, they don't. Mavericks will still have first touch on the new hard point. Now it's going to be about Orglis trying to say something about these. Vikul going to sit on the table. Eric Boom, being as proactive as ever, goes in, picks up 1. There is a trade, but effectively opens up the play. It is going to be Gizmo who has the final say with the shots through the wall with the Krig 6. So Orglis now looking to soak up some time off the back of this hard point, but Mavericks, of course, not going to leave this one alone. Vikul and Eric Boom now in once again to put a stop to this one. Eric Boom will get taken down, but Sucre in from behind, trying to make a sneaky beaky play, and in doing so, inadvertently helps Orglis flip the spawns.
Yeah, it's a little bit of tough timing overall. I mean, Mavericks are trying to hold their lives when it comes to who's trying to contest inside the plane, waiting for that play for Sucre, but it just takes a little bit too long, and it's just not as convincing as it needed to be. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Orglis do get kind of blessed with the spawn flip in that play, just trying to get a little bit aggressive with Mavericks, but they're still going to find a lot of time here. And I think that's kind of the advantage of being in the lead with such a significant margin, is that it's fine if you lose the spawns for the second hard point. You walk away with the scrap time, you're up double the points of Orglis, and you still have a chance to try to contest this from the front. So it's really kind of a 6 of one, half a dozen of another situation for Mavericks overall. And Steve-O's in a lot of trouble backside Finn. He does eventually get a little bit of help from Harry, but this is still a battle going on for what's going to happen here for the second hill, and Mavericks again able to break from the front.
They're just brute forcing their way through at the moment. Shift. I mean, that's the key. Whoa, Sucre!
Man.
Oh my goodness me. It's like Advanced Warfare all over again. Infinite Warfare all over again. We're playing with lasers at the moment. Sucre is killing these Orglis players super quickly, and now Orglis are able to regain control for what could be the last 25 seconds of the time. Mavericks kind of face the decision of, well, do we really want to push this last few seconds of time? I think the answer is no. They're quite comfortable with the lead they've built up to set themselves up for the next rotation. They have that option. Now going to be about these rotational gunfights. Sucre able to take the first against Nasty. It's a little bit dodgy, but gets it done anyway. There is a trade coming in from Harry. Orglis trying to open up some space here, Shift, to find their way into the next rotation. But Tetris control in for Mavericks.
There's no space for Orglis to work with. You've got Super and Sucre up top that are watching the aggressive lane through A Street, and then these two last players for Mavericks just holding Tetris and playing inside the hill. There's not a lot of great angles, so the first 15 seconds are good for Mavericks. They still have an angle to contest this, even though Orglis are on the point. Super is going to expose that by playing to the top side of the wing, and now it's on a Nasty to try to win the plane itself to try to set something up for Orglis, but he can't even do that. I mean, Mavericks are again out-rotating Orglis on a lot of these plays, and the scoreboard is showcasing the results of it.
Yeah, it does really feel like at the moment Orglis are kind of, well, they forced into taking that scrap time because they need it to keep up with Mavericks at this point. But in doing so, they lose their rotation. Now they find themselves in this position. Vikul picks up 1. And now it's about the next rotation. Orglis can't afford to give any more of these to Mavericks, so they need this to be perfect. And for the moment, Nasty will be all on his lonesome over there. Harry may come to help sooner rather than later, but Nasty's going to have so much to do. Over towards A Street, it is going to be Harry and Vortex picking up a couple of gunfights. Orglis Orglus comfortable for the moment. They're in control of the hill, but Mavericks, they have a player coming on the flank. Eric Boom could be about to collapse with this Mavericks roster. Here they go. Eric in from mid, Fickle in from mid as well. Harry turns around to deal with it. Nasty comes in to pick up the gunfight. Super though with 2, make it 3. Gizmo takes him down before it can happen, but damage done as Eric Boom and Sukri will have the final say. Mavericks in for the time.
I love how this Mavericks team is playing from a leader's advantage. Eric Boom takes a very unconventional route because why not? You're up by 80 points. Why not make something a little bit of a riskier play to try to get back onto this hard point and really put the pressure on Orglus, because they were making the right plays, controlling mid lane, and now you have to fight for every single second if you're Orglus, and Eric Boom will not allow you to. Nasty, the next one up, able to take at least some sort of alleviation of this 4th hill, and the good news for Orglus is because Mavericks is playing so aggressively for this 4th hard point, you will have a setup for 5, but you have to get a full 60 here and then win the rotation into the first hard point if you want to get this back to even.
Mavericks just 13 points shy of victory here. Orglus needs to play perfect hard point from here on out. Gizmo picks up the first kill, looking for some more. Eric Boom inside the plane, causing some problems. Mavericks may have found a lane round the back line. Super takes some preemptive shots, so we'll let Orglus know where he is, but it doesn't matter! Super says, here I am, don't worry about it, I'll have the kill anyway. Mavericks now in for the time, fighting from the front of the hard point. Orglus have to make their way in through the back. Nasty can't do it, tries to get a touch on the hard point. Now, Orglus in, Sukri trying to play his life, not able to, so Orglus will break, but Mavericks just 4 points away from taking map number 1, and now Eric Boom trying to make his way in. Can he make the hero play? Absolutely not. Orglus will survive.
Mavericks try to win the game right there, and it's going to leave him a little bit short-handed on this rotation. There's an opportunity for Orglus to get into this plane, but the kills are just not showing up. Mavericks have the numbers to put the game away here on the initial time.
And there's the kills. Eric Boom and Fickle, they get it done. Nobody from Orglus is going to get close. Mavericks will close it out here in map number 1. Their hard points didn't look too tasty versus War in the last series, but versus Orglus when it matters, they strike first. And what a venomous game it was from the Spanish side, Shift.
Man, I'll tell you, it does come at the cost, though, I think, of Orglus trying to do either a little bit too much or too little. And there were different moments where the decision-making was not quite where it needed to be when it comes to winning either a setup on the rotation going into the next hard point, whatever it happens to be, or more specifically, in the scrap time, what are we committing to if you're Orglus? There are moments where you think, okay, they've gotten a good wipe, it's time to start zoning, and everyone kind of holds back. And in that moment of where everyone kind of steps off the gas a little bit, Mavericks take away some key power positions and they're zoning you off exits. We saw that in specific, just to exemplify that point, on the second hard point the second time around. There was no exit for Orglus whatsoever. And then the same thing kind of came loose where if Mavericks are playing from a lead, they're looking to be a little bit risky with a couple of players who will just go on a long flank. Even if that costs them a favorable spawn, they'll make that play in favor of getting the scrap time, because if you're up by 80 points and the score is 180 to 100, getting that extra 20 seconds is massive when it comes to getting to win condition. And it really did feel like after the first 4 hard points, Mavericks were just playing for win condition the entire way. It didn't necessarily have to be, we're going to play perfect hard point by finding 45 seconds on Money Hills. No, we're so close to the win condition of the map by hitting 250, we'll get the extra 20 seconds on this 4th hard point by committing numbers to it. You can have the favorable setup for 5. You still have to find another 80 straight seconds to even come to a tie with us. So there's win condition built in a number of different ways for Mavericks, and they used that absolutely beautifully with a couple of long flanks from players like Eric Boom.
Yeah, I think there were just a few key moments there where Orglus, they had an opportunity to climb back into the game, and every single time Mavericks, they found a way to deny. It really is incredible to see their Mavericks, and a lot of it, as you say, down to the SMG pressure that they kept on building up every single time that it felt like, you had the ARs locking down the lane, then of course Eric Boom and Vehicle come around on the flank and cause some problems for Orglus, or they just couldn't deal with it. And I guess, map number 1, Orglus, I think now they're going to know what they're dealing with here, because Mavericks have definitely set the tone for this series with that victory. They mean business. And going into map number 2, I guess that's going to raise some questions for us here on the casting desk. Agreed. Because Search and Destroy, we talked about this coming into this series. We won't talk about the map just yet, but in terms of, for both of these two teams, Search and Destroy is incredibly important to their storylines overall. Mavericks, of course, their best game mode throughout Stage 5 thus far. For Orglus, I mean, their S&D, Orglus, it's like a mood board of strategies. They're known for it. It's what they're known for, and they should win this.
Yeah, and here's this I will say overall for both of these teams. Winning that first map actually builds championship status much easier across the rest of the map pool. Because now for Mavericks, you have some flexibility to where if things go wrong for you on the Control or on the Garrison hardpoint, you've got two very solid search and destroy maps to go to. For Orgless on the other front, you're looking at these back four maps saying we've got to win 3 of the 4 all on map mode combinations that are actually pretty darn decent for Mavericks. I mean, outside of maybe the Garrison hardpoint, everything else has been pretty favorable to what Mavericks has showed us throughout this group stage and also versus their series and Team War last time around in the semis. So I don't know. This is going to be a really tough ask, I would say, for Orgless, and a lot of it is just setting the tone off that first map. So yes, in my mind, for Orgless, you need to come out and win this second map. You lose map 2, it's going to be a very tall ask to sit there and say you have to reverse sweep Mavericks on 2 of the 3 map mode combinations that they're very good at. So yeah, this is a must-win map coming into my mind for Orgless if they want to try to get a chance to get this championship for their 3rd stage championship overall in Europe.
I will say at this point, you know, when you're in the grand finals, you know, down to the final, but the 2 best teams out of the 8 that entered stage 5 of Challengers Elite, you're going to be hard pressed to find a team that's bad at a map mode combination in this pool. Like, they're not going to veto themselves into a corner, really. I will say that much. And even for something like Raid Control, right, which would be the one that stands out to me most. Yes, this is Maverick's best game mode, but we know how good Orgless are at this map, right? And we'll cross that bridge when we come to it in just a second, of course. But that goes for a number of other maps here in this map set in terms of just the way in which both of these 2 teams are very proficient on it. But as far as Raid Search and Destroy goes, Orgless here, we need to see some of these strats, man. We saw it versus Elevate earlier on. I'm excited in a way. I feel like a kid at Christmas that's about to get treated to something special. Like he's about to get his Lego set or something. That's my Lego set right there. Orgless, just give me all the Search and Destroy strats. I'll eat them up.
Yeah, and I'm really interested not just to see the flexibility that we kind of have notoriously attributed to Orgless' search, but at the same front, one of the win conditions that Mavericks showcased us versus Team War in their semifinal was first blood efficiency. Especially, we highlighted that on the Express, but I think we probably could go back and maybe tip of the cap over to EasyMac to see if he's got those statistics to see what happened on standoff as well, because it did feel like every single time that Mavericks were winning first blood engagements, it wasn't just the fact that they were winning the first kill. They were winning it cleanly, holding numbers and taking away map position all in the same breath. And if you can do that versus Orgless, win condition will start to look very, very positive for you when it comes to each individual round you find yourself as a part of. But the thing is, like we mentioned, you know, watching the Orgless versus Elevate game on Express, they were very quick to adjust to what Elevate had to offer and made sure that at least the opening gunfights were evenly traded. So figured that there's going to be a lot of adaptation and flexibility from Orgless, but I'm really curious to see if the efficiency that we kind of noted on for Mavericks versus War will continue to exist here going into map 2 in this grand final series.
Yeah, I think there is going to be a lot of back and forth here. And it is kind of interesting because we do talk about Orgless and their depth for strategy and search and destroy, but we don't actually often talk about Mavericks, for example, right? Something is clearly going right for this Mavericks roster, even though maybe outside of Challengers Elite, they haven't had the best placements. And that's actually something that's kind of notable compared to maybe some more consistent teams such as Orgless and Elevate. You know, their best placements have been in Challengers Elite, but nonetheless, their Search and Destroy is really, really good as a team, especially considering they just brought Vehicle into the roster at the start of stage number 4. Now, again, I know that it's pretty much the same situation for Orgless, considering they just brought Gizmo into the roster as well, but, you know, nonetheless, as a team, they are extremely well put together in S&D. Their strategies, their trust in one another are really, really top-notch. And so I think they are going to give Orgless a game here. For me, though, you kind of do already put this point to the audience. It is going to be about whether or not they can continue to get these first bloods, and really whether or not Orgless can kind of draw them out. Are they going to play this a lot more passively as a result of, well, hey, we know these guys can get aggressive. We know what Eric and Vehicle are like.
Yeah, and I'll just say this much to kind of really dig into the theory crafting of how Mavericks have been playing their search and destroy. I know that's just going to sound kind of maybe dry at a point. I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. Mavericks are fine allowing you to make the first move. It never really feels like they're the ones to be proactive to where they're trying something versus you. It almost feels like every single time they get a chance, they prefer to respond to you. That's where a lot of the first bloods come from, is that they are looking to isolate a part of the map to where you feel like, hey, we can hit this. And then all of a sudden, oh, wait a second. No, we can't. And that's kind of how Mavericks, I feel, have really established themselves throughout the search and destroy. They're not ones to be super proactive. They love to make the first move and then punish you for it. And you're seeing that come through right here. The setup over the middle of the map is complete lockdown, and they're making Orglis have to hit through the outer ring. And Eric, boom, first blood, no trade.
Well, it doesn't help that they have to go back and retrieve the bomb at the very start of the round. August taking this one a little bit slower than they possibly would like. Super trying to get the crossfire onto Gizmo. Forces the new player for August, or newish player for August, to back away. And now Slow and Steady wins the race for August. Mavericks.
Or for Mavericks. I mean, they got the numbers.
I was about to say, yeah, they've backed away here. I mean, Mavericks, right? Even in the 4 versus 3, they are not giving August any chances. You've got to imagine this tension's about to boil over in just a second as Gizmo will throw some shoulders. Nasty also there, and here comes Vickle and Eric Boom. Eric picks up one. Sukri also with another one. Look at this execution from Mavericks. Recruit him to SEAL Team 6 right now. August lose that round.
I mean, look, this is what I'm talking about. Mavericks locked down the middle of the map. They've got a good crossing angle to see if anyone crosses over the open stairs to B, or you've got pillars control, and you can watch Orglis go over towards outer ring to A. They find the first blood, and even then, they're not being proactive. They're forcing Orglis to have to make a move, and it ends up benefiting them to the fact that Orglis have to push into the defensive spawn to find trades. It's so good for Mavericks, and this is exactly what I mean when it comes down to why their first blood efficiency is so clean. They're letting Orglis make the first move, they respond to it, and then beyond that, they continue to kind of expand upon it. So now an opportunity to make a play over towards B. It's going to be a scrap in the middle of the map.
Well, Vickle's going to get one. We'll back away here. Super picks up yet another one, and another one as well. And now Harry, and a 1 versus 3. How quickly this round has dissipated. Puts the first few shots into Sukri. And, well, Harry's actually going to pick up that first blood there, but Mavericks do come out on top in the round.
Okay, I know it's going to be hard for me to make my reactionary point when they're on the offense, but the same thing happens here. I mean, Super's only checking to see if anyone's spamming him through the middle. And once he gets the read that, yes, there are players mid-map, look how fast Mavericks rotate their open stairs to isolate the gunfights mid. Super finds 2 because of it, the nades are successful, and then why not go ahead and get a free trade onto Harry? It really is incredible to watch Mavericks play a more passive style of search and destroy. I know that when I say that, a lot of people will take it with negative connotation, but they're doing it in such a way that essentially allows the game to come to them. And they're controlling that tempo because they're getting solid reads and then being able to force their opponents into terrible spots. It's a beautiful 2 rounds for Mavericks to start this search off.
Well, August have been given quite a bit of breathing room, as you can see on the minimap from our wonderful observers, bringing that up for us to show that August, well, they have a free bomb site for the moment. But nothing's ever really free, is it? As Mavericks now making a flank in from behind. Vickle and Eric Boom, how quickly can they react to this one? Nasty tries to cross away. Vickle with the response. Harry is going to trade one off, but Vickle's still over here. Still a troublemaker here for August.
It all comes down to what happens at Laundry. I mean, Vickle's going to be pressured out here, but it all happens to what happens with Sukri in the back.
Harry. Super wins that gunfight, so now 20 seconds, as you say. Sukri loses that gunfight versus Gizmo, as you say. That could well have turned this round on its head, but now for Super, 4-0. I think if you're Super in this situation, don't get overzealous. I think Vortex may or may not have just seen him. No, actually, he's just going to make sure he doesn't peek out here. Yeah, this is the right play from Super overall. You're 4-0. There could be streaks in the near future for you. Just play your life.
Yeah, Mavericks trying to get a little bit cheeky that time around by essentially pulling out a playbook that Team War would probably have in their book, where it's we're going to give away one site, try to re-wrap around the back, and then split pinch with 2 players on opposite sides. And it really just came down because the bomb was planted for Laundry. It really was all into what Sucker can find on the back here. If he finds that kill into Gizmo, it puts a lot of pressure onto Stevo. He doesn't know if he's got to watch his back or watch through window to see who's coming through driveway. And Vickle down low, he has a lot of space to work with, but that space is not one that's going to provide a full retake. So really good response here from Orglis to get the bomb down quick and set up a solid post plant through Laundry. Love the call. And now it's on the Mavericks to try to respond. And it looks like they are going to try to send a very aggressive hit over to A initially and over through pillars. Again, a lot of focus to mid-map here for Mavericks off their offense.
Well, Mavericks getting real aggressive here on the offense, as you say.
Great nade.
Auglis, they're ready for it. As you say, great nade. That's going to cover them and make sure that those players do not get through kitchen. It backs them all the way up as well. Towards A they go. Sukri getting faced down by Nasty here. That's a nice Semtex as well. Okay, actually, no. The joke is just going to take down him. But Super in a 1 versus 4. And this is a really intriguing situation because Super is obviously 4-0 here. Wants to try and build towards score streaks, but 1 versus 4. How to do something. He gets taken out anyway, and well, August end that conversation pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm really wondering defensively if Orgulus make a call here saying, hey, let's see if Mavericks will actually push through mid-map. They throw a couple of shots. Maybe they Stevo threw a Semtex or something out towards mid. Super was the player in Zig trying to be responsible for that late peak, which is what he did in the second round. But this time, there is enough help from Laundry to rotate over quickly. That little Semtex that gets thrown into Kitchen was everything because Stevo gets out through money window, and then because of that damage, he can come back through to find his second kill in the round. Really good stuff from Orgulus. Good adaptation, good response, and now a chance to possibly win 3 rounds in a row if they can find success here today.
Well, Orgulus, once again, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. Shift,
Yeah,
just a
it's
little bit, just
though.
a touch. Yeah, I mean, Mavericks are setting more players on the flank this time, right? So, taking their time with it also, but Orgulus will get this bomb down. And now for Mavericks, can they make this retake work? Well, Harry draws that first blood. Nice yeet of a Semtex here from Eric Boom. Does land, but no kill just yet. So Mavericks still looking to try and make this retake work. Nasty picks up 1, flies down for the second, finds it as well. The collapse comes in for Orgulus, and that is yet another gamble from Mavericks, where unfortunately the cards just don't flip in their favor.
Yeah, it's Harry for the first kill, which is great, but it's the fact that Nasty is able to slide over and get over towards the ring. Everything for Orgulus right there was how quickly could they adjust their defense and their post plant to deal with the hit through Art and Driveway. And you saw that one moment where someone had slide from rock to rock, trying to get back to the safety of the statue. I don't know if it was Nasty or if it was Gizmo that was up close. Regardless, both of those players were able to stay alive. And Harry finding first blood, realistically, is everything. Because if Mavericks can retake ring and statue cleanly, getting into Laundry is not the problem. It's just getting towards the bomb site. So good adjustment for Orgulus. They're able to reset up their defense nicely for their post plant. And now they have to respond on the actual defense here as Vikol's made his way around the back.
That was a little bit premature from Vikol there. I think him getting a little bit jumpy effectively causes Mavericks to end up in this situation now where it's a 2 versus 3. Got to make some choices here. And I think Orgulus in this position just want to try and play the numbers game. Get this one together, and if Mavericks try anything, get him in the trap. Sukri gonna exit. He gets the kill, gets away. That is key.
He saw both players as well. So now Super's going to get aggressive and try to take over this back Laundry position. It will mean that Orgulus cannot rotate to defend the A site from the back. They have to hit through pillars. And look where Sukri is. He's just waiting for this. Super's the one to go feel out where exactly these two players are. Even if he finds one and turns this into a 1v1, that's perfectly fine. But Sukri very well could get double chowed here top stairs. Timing not great. Here he wins the gunfight. And now it's Super for a 1v2.
Could get his first kill, does do it. Now, how quickly is the trade coming through here for Vortex? Doesn't actually move. Might be a smart play, all things considered. Now it's just about timing, really, between Super and Vortex. Vortex isn't looking the right way. That's just simply a 50-50. You have to make the choice, and it's just not the right one. And to be honest, that's just not Vortex's fault, really.
No, I mean, he's trying to play thinking that Super's going to pick up the bomb and then immediately go for a plant. Yeah. Not knowing exactly where Stevo was, because you got to remember that in that fight, it was only Harry to take the fight versus Sukri. Stevo was never a part of the play. So you don't know where he is. And he's trying to think that, okay, well, if he doesn't know where I am, he's going to have to default to playing for a plant because the time is low. He can't come search for me. But that's not the call. It's actually Super going out and hunting, and he finds some blessed timing. I mean, he doesn't find Stevo, then the round is over because of time. So Stevo, I think, technically makes the right play, but it doesn't really come through. Opening trades in the middle of the map, this time favoring Orgulus, only for a time. Vikol wants to challenge this, actually.
Oh, he's going to get away with his life. So now 1 versus 2. They know what side of the map Vikol more likely than not will be on, and they're planting for the other side. This is really smart from Orgulus. Not a side of the bomb you ever really see for the attacking team, and now Vikol needs to make some long-range shots, and well, that AK-74U confirms the information that Orgulus already believed they had. The location of Vikol, all these shots going down, none of them resulting in kills, and well, sends Vikol into desperation mode there. Orgulus end up taking the round.
And you know, I don't mean this as a discredit to Vikol, but there are moments where you see his borderline inexperience. I mean, those even exchanges are actually favorable for the defense. If you go kill for kill into a 2v2 mid-map, especially considering that a lot of it happened down in Rock Garden, you should probably know the bomb has probably been dropped in that exchange. There's really no reason to have to establish mid-control after you go trade for trade. I think if Vikol just plays the pillars position and essentially forces Orgulus to rotate, he gets an advantage. but he instead tries to challenge the play for the extra kill. It doesn't turn out. He gets flooded in this round. Harry tries to swim away. Not going to be allowed to. It's still a 3v2, though, favoring Orgulus.
It's just the little things, man. Harry almost gets away with that one. And Mavericks now find themselves in a 2 versus 3 at a disadvantage once again. They've made a play call to make it towards A. Of course, Nasty's now spotted this one out. Takes down Eric Boom. We need a Sucre masterclass, please. Can we get it done here?
He's got a great post-plant position here. He should be able to play either on Rock, where he's at right now, or in Laundry. And I won't lie. This is not the position I would pick with an AR, but he very well could find a timing on a player rotating over and then immediately snap for someone who's defusing the bomb, which he actually might get gifted that exact timing. Sees one, checks the bomb, nobody's there. He snuck out. He's a ninja.
Oh, no. If he would have run away, that would have been perfect. Oh, my God. That is so sneaky from Sucre. And to be fair to Sucre there in that position, you're stuffed in that situation. Yeah. Like, you're in a 1 versus 3. There is not a lot that you can actually do to even get that bomb down and stay alive for as long as he did. He even made Orgulus think for a second, like, what the hell is this guy? What's he doing? I actually think, to be honest, if he checked that bomb and just laid in that position, he probably could have stayed there for another, like, 5 to 7 seconds.
Nasty's dead right there. He's dead. He's 0 HP. That's one of his 9 lives, that Slippery Cat. I don't know if you saw him in the kill cam. There is literally no health on that bar at all. That's going to be so frustrating for Vikul.
He's going to be sitting there in the comms like, wow, Nasty should be dead. What on earth's going on here? But regardless, Mavericks now 5-3 down here in this S&D. Got to pull out some strats now.
Looking to get aggressive. I mean, they're going to know that Gizmo's playing passive, and this is what we love about Vikul. He's going to get aggressive behind this, knowing that Gizmo, good Semtex to create space, but no elimination. Now Orgulus looking for a desperate play over towards B. Considered the plant, but Eric Boom is now back here to clear the zone.
This should be Sucre to finish this round, surely. Okay, never mind. That's yet another skill where I think that the Spanish comms will be pretty frenetic, and somehow this 2 versus 4 has been boiled down to a 2 versus 2. If Mavericks lose it like this will be absolutely gutting.
I mean, Nasty's got 2 trophies he could destroy, plus a plant. He would be really close to an artillery. That could be a win condition for them. I mean, they've got laundry control. Mavericks are looking a bit panicked. I mean, they're going to duo up together and try to run this, but this is by no means a guarantee for the defense whatsoever. Harry's going to plant, and it looks like he is actually going to be planting in favor of this position for Nasty. So we're going to get contact backside laundry.
Vikul's just going to wait for Super at the moment. Harry, does he get unlucky? Oh, there's a bit of timing there. Vikul turns the corner. Harry's dead. Now Nasty. 1 versus 2 to save it. Going to take the shots off. No kill just yet, but just needs to waste time here. Nasty just needs to try and play his position. Won't be able to. Vikul takes him down. And of course, good news for Mavericks. They win the round. They remove streaks from the conversation also.
Yeah, a little bit of a win-win there. I think is probably the best way to frame that up. But man, that's too close for comfort if you're Mavericks. 4v2 situation. I mean, you win the gunfights on the opening so darn clean over here by Statue. And a lot of it is on these crossing angles. I mean, look at the information that Super has. He also sees Harry, gets him down to 1 HP. I mean, that is a picture-perfect start for Mavericks, and they nearly toss it away. But still able to recover, sending us to a 10th round. And now Orgulus has to respond with the defense of their own. They want to tie this series up at 1 map apiece. I'm really curious to see what Orgulus are going to do here, because there's been a lot of action over the middle of the map. And I was going to say, they've been winning that engagement more often than not. So here come 3 players, excuse me, very quickly, and they're going to push through.
Well, Baines told you what to do, guys. Orgulus now making their way over towards the site in from behind. Vikul in the same spot that Sucre was not that long ago. This time around, though, things are different. He's stuck there. Orgulus now with the numbers. Mavericks are going to trade things out. Time dwindling down this round. Orgulus, they're so scattered here in this position here, Shift.
Oh, but Gizmo's able to find one in the back. This is going to open up space, but the loss to Vikul. 2v2. Trade will be there. It's on to Stevo to try to find a way to get this defuse. He's sticking on it. Sucre cleans it, gets away. He may have just single-handedly won the round. Semtex to clear space.
Yeah, Sucre's just going to wait this out. There's no point of pushing for it. I mean, Harry, all he can do in this position is try.
Wait.
He didn't get that.
It's close.
Did he get that?
It's close.
This is much closer than I'd like. If you're not... 0.1 seconds. Oh, goodness me. That's way closer than I would like if I'm a Mavericks fan in the chat right now.
Lost my voice and nearly stole my breath here, too. I mean, that is so close. I mean, that you have to take that challenge at like 0.1 seconds on the clock if you're Recall. I mean, you have to be able to check that, or part of it for Suckery. Like, you just have to. You have to go off the regen, and you don't know if he's already been sticking it. That's real close. Ooh. So round 11, Mavericks on the offense, 1-3 split. Super has to make noise mid-map.
Mavericks getting antsy over towards B. There is a player in basketball. That's going to be Harry. Looking to get a 3-pointer. This would be one hell of a way to do it. As Mavericks have this bomb. And Gizmo and Nasty here looking to potentially execute a pinch. But look at this. Stevo has so much to do here. He picks up one, trades in favor of August. Nasty and Gizmo will pick it up. And the kills all fall in August's favor. They collapse into mid and Mavericks not ready for it. A hell of a fight shift. August have final say.
That is a copy-paste of the second offense for Mavericks, where they send 3 players lower bedroom, Super sits mid-map, and the last time that they were there, I remember I credited them, that was in the second round overall, Super gets a read that Orglis are in the middle of the map. Shots and nades are coming his direction, so Mavericks, they come up open stairs, they isolate the gunfights. They run the same offense in round 11, but the difference this time is Orglis is not mid-map. And I was really curious to see what Mavericks were going to do as soon as you get the read here, because Super's by himself. He's voluntarily put himself on an island on his own. And if he doesn't get a read on players mid-map, that means he's got to be worried about the delayed hit mid, the flank on the back, and also any play coming through Art. And he just gets simply overwhelmed. Mavericks don't fully commit to getting onto B. They get kind of caught off guard open stairs, and that is just a really solid adjustment from Orglis overall. Don't know if that was part of the game plan or not, but the copy-paste offensive round for Mavericks not going to be successful that time around. So it's a 1-1 map count, and my goodness, that was a really fun little chess game between both these squads.
Oh man, what is it? Search and destroy strategies from teams have been really great, I think, at this level here in Stage 5 playoffs. Especially for Mavericks, who, you know, albeit their search and destroy was great through the regular season, we haven't seen much of it really on our end in terms of what strategies we'd like to see from Mavericks, and they definitely displayed it there that they definitely do have some. Right. But August end up winning out. That was just a super tense search and destroy. Again, this grand final here for Stage 5 has been nothing short of electric between these two teams at the moment. And now it could get even better, Shift, because we go in a raid control, a game mode which both of these two teams have had quite a bit of fortune, especially considering one raid for Mavericks.
3-0 for both the teams and both of their semifinals on this map mode combo.
There you go.
So now that we get a chance to watch them play up against each other, who knows? I mean, gloves are officially have been off really since the get-go of today, but even more especially now. And, you know, I know that Proper's probably out there watching. He loves to talk about really tight matchups. When we get to a 1-1 map count tie, this is the swing map. Whoever wins this map very well could be on the pathway to winning the series. It's going to be so difficult to assume that you lose this map, then you could turn around and win map 4 and map 5. Doesn't matter which perspective. Take your own team's perspective into that conversation if you want. Both teams equally resilient when it comes to how they've played Garrison Hardpoint and how they've played Standoff Search. So in my mind, this raid control very well could dictate how this series goes, depending on who wins it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's not discount any of the Garrison Hardpoint and the Standoff Search and Destroy yet, because honestly, I think we should just cross those bridges when it comes to it at this point, really, in terms of the series. But in terms of this raid control, I mean, I can't even pick out a player that I would say, oh, this is your player to watch for these two teams at the moment, because honestly, everybody is on fire. The way that these guys are just playing as a team, it's top level Call of Duty. And for anybody who's tuning in for the first time here to Call of Duty European Challenges, we got pretty good teams over here. These guys are pretty good at what they do. And we got some pretty good players also. And again, I will say, you know, in terms of Mavericks, the fact that they're going toe-for-toe here with August, we know they could do it. You know, we knew that since Stage 5, considering, of course, they did take this match the first time they played in the regular season. But this has been real progress for this team and real progress for these players, of course, now playing at this level versus August. Now we have the swing game here, Shift. It's going to be raid control between these two teams. One of them's about to take the lead in this series, and I don't know who to call it for, honestly. Just the way that these guys have played raid control. Yeah, I'm not falling into that trap. I've done it way enough. August will be on board with them here, Shift, as they barrel towards A, and Mavericks, well, see what they do on the defense. They've got to play us through mid. Nasty is there to deal with, though, and first few gunfights will be going actually in favor of Mavericks.
Unconventional start for Orglis. We saw them pull the 1-3 kind of bait flip and switch on the offense versus Elevate, but that time it's not a 1-3 split to A and B. It's the 3 players over the middle of the map. And because the one player baits his presence at A, the B defender, who's Vikul, rotates to open stairs and is essentially behind the play. It's a very unconventional start for Orglis and one that does not come out fruitful for them. So Mavericks, very good opening control defensively. 45 seconds on the clock, they need to kill off.
Indeed they do. Super's going to pick up one before being traded out. Orglis now have a potential opening, or should I say Vortex has a potential opening on the point. We'll look to get the kills, but Vikul and Eric Boom come in with the denial once again. Orglis currently no ticks of progression on either of these 2 points. Mavericks has done a splendid job at pulling apart every single offensive push that Orglis have made, and here comes yet another one. This time around, though, there's a survivor. Gizmo will live to see another day and could well be a secret weapon here for Orglis.
Yeah, but he has actually forced Suckery to spawn Laundry, so that's an extra kill for Mavericks onto the zone where they had no defenders. So it's kind of, you can understand it from Gizmo's POV, but due to how the team is running, that's actually the wrong play.
Yeah, he dies.
Yeah, Gizmo essentially forces the defense to spawn right into the neck where Orglis have to be successful on the A zone. So it's kind of a tough situation. The life count is becoming really immense at the moment. It looks like Orglis will get the A zone, but they're going to be down 5 lives with only a minute 20 to try to get onto B.
The odds stacked against them at the moment, but Orglis, we know from seeing them this season time and time again, that is when they thrive. Mavericks surely not going to let this one happen as Orglis starting to mount a push in from behind. Eric Boom has been spotted out over towards the tree. Suckery, of course, inside kitchen as well, so Orglis have a few threats to deal with here on this move in from behind. And Mavericks don't want to make any pushes. They don't need to. And here it comes from Harry. Straight down they go. And just like that, Super picks up 3. Bye-bye. Killing spree for me. And Mavericks now send Orglis back to square one with 40 seconds on the clock.
I love that. Just because Eric Boom does not get over towards the contest tree, the insight tree, he knows that, okay, we have to respond to this pusher on the back. Nobody move. Everyone just wait and watch your angles. Now Super on 5 up top, who was a huge part of that defense, is possibly lurking for streaks at the end of this round.
Ooh, one more kill will settle it. He goes for it, gets it against Gizmo. There it is. Super on fire at the moment, snapping these Orglis players away. Just 4 lives remaining in this one. Super just going to play this one super carefully, and you can actually see the position in Orglis here. They know this round is over. They're just trying to do as much damage as they can to any potential streaks. And, well, if they believe there might be streaks on the other side of the board, they're absolutely right. Super grabs one at the end of the round.
Yeah, that's just, I love that defensive read from Mavericks. More often than not, if you're going to respond to a play on the offense through A, around through jungle, you have someone on the insight tree, and you just sit there, watch the crosses, get some damage or a couple of kills. But Eric Boom, he tries to slide to that tree and gets denied because Orglis are already in the back. So his only play is to back up into basketball. And you'd mentioned that Suckery was playing inside a kitchen. The last thing you do if you're Suckery is challenge that angle. You're in a 1v3, no matter what you do. So just sit there, wait for them to come to you, and eventually Orglis have to make a move. There's not a lot of time on the clock, and they're down lives, and it ends up going right into the jaws of the Mavericks defense. Really good heads-up play. Just a small awareness thing that really gets credited there for Mavericks defensively. Uh-oh. Yeah, and they actually could come into play here to win this offense. I think if you're Mavericks, you try to use one of these if you really feel like you need to go up 2-0. Go up 2-0 against Orglis on the control and find yourself a huge advantage getting through this swing map overall. A is going to have to be chalked here. Orglis setting up a bit of a zone. You're going to have Nasty and Gizmo through bedroom or in bedroom, trying to watch the backside cross, and then hopefully you'll to get a couple of exit kills here. But Gizmo gets maybe a little bit too aggressive, tries to sneak his way into Zig and falls. So now for Orglis, these 2 players in kitchen really need to lock things up.
Well, Mavericks, they've already captured A. Now looking to get B control. Nasty inside the bedroom. That's somebody you want to deal with. And, well, Vikul comes out and does exactly that. Now Mavericks have an opportunity here, an opening to try and do something. And, well, As you say, good call here, Shift. The streak comes down. How effective is it, though? That's the question. Bend it like Beckham. Get it inside. Kitchen does pick up one. Now needs to follow up with some more kills as Mavericks have pressure on the point. Unfortunately, Super unable to do it. Eric Boom next up to the plate. He unfortunately falls, and now Mavericks find themselves boxed in on the point with Vortex on the hunt for kills. Mavericks denied that chance of capturing the zone.
I could not explain in layman's terms how massive those 2 kills for Steve-O is. It's the simple fact that he has to find this kill mid-map after you lose one of your defensive teammates in Kitchen, just to make sure the middle of the map stays contested. If you lose Kitchen, you lose the round. So Steve-O finds one mid-map, then comes behind the play to clean up a second, and even does damage onto the third. Massive stuff from Steve-O. Even looking for more beyond that. That's going to go from, what, 6-12 to 9-13 immediately for him. Give him actually 10-13. Great recovery here for Steve-O to keep Orglis in this second round.
Vortex is actually going to fall in the mid-map now. Trades galore as Super will have yet another thing to say. 14-5, having one hell of a game, and that could be the opening that Mavericks need. They are a little bit of a way off, so Super will need to do more, and well, that's a horrible time to try and pick up a weapon, isn't it? Gets involved in a gunfight that he doesn't want at the moment, and all the advantage that they had with that advanced positioning will immediately dissipate, and now Mavericks need to work their way to the point once again. Just 25 seconds left on the clock. Vortex with a huge 2 in the mid-map. Yet another one in this game. And Mavericks with that wave of kills, you've got to imagine it's desperation time. August know which way they're going to funnel on through. They've got Vortex and Nasty in the mid-map to deal with it, and there it is from Nasty! Oh my goodness me! Mavericks surely denied in this round unless they make one last chance hurrah at the point. Ain't nobody touching this. There was almost an execution there towards the end, but, oh, well.
I don't think that was an intentional one. I think that's one of those like, you go to shot punch, but you hold the punch a little bit longer than you mean to. But you're going to see this play of the round from Nasty with the double. But in my mind, MVP of round 2 goes to Steve-O. It's not just the fact that he's able to save things for Orglis' defense after the streak comes in, but then on his second life back, he again reestablishes Orglis' control mid-map while continuing to put pressure on the flank. It's just really good stuff overall from Steve-O, getting Orglis a chance to survive through one of 2 streaks, and more importantly, just make sure there was never a solid re-attempt for Mavericks to get to the zone. So great stuff there, and now as they get into their offense, a hit over towards A, in which you have to deal with Mavericks' heavy position over the middle of the map trying to contest from mid pillars, and they're not going to find a thing. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think the problem there for Mavericks, right, they push in and they've just got no cover. They're going up against Orglis where you've got, you know, this waist-tight cover of the pillars. It's given Orglis all the progression on the point now, and well, I mean, they'll be happy here to just back away in the form of Nasty. He's just going to back away for the moment. Super will take him down. As far as Orglis are concerned, though, okay, I was going to say they're happy with the position, but Super just comes in, clutches up like that. I ain't saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, he loses that gunfight. They lose the A zone probably. I mean, numbers who could have rotated over, but that is a massive win at low HP for Super. Life lead still for Orglis. Plenty of time to get over, but Vehicle watching mid-map is going to shut things down. He's going to have help from Eric as well. So realistically for Mavericks, they could play this to retake from mid or try to play the flank, and we're seeing the ladder come through. Vehicle try to open space in the back for exit kills. He will find 2, but it's not enough to actually deny the A zone. So an extra minute on the clock. Orglis still plenty of lives to play with.
And a reset for the moment here for both of the teams, really. Orglis still trying to make their way through the mid-map. Nasty and Vortex going to pick up the first couple of gunfights. Should open up a lane. Super has too many options there to take down, and only takes down one of them. And now Orglis in for a chance to try and crack the point. It's going to be Nasty inside. Oh, okay, Suckery gets 2 over there. Nasty slaps Eric's boom face, though, and it enables him to stay alive over here. For how much longer, though, as Vehicle takes him down. And once again, Orglis, back they go, but how quickly. They're right back at it again. It's just Mavericks at the moment are finding responses. It's just back and forth between these two teams. Nice 2Bs coming in from Nasty.
Yeah, kill for kill is okay, but Orglis are going to have the numbers here. That is the moment. Okay, I was about to say, like, kill for kill through the middle of the map is actually going to lead to Orglis getting onto the zone, but Mavericks finding those 2 mid-map essentially push back Orglis enough to clear pressure over towards B. No chance to stall the clock out. And that very well could just be win condition coming up for Mavericks. You've got really good control here on this open staircase. It's going to force Orglis to have to respond, but boy, have they. They found 3. This could very well be 4, but Super stays alive and gets some space bottom bedroom.
And now can just play his life as well. This is going to force Orglis to effectively gravitate around him since he's the gatekeeper. And Gizmo now trying to make his way through. He's going to go around the backside, and there it is, the kill for Gizmo. So an opportunity now for him and Harry to start to make some progression forward. We need to see some heroics from those guys. Nasty and Vortex have spawned in Neverland, so need to find their way round to the point. There's the first kill for Gizmo. Harry also in tow. And this needs to be a perfect hit in from behind. Vortex comes in, gets the kill inside Money. Now Eric Boom inside Basketball, the next player who needs to fall. And you say surely not his shift, but August, they look so much like they were going to do it for the second there. Vickle with a slap to the face, and that's really, I guess, symptomatic of how this game, or how this round, sorry, is going to go. Mavericks end up winning it, but it was close. Orgless almost put that push together.
Yeah, I think it's Suckery that reads that Orgless are playing around the back with 25 seconds to play, and it's super inside of Money, just holding a passive angle, waiting for people to slide and challenge him. It's a bit puzzling because you think of, hey, we get at least one of the eliminations around the back, not only will we stop them from finding a double hit pressure onto this zone late, but we should also be able to make sure we're spawning close to the zone in these final moments. But Super kind of backs off a little bit, and it gives Orgless a realistic look to where they could just fly out a Money window and maybe get on. But once again, saving the day is Vickle. And again, I just can't say his name enough as far as why you should be paying attention to the Spanish scene. He has been so good for this Mavericks team, and once again comes through in the clutch and puts his team up 2-1, looking to put this map away on this next offense.
Well, Mavericks looking to get it done here on the offense. As far as this first few gunfights are going down, though, not very good. Super left up all on his lonesome. Has to deal with Nasty coming in from behind. Of course, Harry on the point as well. He will back away. Nasty gets that kill and also gets away with his life as well. Oh. That's pretty good as far as I'd say. Nasty picks up yet another one. Orgless having a stellar start of this.
Eric is in to find a finesse over through Basketball, though. If he wins this gunfight versus Stevo, things get really interesting. Oh, it nearly does. I was going to say, because Mavericks are trying to funnel into the kitchen to try to help out for this play on B, of which they will still find a stall of the clock, but there is no guarantee that this is going to amount to progress. Orgless want to challenge this early, and you got to love the call from Stevo. Getting Tiki control, even helping out Harry just a touch, but Eric Boom still wins the day with 2, even third beyond that, so okay. You're going to have Mavericks putting pressure on both zones at the same time, and now Orgless have to make a decision defensively what they want to do.
Well, the thing is, Eric Boom's put so much pressure over towards B that now they're going to think he's over there. Now Eric has a lot of room to breathe on the map, and he's doing this! Eric will get shut down. Wall shots coming through from Gizmo. An important shutdown to make as well, because you don't want to allow more than one streak in this game. And now Mavericks starting to capture the A zone. Orgless have to make a decision to go for this right now if they want to. And to be honest with you, Shift, I don't know if they do.
That kill might open up some things, especially if you can find Eric here, but I just don't think there's enough help from the middle of the map to actually clear the player off the zone itself. Yeah. So that's going to be 60 seconds added to the clock here for Mavericks. Ooh. It's only a matter of time. I mean, they've got the numbers, so that will be converted for them. And look at Super. He's already pushed so far forward, and he kills a good kill here for Super. Just play your life here, friend.
He gets away. That's so huge. Super just plays his life now. Super can come in and sort of be the placebo for him as Mavericks now in control. Looking to get some progression on the point. Super going to cause some damage. Will get away and now wants to help out here to capture B, but the rest of his team falling around him. And Super, I think his objective very quickly changes to, let's just be a pain for Orgless. Let's just cause some problems inside Basketball, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Gizmo comes down to challenge him. He will do. Nasty is going to have to finish him off. But for the moment there, an opportunity almost arise for Mavericks.
You have to set something up here if you're Mavericks. You have tons of time left, and lives are becoming a bit of an issue. So I would not be opposed to seeing a 2-man hit around the back. See if you can maybe get a couple of spawn kills, open up some space, and then converge onto kitchen. But I think they are trying to do just that. Eric's going to find one, but the trade is instantly there for Harry. So now is time, and lives are becoming a problem. Mavericks may only have one chance at this, and it might just have to be from the front.
Nasty. In here, protecting the point pretty well, isn't he? Eric goes down. Nasty will end up getting taken down here, so Mavericks still have an opportunity. You need to do it now. This is what you love to see about Mavericks. They're the kind of roster that when needs be, they will just pummel a point. And here we go. Eric with the first blood in, but unfortunately for them, Gizmo with 2 huge gunfights. Harry in from behind, takes down Vickle, and now just Eric left alive. He's dead. Super off the spawn. Yeah, do what you want, Super, mate. Yeah, off the map. Bye-bye.
Off the spawn, off the map, round 5. But I actually don't have an idea here as far as who might be able to start on the defense, which is, I think, the preferred side for both of these squads, considering what we've seen so far. I'll say this much, I have to do credit Mavericks. They did try to make a play around the back when there was not a lot of time remaining. You had 50 seconds on the clock. It gives you enough chance to maybe like one cheeky hit around the backside, open up some space from the front. But once you lose that, Orgless have too many numbers mid-map at that point when they deal with that play around the backside through Laundry. And it looks like, to get our answer here, it's going to be Mavericks on the defense. We have not seen an offense win a single round as of yet. But Orgless are going to have a free look at A initially. Mavericks trying to respond by hitting the middle of the map through Art.
Here Mavericks go. Need to capture this point pretty much quickly if you're Orgless. Mavericks coming in from behind. Sucre picks up that first blood. Eric Boom from the driveway. Mowing you down. Gizmo picks up 2, but the push has fallen apart for August. They do get one tick of progression, and as far as they're concerned, it's not a terrible thing, as now they're spawning out over towards Bedroom. They've got Vortex still alive, pushing through Kitchen now. There was an opportunity here, and there still potentially is for August to now make some progression on B.
I would love to see Sivo just stay right here. Don't move. Just keep finding kills off spawn and just wait for your teammates to get the progression onto B. There's really no need for him to go and stack, but he's going to move that as Stevo will actually be substituted by Nasty up in the middle, but Eric from the cutout window, so clutch, and then Vickle, he'll come back around the back to deal with that baton passer, as Nasty was the player inside Kitchen. So everything coming up empty. You also keep in mind that Mavericks are still holding onto an artillery strike, so that could potentially still come into play.
Yep. Indeed it could, if need be. Mavericks will use that artillery strike. And now August have a couple of options, looking to make their way towards A. Vickle causing problems over towards B, and now August have an open point here. It's open house on A. Do they want to get a view in, or do they want to actually buy the property? Now August looking for it. Vortex wins the first gunfight. Gizmo with another one. That clears the point. August are going to capture this point. And Vortex, I love this proactiveness from August. They are not happy just capturing the point. Vortex is straight in from behind. And now Mavericks, are they aware that he's even here? Absolutely, they're not. Vickle will fall, and now Vortex can cause even more damage. He's not alone in this fight either.
I'll be curious to see if Mavericks pull out the streak right here. Super just fell. Does he pull it up off spawn? That's the real question. Looks like for now he's still holding on to it, which is the exact right condition. You still have Eric Boom top Bedroom. He's still win condition for this defense, but it's starting to be a little bit costly here. Orgless are continuing to farm off kills, but Eric in the back finds 2 massive ones. The reinforcements are going to be denied, and now Mavericks a little bit more of a cushion to hold on to this defense.
Harry's still alive though. August, Harry could still work off this play if he does something on his own. August will calm down for the moment. Mavericks also in that position. They don't have anybody over towards poolside though. They're relying on this cover from open steps from Super. He will pick up 2. So damage you would imagine has been done. Harry gets on the point to try and scare Mavericks towards the point for the moment. Time dwindling down. They get somebody on. Nasty wins the fight, and here comes the streak from Super. Just get them off the point, force them into cover, into Cube, inside basketball. The shot's through as well. That is a perfect play from Mavericks, a perfect usage of the streak. And now, as far as August are concerned, you got 15 seconds on the clock. It's go time. Vehicle over here, under Bedroom. Nasty has got in from behind, though.
He can touch.
Harry has got a kill, and now as far as August is concerned, they can touch on this point. It is just one player over here. Super on top of Bedroom as well. They get a couple of kills, but August now on the point. It's a 5 versus 6 in terms of lives, and Mavericks have an opportunity to try and take these guys off, but August got it. Gizmo are going to be getting 2 kills here. Nasty inside the point, looking for these kills. It's going to have to be filtering through the basketball court as Mavericks. Super coming through though. Eric picks up 2. Eric with 3. Mavericks hold on to the point, and there it is. August backed away. Mavericks hold on. But my goodness me, that was messy towards the end.
I had pen on paper, about to write 3-2 in favor of Mavericks. And then you see that little sneaky play where Orgless with Nasty could slide out, and I immediately stopped myself. And I'm like, wait a second. This very well could still unfold if the kills are decent. The big factor, though, again, is Eric just on the back to play recovery so many different times. He's the reason that they're able to clear the zone immediately after the streak gets used. Also, a good pressure from Vehicle, just these SMGs running around the map, kind of making sure they've got good control of Bedroom. And then at the very end, same situation. Eric Boone from basketball, able to find a handful of kills just barely in time to clear off some of that zone. Unbelievable was the control. But you have to look at this overall in the scheme of things. That very well could be swing map in this series to dictate who very well, and I would say very well could win this series overall. And it's so hard to go back to this and find maybe even mistakes, because it really did feel like everyone was playing at a high level, and both teams were really putting together good adaptations, good versatility to give themselves realistic looks. It just came down to the defenses being a little bit too advantageous throughout these 5 rounds.
Yeah, there were a lot of opportunities there in that control for each team to try and take each point, but I mean, sometimes it just comes down to who wins the gunfights, right? And it definitely did help as well, I should say, that Sucre picked up a streak there, because that was crucial to holding on there for Mavericks in that game. But it is going to be Mavericks coming out on top, as you say, and looking pretty good in it. As we said, you know, August and Mavericks, these teams at the moment, before we even got into the map, we said that that was going to be an extremely close one, given what we knew about August in control, given what we knew about Mavericks on raid control. You know, we know they're pretty good about that. We know we just saw them take it against War. Incredible map between those two teams, and now it presents an interesting thing, doesn't it? Because we saw Mavericks take map number 1, the hard point, versus this August side.
This map is, I would say, the most neutral that we could possibly have, because there really aren't a lot of results to look back on and say it favors one team or the other. We're also going into hardpoint where both teams have been even 8-4 essentially throughout their run, at least when we were looking through the group stage. That doesn't necessarily account for their semifinal statistics, but this is going to be, I think, the most neutral look overall when it comes to how this map mode combination is playing out. Both teams have really not played it a lot. There are some results to speak of, but a lot of it is versus some of the bottom teams. They really haven't had a chance to play up against major names outside of both teams playing Team War on this map, but we already know that Team War loved this map. So, you know, it was a hard-fought contest then. I think the biggest thing as we go forward is, for me, we said the same thing about Orglis when they were playing this in their semifinal versus Elevate. You have to be better on the timings in between hard points, and they were. They were so much better. And even, in fact, beyond that, in situations where they kind of caught themselves in weird split spawn situations, they made the best of it. I mean, how many times we talk about players like Nasty around the back off of some random spawn that you would never have predicted if you're Elevate? That is going to have to be something that Orglis need to be able to do again, because you know that Mavericks, based on how they play checkmate, are going to be coming at you pretty quickly when it comes to trying to push those rotations. And if you catch a weird timing on a spawn situation, you've got to find a way to use that to your advantage, even though it's not necessarily something that you would predict. So if Orglis can kind of do the same exact thing they did versus Elevate in their last series, things could be looking very positive for a map 5. But you have to be able to deal with the SMGs of Mavericks first and foremost, because there wasn't a strong response for them in the checkmate, in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's actually going to be the key thing here on Garrison. It is such a small map, and yes, of course, AR presence is always extremely important, but in terms of the SMGs, you know, for Mavericks, there is this duo of Eric Boom and Vikul, who are just insane in what they do. And normally when it comes to August, of course, they also have their own power in Nasty and Vortex, both of which are incredible sub players. But you're absolutely right, you know, in the hard point, they were just being shut down by Mavericks. They need to win those gunfights here on out. And we know they can as well, right? We know these guys have the talent to win these gunfights. We know these guys have the talent to end up winning the map. It's just going to come down to who comes out stronger here in map number 4 in terms of rotation. At least for me, because that's where it really sets apart in map number 1, right? Mavericks were just winning out on so many crucial rotations.
And think about the simple fact that when we saw this map between Orglis and Elevate, Bits pulled out a 3rd sub. So, you know, will that be something that either of these two teams try to mimic? You know, will there be a 3rd sub at least off the rip to try to win some early gunfights in and around the platform, and then get a little bit more speed to try to flip around the spawns or hold the spawns, depending on which side you start on? So I'll be really curious to see compositionally if there's going to be any adjustments, because as far as I can remember and recall, I wasn't really specifically paying attention to it from Orglis' side of things, but I don't think they were running a 3 SMG setup. They were running a 2-2 split. So I'll be really curious to see if either one of these two teams try to do something a little bit fancy off the start with 3 subs.
Well, I mean, to be fair, August, I mean, all players on the roster are capable of running a sub if required. They all have done at points in the past. So, you know, as far as these guys are concerned, they absolutely can run that 3 sub setup. As is Mavericks, I'm not sure if 3 subs would really work too well for this roster. I mean, I know that Super can do it, but it's kind of why when it comes to Apocalypse, while, you know, we talk about the prowess of Eric Boom and Vikul, they are just not good when they're forced into 3 sub metas. They're just not, because the Super and Sucre are just so AR orientated. Granted, they're really great with the Krig 6, but when it comes to having to bring that 3rd sub out, I think, you know, they do kind of, I guess, lock up a little bit.
And I will say this much, you know, for Mavericks, we have seen them do this on Apocalypse, where they would run 3 subs to try to make things a little bit more interesting. But I feel like that's not something they really bank on all too often. Like, we see teams like War do it, we see teams like Elevate do it, and it feels more natural, I think, just based on their roster. But It'd be really curious to see if that's going to be something that it gets forced into the mix, because I think that opening speed really does say a lot. Because one of those things, we talked about when Mavericks were playing on the Checkmate was when they got an early lead, they were playing around the map a little bit looser, trying to play for more of the objective control rather than necessarily the spawn control for what's coming up next. They love to punish and put that score on as fast as humanly possible. So if they do pull out 3 subs, what we need to be looking for off the rip and sort of, check the list here is there 3 subs? And if so, the flowchart would say you have to win the first hard point and the rotation for 2. That's going to be what Mavericks probably have to be trying to do, just try to get that early lead, because once they get in that position, they will have the flexibility and the ability beyond that just to sit there and say, yes, we do want to continue with 3 subs and play a little bit cheeky and a little bit more strange, or we could just kind of play this a little bit more passive, run a 2-2 split and force Orgulus to have to respond to us. I think that's really the key, though, is to see if Mavericks could come out hot again on this hard point and force Orgulus to have to respond early.
I will say, I say it's relatively easy to do, but it is, I think, easy to do to chain together P1 and P2, right? And it's very easy, just as we saw in map number 1, for therefore the team that does that to start to run away with things in terms of making sure you just get time off hills and making sure you rotate properly, right? So if this team does that, I mean, Orgulus might find themselves in trouble, but I mean, we say that Orgulus could very easily just come out and do exactly the same thing, come out swinging and really make a statement here in map number 4. If there's one thing that these players are good at on Orgulus, it's the fact that when their backs are against the wall, they are always pushed back pretty hard. We know that from last season. I mean, it's a mantra for these guys. It's a mantra for players like Vortex and Nasty when this is, I mean, it doesn't apply to this situation because there's not 2 best of 5s to this. But they always, I don't know how they do it. Every grand final where there's 2 best of 5s, they always force it at the very least to a second best of 5. I genuinely don't know what they had to do. Like who traded their soul to the devil for that specific superpower. But they do it all the time. They've got the clutch factor in them. Orgulus, are they going to need it here, Shift? That's going to be the question.
And again, I'm just curious to see what the setup's going to be. So Mavericks are spawning on the favored side. I have to imagine this is going to be a 2-2 setup for them. And look at the play of Vikul early, going to go through vents to control space. They're not worried about the objective off the rip. They're worried about getting some map positioning, and it works out beautifully for them. Now, the question mark is, as they converge on the first hardpoint, they do actually lose spawn. So how do you bounce back after seeing yourself spawn out?
Well, Mavericks doing pretty well anyway, regardless. They're getting all these gunfights. Nasty pushes out in a brown. Nope, not for you. Orgulus starting this one off with just 1 frag to their name. Now spawning out over towards generators. And if you're Mavericks, you couldn't ask for a better start. Vikul with yet another kill. Almost gets number 3. Harry does take him out before any trades can come on through. Eric Boom, though, there to pick up the slack once again. If you're Mavericks, if you're a Spanish fan in the chat, start typing Vamos. This is a great start of the hardpoint.
Flawless start. It's absolute perfection. I mean, 3 kills for Orgulus, I think, says the story more than any analytical point that I could possibly make. I mean, Orgulus can't find kills. No one can kill anything. This is a 39-9 start. Spawns are good. Hardpoint is good. Orgulus have to make a decision as far as what they're going to do to break. They're still going to try to play for the spawn flip, and that's going to mean that they're only going to have like 30 seconds to play for on this hardpoint. They're going to give away the first 30 here to Mavericks for free.
Well, here they go. Harry and Gizmo in from behind, and the Gizmo picks up 2. Mavericks might well lose control of this hardpoint unless Vikul pulls off something quite special, and well, he's only going to get 1 before any more damage can be done. So Orgulus will stabilize here and finally some significant time potentially going on the board. I mean, granted, maybe Mavericks might still cause some problems. They're actually going to be spawning out here. This is so key in terms of those rotations towards News. Vortex causing so many problems. Sukri knows about it. He's going to call in the cavalry, and Vikul will deal with the threat.
And Sukri's also been able to find Gizmo, so great help here for Mavericks. I think overall, you're fine with that if you're Mavericks. You split the second hard point right down the middle, 30-30. Great. We've got the third hard point in our favor. Perfect. And this is absolutely how you draw it up for your Mavericks. Even beyond that, Eric just runs out of ammunition, nearly able to double up. The initial hit for Orgulus has been stuffed just a touch, but there will be a little bit of room here to work through caution, maybe to get through tools.
And Vikul's in here. Picks up the first blood. Mavericks still in control of the hardpoint for the moment. Eric Boom now coming in from behind. Will look to get this time. But Nasty now looking to try and take this time away from Mavericks. He's the only one over here in the back line, but that's because August putting so much pressure around the front. It's going to be Gizmo and Vortex now looking for these kills. They've already removed Mavericks from the time. As far as they're concerned, this might well be job done. There's 15 seconds left on the hill. They're content to just stop Mavericks getting this time, right?
And that's actually really a really beautiful response from Orglis. Initially, you feel like the entire push has been stopped, but like you mentioned, it's the player that gets through the top side of the map that forces Mavericks to turn their attention, and it allows a player in Tools and Stevo from Dark to find kills to clear off the hard point, and then eventually even steal away a couple of seconds. As far as being able to break this third hard point from the front, you take those every day of the week and twice on Sunday. It's absolutely great for Orglis, and now a chance to actually zone off some of these exit kills as they turn their attention to the fourth hill.
Well, Auglis now feeling pretty good about this. They get some frags to their names. Mavericks will be spawned out over towards Generators. And Auglis now have an opportunity to get right back into this game, maybe even take the lead potentially. Harry on platform. Nasty goes into Dark, and that's a nice double from Auglis as they pick up a couple of kills. Mavericks still spawning out over towards Ammo, but Auglis picking up all of this time. Mavericks need to push this one as a team for the last 20 seconds, and they also need to start thinking about flipping these spawns for the next rotation. Auglis in a great spot here, Shift.
I mean, these crossfires are disgusting for Orglis. It eventually gets dealt with, but it kills off so much time. You've got Harry potentially working for streaks. He's 1 kill away. He even gets a read, almost gets the turnaround onto Super down low in the tank bay, but will eventually fall. Really, I would say marginally inconsequential as Orglis will still win the rotation to 5, and you've got Nasty dominating the high ground.
Nasty in such a power position. He will end up falling, so Mavericks now starting to open up a gap for them to make their way over towards the next hard point. Gizmo already inside, will end up falling here. And now Mavericks starting to put together some potential streaks. Super on a 5. We'll need to try and play for these if you can. They know how important these streaks can be. They're okay with giving up this time to try and grab them. Mavericks still fighting for this from the front. Super keeps on checking for Vortex here. Please go away, Super says. I really, really want these streaks.
Yeah, it's fine. He can just sit here the entire time. He doesn't have to play for the hard point. Stevo has to make the first move. So Super is going to have a little bit of help now with Sukri, and it actually looks like they do want to challenge this. So, I mean, Stevo might get what he wants, and he does. Wow, I'm a bit puzzled by that. You would have thought that with Mavericks controlling from the front of the 5th hardpoint with the high ground going into P1, but they would have been fine just essentially allowing Stevo to stay out towards the sat truck, but they instead set up a double pump. It doesn't really work out very nicely for them, and that does actually allow Orglis a chance to get a little bit of scrap time, and beyond that, also control top green as we turn our attention to the first hill again.
Yeah, we'll talk about that play after the game. Regardless, Mavericks now, their lead is dissipated. Orglis now once again ahead as they're in control of P1. Sukri trying to cause some issues in the mid-map. Will end up falling to Vortex. And now next up to the plate, Super and Vehicle to try and get control. And they're going to have to do this one as a duo ship. Vehicle coming from Dark. Super going to have to come up through the mid and cause a surprise for Orglis. And, well, as far as Mavericks are concerned, pretty happy they remove Orglis from the point. Harry looks to have the final say, but Eric Boom denies. And Mavericks content with that. But look at this potential rotation coming in here from Orglis. Vortex has positioned himself right in the backline here, Shift.
Look, I'd be remiss. I know both Shane and Kyle are trying to get me to talk about the fact that, hey, Super's cracked out and running that third sub that we talked about. So I know that's probably why we kept going back and forth to him. So, again, noted that Mavericks are playing this 3 SMG setup, trying to keep the pressure on Orglis throughout every single moment of these rotations, including here on the second. Stevo gets caught off guard from behind, and Mavericks, a really good setup to try to not just get time here early, but they can actually try to hold these spawns a little bit more consistently as well compared to the last time we were here.
Well, Eric Boom's got quite a bit to do around the back line. He switches weapons at the wrong time. Not the time the YY there as Gizmo takes him down. Now Mavericks still looking to earn this time. Orglis going to come in for the push. Vortex picks up 2. Vehicle still alive here, simply down to the fact he's got the cover from Super and Sukri. Super comes in, has the final say. Mavericks looking for this time. Harry with a Diamante, though, picks up 2. Spicy plays from Harry, and Orglis denying this time away from Mavericks. And I think with 15 seconds left, Mavericks will be really smart here just to rotate, leave it. Orglis, they're going to get that time.
It looks like Mavericks are going to set up a bit of an aggressive zone here. You've got number 5 and Super playing top caution. You've also got Vehicle kind of playing in the boxes through storage. This is going to be them trying to deny, but if Orglis find these kills, it could lead to a very quick spawn flip, and there's the first 2! Watch out for the spawns in the back! They're going to flip around! That's going to be a beautiful break for Orglis!
Oh my goodness me, the flipperoo from August. They managed to get the spawns for the next hard point, and now it's about holding onto them. Mavericks looking to push their way through. Gizmo picks up 2, one of which is a teammate. All right, fine. That's okay. And Mavericks now stuck trying to push August into the back, trying to keep them away from the hard point. Vickle, inside tools, coming through, but there's a wave of gunfights from Mavericks. They get right back in, and August don't really get any time at all off that break.
Man, that is absolute perfection for both teams at different moments in time. The first 30 seconds, Orglis get a perfect break, and it's all about the fact that Mavericks are setting up aggressively. That comes with risk and reward. The risk being, if you lose your 1v1s, you lose the spawns. But on the flip side, they get quickly back to recover, and that's going to be another split time here on the third hard point. Unbelievably contested thus far, and Mavericks will be up about 50 points as they will also open up the tank bay in their favor.
This game's so tense for August here. Mavericks already over here into the next hard point. Eric Boom up top. That's a player you got to deal with. Gizmo does take him down. Elsewhere, Nasty picks up Super. And now just Sukri left. August break in for the last 45 here. And now Mavericks going to be spawning out over towards P2, over towards Bricks. They want to give this one more go, Shift.
Yeah, you've got to do this very carefully, though. You don't want to put yourself under threat of being spawn trapped going into 5. So it's going to be a lot of mid-map pressure that has to come out. And Nasty almost reads that beautifully. Does get taken down, but even exchanges are fine for Orglis. They still are really not faltering whatsoever on the hard point itself. And as Super falls, so will the hopes of Mavericks to break this hill.
Yeah, I don't think Mavericks are too bothered by it. Yes, that's time you didn't want to give away, but you now need to focus on the rotation towards new. Vortex, inside offices. Harry wins his one as well, and Mavericks now forced to spawn out on the other side of the map. This is perfect hard point from both of these two teams at the moment. Every decision has been perfect from these two teams. Super and Sukri now trying to play in for the new hard point. Mavericks will be fighting this one from the front. August deciding not to touch it for the moment. They want to go in here and get the kills before grabbing this time. Harry on the outside will fall. Nasty falls as well, and Mavericks now looking to hold here.
Okay, Steve-O has to keep this position. If he loses it, Mavericks will be under threat of putting on a spawn trap into Orglis, and he falls. Uh-oh, not good at all. 30 seconds on the hard point. Mavericks looking great to hold this. Orglis have to break this from Bricks. You cannot go lights right here. This is going to take so much time off the clock.
This needs to be good. This needs to be a good pinch from August, and they get it done. Vortex picks up 2. Nasty falls in, and he gets into the hard point. August have broken. Now Mavericks. They know they can just retreat towards the rotation, but Nasty, is he actually going to let them? He picks up 1, will end up falling, might open up a lane there for August. But as far as Mavericks are concerned, this rotation will be paramount. They could finish it here if this rotation is good enough. Vortex will look to try and contest. Harry loses a crucial 1 over towards green. Gizmo in for the trade. Now August control the screen position shift.
Oh, and you have a position to where Harry very well could come through quickly to try to challenge this, but man, I'll tell you, Sukri's winning gunfights through walls, through dimensions, through everything. It feels like, I mean, that's an unbelievable gunfight win, and Mavericks are holding control. They're going to put pressure on both things at once. They can win the game here, or they can win the game in the rotation. They're doing both at the same time.
Well, here it comes. Eric Boom with 3 inside green. What a time to get it done. 9 seconds left for Mavericks to take it here. Just one player on the point. Super will be surrounded by Auglis players, and Auglis might try to hold on. That's such a nice Semtex from Sukri. One player left to take down. It's Gizmo, and Mavericks have done it. They win their first Challengers Elite, the last one of the season. They peak at the right time. And this has been a long time coming for this team. A team on the up and up and up. What a story for this Spanish squad. 3rd in stage 3, 3rd in stage 4, and 1st here in stage 5. I'll tell you what, Shift. Did we expect that?
Oh my goodness. I mean, it just goes to show that Europe is just full of just non-stop and unbelievable talent. It's unbelievable. That final moment for Mavericks, it just goes to show it's not just the individual talent. They're not just winning gunfights for the sake of winning gunfights. They put pressure on both sides of the point at once. We can win off the first hard point, but if that fight doesn't go well, we could just quickly rotate over to second hard point and be good to go. And I just love that call from Mavericks. They get the clear onto Orglis at the very last minute in the middle of the map because of that split. That wins them the game. Unbelievable stuff. And well, that brings us to our final overall standings. Don't mean to cut any of the joy or celebration short. We got to see what they won. $20,000 for first place here for Mavericks. 10K for second for Orglis, who will not be able to win the third stage championship in the 5 that we had here in Europe. Elevate in third. They won the third, fourth place battle versus Team War. And then the teams that were knocked down in the knockout bracket, Belgian Power and GCPW in 5th and 6th, and then tied 7th and 8th, Rejects and Amelia Strays. What an unbelievable conclusion to what has been an unbelievable group stage here through Europe. Our top 4 teams, as we expected, were the top 4 teams in the end, but the structure of how they fell, definitely not predictable at all.
Yeah, this makes things super interesting for regional finals,
Absolutely.
Right? Because that is, I mean, after the Open, of course, the Open 5, that's what's going to come up next. And then, of course, the LCQs and the regional finals and such. But, you know, I'll be honest, I don't think the Open 5 is what these guys are going to really necessarily be concentrating on. Yes, of course, they want to win this tournament. But now the eyes are on the prize for this Mavericks team. You know, they, like I said, the story for this roster has really been an incredible one. They started out the season as a bubble team in stage 1 and stage 2, unable to qualify both times. And I know that Andy Proper, our friend, was kind of upset about that since he was a big fan of this team. And then, of course, third time lucky, they're able to get it done. An incredible run in the qualifier for stage 3. They make their way into elite and immediately they perform against the odds in stage 4. A roster change they didn't want, and they're able to come back third place, and it's just been perfection from them in stage 5, 7-0 in the regular season, and they're able to win it here 3-1 against Orglis. And as for Orglis Shift, I mean, well, this is a roster that strives for perfection. Back to the drawing board they go. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that this team is going to work their butts off ahead of the regional finals. It just makes everything so exciting now, because now we have another potential contender, if they weren't already, to maybe win regional finals at the end of the season.
Everything's up for grabs. But hey, that's not the end for challengers here this evening, as Europe will come to a conclusion. Your champions, Mavericks, in 4 maps. But we go on a half-an-hour break, just 30 minutes. Don't go too far. Come back with stacks, get all refurbished and rebuffed up, ready to go for North America, because that playoff bracket is about to be absolutely insane. Again, that is a 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time for the final stage in North America. But like we mentioned, in Europe, it's Orglis the runners-up, Mavericks the champions, Team War 4th, Elevate in 3rd. And man, I'm not gonna lie, you do not want to miss North America. So come on back. We'll see you in half an hour.